What do you do when a cold-blooded war hero returns from battle and yeets an infant right at your face? Well, if you're a low-ranking maid trying to keep your head attached, you catch it. Welcome to the Sigillarian estate, where today is about to get crazy. Inside the grand hall, the butler is losing his mind, screaming at all the servants to drop everything because the master is returning. Outside, massive crimson flags bearing the sun and lion crest unfurl across the courtyard. Talk about a valid pie-budget entrance. An entire armored cavalry unit marches up the estate road, signaling the return of the legend himself. The massive mansion shines in the golden sunset as everyone prepares for his arrival. Meet Adeline. She's a maid who's been working at the Sigillarian estate for 3 months, sprinting to get into formation. As she runs, she recalls that the master has been away fighting on the front lines and is returning victorious. He's known as the unstoppable sword protecting the kingdom and the king's most ruthless hound. Pretty intimidating, right? Standing amid burning battlefields and defeated foes, Count Ricault's reputation for mercy is non-existent. Adeline lines up alongside the other maids, wondering what kind of terrifying person her master actually is. Bowing respectfully in her uniform, she waits anxiously with butterflies in her stomach. The dark silhouette of the Count riding his warhorse emerges through the golden trees. Adeline gets super excited, thinking she's finally about to meet the legendary hero in person. But suddenly a strange noise echoes through the air. Adeline blinks in total confusion. She whispers to her senior, asking if the master is secretly a baby. The senior maid immediately shuts her down, warning her head will fly off if she says such foolish things. Adeline laughs it off awkwardly, assuming it's a joke, but the senior gives her a cold glare. Yeah, definitely not joking. The butler yells out at the top of his lungs as the Count enters the main courtyard. The butler bows deeply, expressing relief that the Count returned safely from the war. Adeline sneaks a peek and sees him, Count Ricault Sigillarian himself, insanely handsome with dark hair and glowing blue eyes. She stares in absolute awe, totally captivated by his imposing aura. From behind, his broad armor-clad shoulders look strong enough to crush mountains. She visualizes him in combat, slashing through enemies, realizing he could lop someone's head off without blinking. Sweat dropping hard, Adeline realizes her senior wasn't joking. Their lives really are as fragile as falling leaves. She clenches her fist in determination, promising to work hard so she doesn't get executed. Suddenly, the wailing gets louder. The butler nervously asks who on earth the baby is. Count Ricault glances down with cold, emotionless blue eyes. Wrapped tightly in a pink blanket in his arms is an actual tiny infant. The entire servant line freezes in shock, question marks floating above their heads. The butler stammers out in pure confusion, utterly lost for words. Adeline and the maid stare wide-eyed, wondering where a ruthless warlord picked up a child. Without saying a word, the Count's expression remains completely deadpan. He raises his gloved hand and unceremoniously lifts the bundle. Pro actually yeeted the infant. He tosses the baby straight into the air like a football. The entire crowd of maids screams in utter horror, losing their minds. The wrapped baby sails through the sky crying, oblivious to gravity. Dozens of hands stretch into the air, everyone trying to prevent a tragedy. Adeline reacts on instinct, diving forward with arms outstretched. She catches the baby safely against her chest, panting. Talk about an epic clutch. Adeline hoists the baby high above her head like Simba. The other maids celebrate her heroic save. She smiles proudly at the cute little infant, praising herself for completing such a high-stakes mission. Then reality hits her. She looks up at the Count, asking what she should do next. Count Ricault stares down from his horse with zero emotion. He utters 2 simple words, "Raise it." Adeline's world shatters into frozen ice. She stammers back in pure horror, trying to process his command. She's supposed to raise a random baby out of nowhere? As the Count casually rides away, Adeline clutches the crying baby in total panic. She screams out after him in absolute desperation. Cut to nightfall over the mansion, where a quiet breeze blows through the stone windows. Inside echo the endless cries of an infant, proving Adeline's chaotic new life has officially begun. Wrapped tightly in a bright pink blanket, the little infant wriggles around like a squirming burrito while wailing at the top of its lungs. The surrounding maids lose their collective minds, hovering over the bed in absolute sheer chaos as they try to figure out how such a tiny creature can emit such an ear-shattering noise without ever running out of stamina. Adlin stands completely paralyzed in the corner, a dark shadow of utter despair falling over her face as she realizes that literally no one in this massive mansion has ever raised a human child before. She recalls her original plan. It had only been 3 months since she landed this high-paying maid gig at the Sigillian estate, thinking it was the ultimate dream job because the master was always away at war and there was no mistress around to boss her around. Look at her flashback where she was literally throwing a mini party after passing the high-pressure interview. She thought she hit the career jackpot, but boy was she mistaken. Fast forward back to reality, and she's trapped at the dining table sitting like a frozen statue while 5 maids panic around a crying baby. Talk about an immediate downgrade in work conditions. You see, Adlin actually grew up in an orphanage where she spent her entire childhood wrangling screaming toddlers until her soul completely left her body. In another memory, kids are literally clinging to her apron while toys and spilled liquid cover the floor, which is why she swore on her life she'd never babysit ever again. Back in the room, Adlin gives a deadpan glare while the other maids start spitballing the most unhinged childcare ideas, even asking if they should just smack the baby's bottom to make it shut up. It gets worse. One maid actually suggests feeding the baby diluted liquor because her own drunk dad always passed out after drinking. Thankfully, the others call her out before she accidentally starts a medieval infant bar night. Then, someone else suggests putting the bundle down on the floor to let it crawl around until it collapses from pure exhaustion. These maids really have zero survival instinct when it comes to parenting. The maids all lock eyes with deadly seriousness, actually considering if forcing a newborn to do cardio is a valid strategy. Realizing these clueless women might actually end up putting the child's life in danger, Adlin groans internally, realizing she has no choice but to intervene despite wanting to stay hidden. She finally opens her mouth and suggests finding a proper way to calm the baby down, making all the senior maids instantly turn around with starry eyes and treat her like a God-sent parenting messiah. Adlin frantically throws up her hands in total panic, shouting that she was just throwing out a random guess and is definitely not a child expert. The maids completely breeze past her denial, quickly moving on to discuss food options and asking if they should try feeding the newborn leftover mutton. When the watered-down alcohol idea gets brought up again, Adlin almost loses her mind, screaming internally at how obsessed these people are with giving a baby booze. One maid literally tries to argue that alcohol and mother's milk are basically the same thing. Seriously? What kind of wild biology class did she take in medieval fantasy land? Seeing that their next idea might actually end in catastrophe, Adlin takes a deep, exhausted breath and tries one more sane suggestion. She gently suggests soaking a tiny piece of bread in warm soup to see if the infant is just starving. Hearing this mind-blowing idea, all the maids drop their jaws in absolute realization, staring at Adlin like she just unlocked the secret to the universe. Freaking out over the sudden praise, Adlin waves her arms hysterically, begging them to stop assuming she's a master nanny. Outside the window, the night air rings with the maids cheering at the top of their lungs, praising Adlin's genius as they resolve to head straight to the kitchen. In a blur of absolute chaos, the maids stampede down the grand marble staircase, frantically rushing to grab the ingredients. But wait! Adlin looks down in utter shock as she realizes they all sprinted off and left her holding the heavy crying bundle. Carrying the giant pink blanket like a football, Adlin sprints down the hallway after them, shouting in pure flustered agony. Her inner soul screams out to the heavens that she absolutely wholeheartedly hates babysitting. Cut to the mansion's quiet kitchen during the late hours, fully stocked with fresh vegetables, bread, and spices. A steaming bowl of warm vegetable broth sits on the counter, smelling delicious and ready to serve. As Adlin feeds a tiny spoonful to the baby, the infant swallows it greedily and instantly stops crying. The maids burst into tears of joy, celebrating like they just won a war. Sitting calmly with a spoon in hand, Adlin carefully feeds the munching baby, while heart bubbles float around the maids who look at her with total adoration. Look at how overwhelmed Adlin is by their intense praise. She literally just gave the kid 1 spoon of soup, but they're treating her like a saint. Wrapped warmly in a white cloth, the baby finally closes its eyes and falls asleep peacefully. Ending what felt like an absolute hour of pure nightmare duty. With the crisis averted, the maids huddle close around the table, admiring the child's gorgeous features and wondering where such a cute baby came from. One maid gasps and wonders if the count picked up a war orphan out of pity. Scoff, but everyone immediately shuts that theory down with a deadpan expression, because their ruthless master doesn't have a soft bone in his body. Another maid suggests maybe he took in a fallen soldier's child to fulfill a noble duty, making Adlin sweat profusely while holding the sleeping infant. Curious about their cold-blooded master, Adlin tilts her head and asks what Count Ricault is actually like in person. The camera zooms into Adlin's glowing eye as a dark, dangerous aura fills the room. She visualizes the terrifying silhouette of the Count covered in blood from his battles, deadpan keeping a completely blank expression, while the senior maids give her a nervous look. The senior maid proudly snaps her fingers, declaring that their master is Declan's greatest knight, a supreme general born to dominate the battlefield. Adlin nods along nervously, asking if that means his combat prowess is top tier, but the senior maid clarifies that it's his ruthless disposition that truly makes him a monster on the field. When Adlin casually asks if he's just a cold-blooded killer, the maid shouts bingo before immediately catching herself and frantically waving her hands in absolute panic. Leaning in closely, the senior maids warn her that the Count detests two things above all else: slacking off and doing useless work, meaning he'd never save a child out of random sympathy. Adlin takes this crucial workplace wisdom to heart, knowing that an employee's survival entirely depends on adapting to their boss's personality. Having worked under all kinds of weird noble bosses in her past jobs, she comes to a firm, life-saving conclusion. Her best strategy is to become completely invisible, gasping, staying quiet as a mouse, and doing only her assigned chores so she never catches his deadly eye. Turning her attention back to the current dilemma in the kitchen cellar, the senior maids lean in uncomfortably close to Adlin's face, staring with intense curiosity as they ask the million-dollar question once again: who is this baby? Suddenly, all four maids point their fingers at Adlin simultaneously, shouting in perfect sync that the child must be Count Ricault's secret illegitimate son and the future heir to House Sigillarion. Adlin gazes down at the brown-haired, brown-eyed little baby who blinks up at her innocently. Yeah, hold on, check out the visual contrast here. This kid looks literally nothing like the dark-haired, blue-eyed Count. Maids quickly point out that the infant might just resemble its mother instead, reminding everyone how the Count casually hauled the newborn around like a bag of groceries before tossing it into Adlin's arms. They start whispering whether this whole situation was just an accidental byproduct of their master's wild night out. Adlin stands completely speechless, sweating bullets as she realizes their ridiculous theory actually sounds horrifyingly plausible. Sensing her silence, two senior maids spin around with wide eyes, screaming in utter disbelief at the thought of their stoic master having an accidental love child. The maids instantly start arguing amongst themselves, reminding everyone that Count Ricault is a handsome noble in his absolute prime, so anything is possible. Adlin scoffs at their dramatic speculation, trying to convince herself that their cold-hearted master couldn't possibly lose his mind enough to pull off something like this. The senior maid proudly wiggles her finger, explaining that Adlin is clearly ignorant about their master's strict lifestyle. He literally never allows any woman to step within 5 feet of him. In fact, the only female entity on the entire estate for the past 4 years has been Pony, the mare residing in the stables. Look at Adlin's face turning completely pale as she visualizes their terrifying master whispering sweet notions into his horse's ear. She groans internally, wondering if an eligible young noble avoiding women to that extreme level is actually a massive red flag. Without thinking, Adlin innocently blurts out if that means their master secretly prefers men instead. The entire room freezes in horror, sending the senior maids into a collective screaming frenzy. Two maids instantly pounce on Adlin, violently clamping their hands over her mouth while screeching that spreading such wild rumors could literally get all of their heads chopped off before sundown. They start aggressively gaslighting her to protect their boss's reputation, claiming the Count is simply far too occupied with crucial state affairs to bother with romance, even though half the noble ladies in the empire are dying for his attention. Adlin blinks blankly while holding the sleeping bundle, realizing that while she knew the staff was loyal, their level of brainwashed devotion to this man is completely out of this world. The maids slump their shoulders in deep concern, fretting that if their master keeps ignoring women, the proud Sigillian bloodline will officially go extinct. Suddenly, the senior maid clasps Adlin's hands with an uncomfortably warm smile, telling her to stay strong and raise the future heir with total devotion so good fortune will come her way. Adlin instantly yanks her hands back in pure terror, shouting in total confusion about why on earth this conversation suddenly turned into her becoming a full-time mother. The maids act completely innocent, reminding her that the Count made his instructions crystal clear when he dumped the child in her arms. They literally pull out a chalkboard like school teachers, recounting the exact moment their armored master pointed his finger straight at Adlin and commanded her to raise the kid. They all smile sweetly and argue that since Adlin magically solved the baby's crying fit with soup, she is obviously the most qualified person in the mansion to take on full parental responsibility. In a ridiculous display of joy, the four maids link hands and start dancing in a cute little circle, cheering that Adlin is their absolute savior. Dark, apocalyptic flames ignite behind Adlin's eyes as her sweet smile instantly contorts into pure, murderous rage. She clutches the pink blanket tightly, screaming internally that raise it definitely did not mean she was supposed to do all the grueling labor by herself. Watching the clueless maids celebrate, Adlin's mind wanders into a dark void of sheer trauma. She reminds herself that throughout her career she has swallowed every absurd task given to her, but childcare is the one nightmare she swore never to touch again. Agonizing flashback floods her mind, recalling her orphan childhood, where endless waves of screaming toddlers clung to her apron while spilled drinks and toys covered the floor, leaving her perpetually exhausted and starving. Looking down at the peaceful infant in her arms, Adlin makes up her mind. She knows they have to obey the Count's orders, but if these women think they can dump all the work on her while taking zero responsibility, she drops the ultimate nuclear threat, coldly announcing that if they don't help, she will quit her job on the spot. The maids instantly freeze in utter terror, their souls leaving their bodies with an ear-shattering gasp. Realizing their cozy, high-paying jobs are on the line, the maids lose their absolute minds. They scream out the window that if Adlin quits, the baby will die in 2 days and the master will slaughter them all. They throw themselves onto Adlin, tears streaming down their faces like waterfalls as they beg her not to abandon them, swearing on their lives that they will assist her with every single chore. Adlin turns her head with a deadly, sinister glare, asking if they really expect her to believe their sudden offer of help. Frantically doing finger guns and cute gestures to placate her, the maids backpedal at lightning speed, insisting that of course they meant equal team effort and that they were just temporarily lightheaded from stress. Adlin narrows her eyes suspiciously, asking if they are absolutely 100% sure about committing to shared parenting duties. Once the maids nod hysterically and vow total cooperation, a dark shadow covers Adlin's smiling face. Talk about a masterclass in workplace negotiation. He managed to escape single motherhood with one simple threat. Meanwhile, upstairs in the Count's luxurious private quarters, the elderly butler enters with a tray of medical supplies, asking if they should call a doctor to examine his injuries. Count Sigellerian, unbuttoning his shirt, reveals a rock-hard set of abs wrapped in bloody, torn bandages. He dismisses the concern coldly, stating he already applied basic treatment and just needs time to heal. The butler winces at the sight, begging his master to at least let him apply fresh bandages since the abdominal wound is still bleeding heavily. The Count initially refuses with a dismissive wave, while the old butler tearfully sniffles in the background, heartbroken over his master's constant suffering. Seeing the butler's genuine distress, the Count softens his tone slightly, finally permitting the old man to assist him. Look at how dramatically this butler reacts. He looks at his master's battle scars with tears streaming down his face, aching over how much pain the young lord must be enduring. A gentle nostalgia fills the butler's mind as he recalls a memory of the young Count as a fragile, soft-spoken boy standing quietly by his side. Snapping back to reality, the butler carefully preps the medical tape on the table, asking if his master will finally be able to rest for a while. The Count gazes out the window, quietly confirming that he intends to take a long break. As he gently wraps the clean cloth around the Count's chiseled waist, the butler carefully brings up the burning question, asking who the tiny infant brought home yesterday actually belongs to. The room instantly plunges into total silence as the Count's ice blue eyes freeze in place. The Count slowly turns his head, casting a glare so terrifyingly cold that the poor butler's soul shoots straight out of his body, causing causing him to drop to his knees in absolute horror. The old man frantically waves his hands in pure panic, begging for forgiveness and insisting he only asked so the staff would know how to properly care for the child's status. A massive red cross instantly slashes through the butler's previous sweet memory, completely destroying his belief that his master is still a frail, delicate little boy. Crying bitter tears of regret while the Count glares down at him with crossed arms, the butler groans internally that this ruthless monster is completely unrecognizable from the sweet child he once raised. The Count exhales softly, nonchalantly revealing that the infant won't be staying at the estate for long anyway, so its identity is completely irrelevant to the staff. Resting his hand on his chin in a suave, commanding posture, the Count orders the butler to have the baby brought directly to his room. Walking across the polished floorboards, he sternly notes that he needs to inspect the child's current condition with his own eyes. He steps over to the grand arched window overlooking the vast estate, watching the bright morning light illuminate the sky. Looking out at the peaceful horizon, a rare moment of vulnerability washes over his sharp features as he wonders how many years it has been since he last enjoyed such a quiet morning. He rests his hand against the glass window frame, murmuring to himself that sleeping in an actual bed after months of endless war has left his body feeling surprisingly sluggish. Just as the Count mutters to himself about finally getting some rest, he suddenly pauses, sighing in annoyance as he senses something entering his domain. A sinister purple aura explodes around him as his ice blue eyes narrow. Dramatic, slightly mocking tone. Peace? Yeah, right. The unwelcome intruders are already standing inside his private sanctuary. Dark thorns wrap around his dark thoughts as he scoffs coldly, concluding that since his enemies are so eager to speed up his death, he might as well grant them an early funeral. Meanwhile, down the hall, the elderly butler hurries Adeline toward the Count's room, sternly lecturing her to keep her mouth shut in front of their master and just nod yes to every single command. He glares down at her cowering figure, warning her not to look so miserable because managing her daily health and mood is apparently top priority for the Count now. Adeline just bows hysterically, frantically chanting yes like a broken record. Walking down the golden corridor, Adeline looks down at her trembling shoes, wondering where on earth her peaceful life went wrong and why a basic cleaning maid is being dragged to the master's private chambers. She vividly remembers being happiest when she was just a dedicated maid, proudly holding her broom high while staring at mirror-shiny floors and boasting about being a born cleaning master. Man, talk about peak job satisfaction before everything blew up. She groans internally, holding the giant cloth bundle close to her chest while wondering on earth how a simple day of sweeping ended with her walking into the lion's den. She glances down at the infant sleeping blissfully in her arms, completely undisturbed by the insane drama unfolding around it. Chibi Adeline fumes internally, glaring down at the baby while grumbling about how unfair it is for this little squishy master to sleep like an angel after throwing her whole life into chaotic ruin. Standing right outside the massive double doors, the butler raises his fist to knock, while Adeline stands behind him shaken like a leaf from pure anxiety. After knocking, the butler pauses and strokes his chin in confusion, while Adeline glares at the back of his head with total exhaustion. Adeline cautiously whispers up to the butler, asking if he's actually 100% sure the master summoned them, reminding him that her only instruction was to say yes and not end up executed. The butler sweat drops nervously sweating buckets, as he stammers that their master isn't the type to walk away after calling someone, so he must have just stepped away for a quick second. Suddenly, a brutal explosive crashing noise shatters the quiet hall. The butler's hair violently spikes up in sheer panic, while Adeline jumps 10 feet back, clinging to the baby like a shield. Realizing something insane is happening inside, Adeline screams that someone is getting murdered in there and begs the butler to open the door, but the old man stubbornly refuses to budge. Adeline frantically shakes his arm, shouting that those noises are definitely not normal, but the terrified butler just wipes his forehead and insists they still cannot go in. Violent metallic clashing echoes through the heavy wood again. Adeline and the butler freeze in utter terror, like their souls practically vibrating right out of their bodies. Adeline's face turns completely green as she stammers out whether the Count is actually being attacked and if he's even still alive in there. The butler forces out a wobbly, nervous smile while sweat pours down his face, stammering that his master will be totally fine. Probably. He chuckles nervously, rationalizing that Count Sigilorion has literally never lost a battle in his entire life, so everything is under control. Meanwhile, inside the room, the Count is literally slicing through enemies in a crimson flash. Crimson blood splatters across his crisp white shirt as the Count brutally carves down the last assassin with zero hesitation. The grand doors suddenly creak open as a cold, stern voice commands them to step inside. The terrified butler and Adlin shuffle into the room with tiny, trembling steps. Clutching the heavy blanket tightly, Adlin steps into the shadowy room, nervously wondering what kind of nightmare battle just took place. Suddenly, her shoe steps onto something wet and sticky. She freezes in place, looking down in complete confusion. Horror washes over her face as she realizes her shoe is submerged in a massive pool of dark, fresh blood, covering the entire carpet. Standing under the moonlight, Count Sigilorion wipes blood off his cheek while holding a gleaming, blood-stained broadsword. Adlin gasps in utter shock at the apocalyptic sight. Blood continuously drips off the sharp blade onto the hardwood floor as Adlin pales, wondering if all this endless blood belongs to her master. The Count nonchalantly lowers his weapon, looking across the messy floor while coolly telling the butler that he's going to have a massive cleanup job on his hands. The butler waves his gloved hands frantically, insisting that the mist doesn't matter, but tearfully begs to know if the master sustained any life-threatening injuries from all this blood. Adlin tries to take a step back, her shoes making disgusting squishing noises as she drags her feet across the bloody floorboards. The Count coldly reassures them that none of the blood is his, but as Adlin shifts her weight, her shoe presses down onto something surprisingly soft and squishy. She slowly looks behind her skirt and spots a cold, motionless corpse lying right at her feet. Adlin unleashes an ear-shattering, horrified scream. Ah! The butler jumps in shock while Adlin points at the floor with tear-filled eyes, sobbing hysterically that there is an actual dead body lying directly behind her. The Count casually rests his chin on his fingers, bluntly stating that since he struck a vital organ, the guy is obviously dead, adding fine print that it'd be a much bigger problem if he were still breathing. Adlin clutches the baby tightly, staring in utter horror at that limp arm on the floor, stammering out in pure hysteria if the corpse just twitched. The sheer traumatic overload instantly drains all color from Adlin's face as her vision starts spinning out of control. Splattered blood, a gruesome corpse, and a bloody sword? It's way too much for a humble maid to handle. Adlin's knees buckle and she faints onto the floor while the butler screams her name in panic. A few moments later, the scene cuts to the Count's grand living room. Adlin is laid out unconscious on the sofa while the Count casually dismisses his head maid, who bows politely before taking her leave. The Count gracefully sips his hot tea on the couch, looking completely unbothered, while the old butler carefully cradles the sleeping infant near the coffee table. On the velvet sofa, Adlin's eyes twitch slightly under her eyelids as she groans, slowly breaking free from her blackout state. The butler catches her movement and softly turns to his master, reporting that the poor young maid is finally starting to wake up. Behind his delicate porcelain teacup, Count Sigilorion's piercing ice blue eyes narrow with intense focus as he watches her regain consciousness. With a crisp teacup clink, the Count sets down his drink and coldly commands the butler to wake her up immediately. The butler leans down over the couch while holding the baby, gently calling out Adlin's name to see if she can hear him. Adlin's golden eyes flutter open. The butler beams down at her with a warm, relieved smile, holding the cozy pink bundle close to his chest. Blinking blankly at the ceiling, Adlin slowly processes her surroundings, muttering out the butler's title in complete confusion. The butler practically bursts into tears of joy, happily confirming it's him and celebrating that she's awake. He dramatically spins around, shouting at the top of his lungs that Adlin has officially returned to the realm of the living. Adlin lies completely still on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling while realizing that her nightmare of deal-making with this terrifying master has only just begun. Slowly fluttering her eyelashes, Adlin opens her eyes to see Count Sigilorion sitting across the coffee table on a lavish sofa. Crossing his long legs, he casually sips his hot tea, looking entirely relaxed despite the sheer chaotic disaster that took place earlier. Her golden eyes shake in sheer, unadulterated panic as the reality hits her like a freight train. Pupil quaking like an earthquake, she stares blankly at his gorgeous face, desperately asking herself if that brooding man sipping tea really is her terrifying master. Realizing she was sprawled out on the couch right in front of him, Adeline scrambles up and throws herself onto her knees. Trembling, she bows hysterically, pleading for her life and begging for mercy for committing the ultimate crime of passing out on noble furniture. Count Sigalarion tilts his head slightly, staring down at her pathetic bowing spree with a stoic yet thoroughly perplexed expression. Honestly, guys, seeing this ruthless war commander look completely baffled by a maid's panic is peak comedic gold. Standing nearby while holding the swaddled baby, the old butler sweat drops nervously and tries to calm her down, assuring her that she isn't in trouble at all. Right on cue, the giant cloth bundle begins to wriggle slightly. The tiny infant inside slowly opens its eyes, letting out a cute little puff of air after waking up from its nap. But the peaceful moment doesn't last long as the baby's tiny nose twitches. Tears immediately pool in its big brown eyes as its lip trembles, threatening an impending nuclear meltdown. The butler sweat drops buckets, frantically leaning down to check on the infant as he stammers out whether the tiny master is already waking up. He starts rocking the bundle back and forth like a man possessed, sweating profusely while desperately trying to keep the baby calm. Meanwhile, Count Sigillian silently watches the whole struggle from his seat. Adeline stammers from the couch, explaining that she brought the little master here because the Count summoned them earlier. But before she can finish, the baby lets out an ear-shattering wail, "Wah!" that practically rattles the window panes. Count Sigalarion winces in sheer annoyance, thinking in disbelief that this infant's screaming is somehow louder than a military bugle call on the front lines. Losing his patience, he turns to the butler and demands that the infant be handed over so he can handle it. The butler stammers out a quick assent, stepping back while attempting to soothe the crying child with gentle baby talk, but the endless screaming only gets louder. Taking charge of the situation, Adeline gently takes the infant into her arms and gazes down with a sweet, comforting smile, whispering softly for the little guy to hush. She boops the baby's tiny nose with her fingertip and praises him with a cheerful laugh, showering him with gentle compliments to ease his distress. Softly wiping away the tears streaming down his chubby cheeks, Adeline cradles him close to her chest, murmuring a sweet lullaby that instantly calms his racing heart. Count Siglion and the butler freeze dead in their tracks, staring at the scene with wide, unblinking eyes. Amazed, the Count's mind completely short-circuits as he stares in total disbelief that a simple whisper somehow silenced the child. Glowing in a warm halo of light, Adeline lovingly rocks the baby on the sofa, purring out gentle sweet talk about what a precious, angelic little blessing he really is. A giant red comic box explodes across the screen screaming, "That actually worked!" You gotta love how a battle-hardened warlord and a veteran butler are completely outclassed by a maid with basic childcare skills. Overcome with curiosity, the Count points a sharp finger at Adeline, demanding to know who she is. The butler puffs out his chest pridefully, boasting at the top of his lungs that she is Adeline, a maid he handpicked and hired himself. Cut to a gorgeous exterior shot of the sunlit Sigalarian estate, where the butler's echoing praise resounds across the gardens, shouting that Adeline possesses a God-given talent for babysitting. He gushes to the Count that it was an absolute shame her talents were wasted in a childless household until now. The Count crosses his arms, begrudgingly admitting that she does seem shockingly adept at handling kids. The butler beams with immense pride, taking full credit for her employment, while Chibi Adeline stands behind him, glaring with dark, murderous intent, clutching the baby like a weapon. Adeline fumes internally, recalling her dark past in the orphanage where she had to sprint through hallway infernos, answering the director's screaming demands to hush crying kids. She rants to herself that this isn't talent, it's pure survival instinct forged in hell. Looking down at the peaceful infant in her arms, she sighs deeply, remembering how she promised herself she'd never look after another child after leaving the orphanage. Unless it was her own. Count Sigurian takes another delicate sip of hot tea, coolly remarking that since she was so traumatized earlier, he'll make sure future situations don't escalate into massive bloodshed. Adeline blinks in utter confusion, asking him to pardon his words. Her face turns ghostly pale as she turns around, stammering out whether he just implied that bloodbaths like this are going to be a regular recurring event in this household. The Count casually shrugs, admitting it's very probable, while the butler bursts into jolly laughter, cheerfully arguing that it's not even half as bad as it was under the previous Count's reign. The old butler wipes away tears of joy, gushing about how proud the first head of the family would be to see their current strength. Chibi Adlin screams internally, wondering why on earth this old man gets proud over the most unhinged things. She shouts hysterically in her mind, pointing out that the assassins didn't disappear, they literally just got diced into pieces on the carpet. Seriously, how is everyone in this castle completely desensitized to ruthless murder? She glares at Count Sigilrian, fuming over how he can casually sip afternoon tea when his life is literally being targeted by deadly hired guns every single day. Clutching the baby tight, Adlin's eyes turn completely blank from sheer stress as she wonders if she is genuinely the only sane person inside this lunatic asylum of a mansion. She ponders whether to just hand in her resignation and run for the hills, but immediately hesitates upon remembering that no other mansion in the realm pays a salary this ridiculously high. Suddenly, a massive light bulb goes off in her head. She realizes the assassins are only hunting the Count, which means if she just hides in a dark corner, does her job, and avoids him at all costs, she'll stay completely safe. Adlin smiles brightly with cute chibi blush marks, happily concluding that her survival strategy is foolproof. Just avoid the handsome death magnet master. Gathering her courage, she nervously asks the Count if her new babysitting duties mean she won't have to see his face very often from now on. She hugs the baby close, offering a shaky, awkward smile while explaining that babysitting takes intense concentration, so she should probably just stay tucked away in her own room. Count Siglarion sets his porcelain cup onto the saucer and looks over at her with an icy, razor-sharp gaze, bluntly stating that her safety isn't determined by whether she sees him or not. Adlin freezes in place, her face contorting into pure horror as she frantically stammers out a loud "pardon?" and begs him to explain what he means. Leaning back against the velvet cushions, the Count drops a bombshell, coolly stating that the group of assassins from earlier weren't actually hunting him. They were sent to kill her. Both Adlin and the butler unleash a synchronized ear-splitting screech, "What?" that shakes the entire room, horrified beyond comprehension. The Count lazily flicks his wrist, asking why they look so shocked when she's still breathing solely because he stepped in to slice the intruders to pieces. He rests his chin against his knuckles, adding with deadpan, brutal honesty that while she survived today, there's absolutely no guarantee she'll make it through the next ambush. Adlin's hands tremble uncontrollably on her lap. She screams internally, asking what kind of absurd nightmare this is and why anyone would send top-tier assassins to execute a random orphan maid who sweeps floors. Suddenly, a terrifying realization flashes through her mind. She looks down at the sweet, innocent baby resting in her arms, asking if all these hitmen are actually after the child. Count Siglarion glances away, finally revealing the child's true identity. His name is Havel Reinhardt Morn, an infant under a year old who possesses royal blood. A magnificent golden crest and imperial crown appear behind the scene as the Count reveals that this helpless infant is actually the one and only Crown Prince of Morn. The butler's soul literally escapes his body in sheer terror. Adlin stammers out in total shock, realizing they are harboring the crown prince of the very enemy nation they are currently at war with. The Count reaches his hand out, confirming the baby is the ultimate bargaining chip to end the war. Turning his piercing gaze directly onto Adlin, the Count strictly commands her to guard the prince night and day so he isn't assassinated or recaptured by Morn forces. The butler slumps into a deep depression, crying about how he just wanted to retire in peace, while Adlin frantically asks how long this terrifying hostage situation is going to last. The Count casually replies, "Until the kid loses his usefulness." Sweat pours down Adlin's pale face as she screams in her mind, "You don't even know?" realizing her life has officially become a high-stakes life-or-death political thriller. Swirling in a dark abyss of internal rage, Adlin stares into nothingness as her mind violently rebels against this absurd twist of fate. She screams internally, realizing that at this rate, her lifelong dream of finding love and building a family is completely down the drain. Instead, she's destined to spend the rest of her days trapped in semi-confinement as a glorified hostage nanny dodging constant assassination attempts. Pushed past her absolute limits, Adlin blurted out her refusal right to the Count's face, declaring firmly that she simply cannot do it. The old butler nearly has a full-blown heart attack, sweat dropping in sheer panic as he shrieks her name in total disbelief. Hugging the sleeping baby tight against her chest, tears stream down Adlin's flushed cheeks as she frantically argues that while a servant should obey orders, she actually needs to be alive to follow them. She desperately tells herself that this is her absolute last chance to escape forced labor before she gets trapped raising an enemy prince for the next 18 years. With pure tearful determination burning in her golden eyes, she unleashes an absolute refusal, crying out that there is no way in hell she can go through with this. Count Sigillion turns his head slowly, casting a razor-sharp, piercing blue gaze right at her. Seriously, check out that male lead's side profile. The man is dropping death threats while looking like he just stepped off a fashion runway. Adeline squeezes her eyes shut, as tears spill down her cheeks, trembling from head to toe under his suffocating pressure. Coolly resting his arm on the couch, the Count reminds her that he already swore no more blood would be spilled on his watch. He smoothly points out that someone in the estate has to take care of the kid anyway, so why is she still refusing? Adeline snaps back in utter desperation, yelling at the top of her lungs why that someone has to be her. Clutching the baby bundle close, she stammers out a trembling apology and flat out hands in her resignation on the spot. The butler sweat drops buckets, waving his white-gloved hands frantically as he pleads with her to reconsider. He whispers under his breath that he's far too terrified to even glance at the master's face right now because everyone knows how scary the Count gets when provoked. Adeline blinks through her tears, turning back in confusion to ask if the master is really getting mad. Meanwhile, the butler's soul practically leaves his body in the background as he awaits their impending execution. From a dramatic overhead perspective, Count Sigillion casually leans back and reasons that she isn't a slave he owns or a knight bound by oath. He coolly asks what choice he could possibly have if a mere maid decides she wants to quit. Adeline's eyes sparkle with pure admiration and a cute chibi burst. She gasps in awe, thinking to herself that her master is actually an incredibly reasonable and understanding boss. Gotta love how fast she flips her opinion the moment someone treats her like an actual human being. But just as her hopes soar, Count Sigillion narrows his cold eyes and drops the heavy catch. She is strictly forbidden from ever stepping foot outside this mansion. Adeline's jaw hits the floor as her face turns completely pale, screaming out aloud, "What?" and begging him to explain what on earth he means. Resting his chin on his fingers, the Count casually offers her two crystal clear options: either accept confinement inside the estate or die right where she stands. Sweets and desserts literally explode out of Adeline's mind as she screeches in utter horror. Overpowered by sheer panic, Adeline chucks the wrapped baby into the air like a hot potato. The butler screams in terror while diving across the room like an Olympic athlete to save the tiny royal. Waving his arms high, the old butler heroically catches the infant midair. He proudly boasts that his elderly joints still have plenty of life left in them, chuckle, while chibi Adeline stands in the background completely numb from shock. Returning to his icy deadpan tone, stern voice, the Count sternly explains that by forming a bond with the Crown Prince of Morn, her very existence has become top-secret classified intel that cannot be allowed to leak outside. Leaning back against the velvet sofa, he reveals that bringing the enemy prince here was an official royal decree from His Majesty the King himself, meaning any slip-up would result in absolute ruin. He cold-bloodedly concludes that if she refuses her duties, permanently silencing her is simply the cleanest and safest solution. Adeline's eyes go completely hollow as the grim reality of her situation sinks in. Clutching her apron in a tight grip, Adeline's hands shake violently as she desperately tries to process why her simple maid life turned into a high-stakes political thriller. Throwing her hands up in absolute surrender, she clenches her fist and yells at the top of her lungs for them to just lock her up already. Slumping her shoulders in defeat, she mutters to herself that no matter how bad prison is, living in a cell is infinitely better than dying young. You really have to respect her top-tier survival instincts. She pivots faster than a professional politician. She shoves her wrists forward toward the bewildered butler, frantically begging him to tie her up in chains before she changes her mind. The butler sweats profusely while cradling the baby, begging her to calm down. Count Sigillion tilts his head in utter bewilderment, staring at her unhinged behavior with a completely baffled expression on his handsome face. He thinks to himself in total shock, wondering if she genuinely believed he was about to toss her into a dungeon. The butler sweat drops and awkwardly clears his throat, informing her that the Sigillion estate doesn't even have a prison because they usually just execute enemies on the spot. A subtle, amused smirk creeps onto Count Sigillion's lips. He quietly muses to himself that this eccentric maid is starting to prove surprisingly entertaining. Hearing the master let out a soft chuckle, both Adlin and the butler freeze in place with terrified chibi faces. They whisper nervously to each other, wondering why on earth the terrifying warlord is smiling like that. Cut to later that evening, where Adlin sits comfortably on the edge of a massive, luxurious double bed inside a gorgeously decorated private bedroom. Outside in the sunlit corridor, two elite royal guards clad in heavy blue armor stand strictly at attention, guarding her doorway around the clock to ensure maximum security. Gazing around the quiet, spacious room, Adlin realizes that back at the orphanage, she had to share a tiny room with over 10 kids. And as a maid, she was packed with 5 others. This is literally the very first private bedroom she's ever owned in her entire life. Soft pink blush spreads across her cheeks as her big amber eyes shimmer with pure, genuine emotion. Hugging her warm cheeks in absolute bliss, she happily gasps that being locked up under house arrest isn't half bad at all. Talk about finding the silver lining in a total hostage situation. Bright morning sunlight bathes the magnificent grand architecture of the Sigillarion Palace, signaling the start of a brand new day across the estate. Cut to Adlin sprawled out flat on her soft mattress like a lazy starfish, sleeping in late without a single care in the world. She stretches her toes comfortably under the silky white duvet, sighing, soaking in the unprecedented luxury of resting past dawn. Suddenly, a distant baby wail, "Wath," echoes faintly through the heavy wooden doors, breaking the morning silence. Adlin groggily opens one eye, rubbing her forehead as she remembers hearing that exact same nonstop screaming right before she fell asleep last night. Sitting up on the bed and stretching her stiff lower back, she chuckles to herself that with that unbelievable lung capacity and infinite stamina, the little prince is definitely going to grow up into an absolute powerhouse. Right on cue, a polite knock rattles the wooden door as the old butler's friendly voice calls out, announcing that he's brought her a warm breakfast tray. The butler enters and sets up a cozy dining table, prompting Adlin to clasp her hands together in overjoyed gratitude. Her eyes widen into massive sparkling orbs as she catches sight of the mouth-watering spread laid out right before her eyes. The table is overflowing with freshly baked golden bread, a steaming bowl of hearty vegetable stew, fresh milk, and fine porcelain tea sets. Adlin screams internally that she did absolutely nothing but roll around in bed all day yesterday, yet she's being served a king's feast. Flowers bloom around her radiant chibi face as she purrs out that this house arrest is an absolute heaven on earth. The butler's sweat drops in sympathy, assuming she's trauma bonding, but Adlin happily chirps that her soul is being completely healed. A dreamy fantasy bubble pops up, showing her old romantic wish, marrying a handsome, hardworking guy, having cute babies, and living a simple, happy life together. She pauses with her wooden spoon midair, her eyes darkening with newfound conviction as she decides to completely rewrite her life goals. Gripping the spoon with terrifying intensity, she vows that from this exact second onward, her ultimate life dream has officially changed. Chibi Adlin prays joyfully with hard eyes, declaring that her new dream is eating 3 gourmet meals a day while doing absolutely nothing in her private room. She gushes that not working and still getting fed is 1,000,000 times better than being a noble's maid. In the corner, the butler completely faints on the floor, groaning that she's lost her mind. The sweat-dropping butler pleads with her not to harbor deep resentment toward the master, but Adlin bows eagerly, flashes an energetic thumbs up, shouting that she will happily dedicate the rest of her natural life to serving Sigillarion. Sunlight beams softly through the glass window as Adlin's cheerful voice echoes across the room, happily thanking the universe for the delicious meal. Hey, if getting kidnapped means free rent and fine dining, who can really blame her? While Adlin quietly chews on her food, the old butler leans over the table, breaking the comfortable silence with an unexpected question. He gently inquires why she's so dead set against becoming a nanny, pointing out that taking care of the baby prince pays just as well as a head maid or master chef, so why waste her natural talent? Swallowing her meal, Adlin plainly admits that taking the job would ruin her chances of ever getting married. She explains that she only joined the Sigillarion household to save up a marriage fund, and the butler sighs in understanding, agreeing that raising a kid takes so many years that she'd be far too old by the time it's over. The butler awkwardly stammers that childcare is still a deeply rewarding profession, but Adlin gives him a deadpan glare, noticing that his exhausted face completely contradicts his words. Seriously, check out that little side note revealing he spent his whole life serving the count. Talk about a man living with pure regret. Right on cue, a piercing wail, wah, echoes down the hall, causing Adlin to glance sideways as she realizes the infant is still throwing a massive tantrum. Cut to late that evening, where Adlin lies fast asleep in her grand bedroom under the soft, shimmering glow of moonlight. Suddenly, a faint creak rattles near the window. Adlin's eyes snap wide open in instant alarm. Cold sweat beads down her forehead as her eyes dart around the dark room in utter dread. Squeezing her eyes shut in terror, she frantically clutches her nightgown, internally screaming that an assassin must have snuck inside to raid the estate. Dropping to her knees on the mattress, Adlin frantically clasps her trembling hands together, begging the intruder to spare her life. She tearfully promises to confess everything she knows, only for a dark, shadowy voice above her to sinisterly ask if he should just execute her on the spot. Adlin freezes mid-plea as the familiar deep voice clicks in her brain. She slowly looks up to find Count Sigorian leaning casually against the window frame with his arms crossed. Realizing who it is, Adlin throws her hands out in utter hysteria, screaming that she was just talking nonsense in her sleep and begging him not to take her seriously. She sweats buckets, flashing a desperate, nervous grin as she stammers that an ordinary maid couldn't possibly possess any dangerous secrets anyway. Narrowing his piercing blue eyes, the Count cold-bloodedly cuts her off, stating that she knows the infant's hair and eye color. Stepping into the moonlight, he coldly lists off every bit of sensitive intel she possesses, from the baby's estimated age and arrival date to who brought him here. Adlin cringes on the bed as he reminds her that every single detail in her head is classified state intelligence. The Count turns his back, leaving Adlin slumping forward in absolute deflating despair. Dreamy memory bubbles pop up in her mind, showing her shattered life goals. First, her dream of a loving husband, and second, her backup plan of becoming a lazy, well-fed senior citizen. She tearfully bids farewell to her future, muttering that at least she lived a decent life up until now. Wiping away her tears, Chibi Adlin weeps bitterly while the Count looms ominously in her imagination. You really have to feel for her. She went from complaining about no parents to realizing she's cursed with a speedrun lifespan. Count Sigilarian looks down at her with an unreadable, deadpan expression, sternly ordering her to follow him because he requires her immediate cooperation. Adlin completely snaps, clutching her hair and screaming at the top of her lungs. She yells that if she's going to be executed anyway, she refuses to work overtime first, offering to stretch her neck out so he can chop her head off right here. Count Sigilarian recoils in absolute shock, gasping, sweat dropping as he stares at her unhinged outburst in complete confusion. He points an accusing finger, shouting when on earth he ever said he was going to kill her. Adlin screams right back that he literally threatened to murder her 2 seconds ago, yelling that his constant mood swings are going to make him go bald. The translator note even points out she's lost so much fear of death that she's openly roasting a powerful warlord. A silly thought bubble pops up, showing the Count processing the word bald in complete disbelief, while Chibi Adlin cries hysterically in the corner. Massaging his aching temple with a heavy sigh, Count Sigilarian exasperatedly explains that if he wanted her dead, he wouldn't have walked all the way to her bedroom himself. He grumbles for her to stop wailing because her loud screeching is giving him a massive migraine. Adlin blinks through her tears, wiping her mouth as the realization hits her. She confusedly asks why on earth he came all this way if it wasn't to execute her. Hiding his face in his hands, the Count lets out an exhausted breath, telling her to just go take care of the baby already. Adlin stares back at him with a completely stunned, blank expression on her face, letting out a bewildered, "Excuse me?" Unable to take it anymore, Count Sigilarian literally starts begging her, groaning in pure agony as he desperately pleads with her to just go manage the infant. Adlin remains completely frozen, staring at her terrifying, high and mighty master, currently begging a low-ranking maid for childcare help. Holding his thumping head as the distant baby wails drown out the hallway, the Count groans that she needs to stop that crying first, and then they can negotiate her official terms. Adlin tilts her head in surprise, repeating the word negotiation as her eyes light up with a spark of hope. Grabbed firmly by the wrist, Adlin lets out a cute gasp as the Count briskly pulls her off the bed, telling her to figure out her demands on the way. Fluttering her eyelashes in shock, Adlin is yanked straight into the hallway. The Count marches through the grand sunlit palace corridor at full speed, while Adlin stumbles behind him, begging him to slow down his massive strides. He bursts through the nursery doors to find absolute unhinged chaos. The baby prince is violently yanking on the old butler's hairpiece, leaving the poor old man weeping in agony as he begs the infant to let go because money can't buy a custom wig like his. The maid frantically tries to pull the baby away while the choked-out butler gasps for oxygen. Adlin stands at the doorway sweating profusely, witnessing a literal crime scene inside the royal nursery. Count Sigalarion glances at Adlin in sheer desperation, asking if they shouldn't save a human life first. Adlin nods eagerly and charges into the room, singing out that Nanny Adlin has arrived. The old butler bawls tears of pure joy, screaming that he's finally saved. Kneeling down with a warm, gentle smile, Adlin coaxingly talks to the tiny prince, coaxing him to release the butler's wig and transfer his tiny hands to her. Count Sigalarion watches from behind in utter awe at her instant control over the beast. Cut to a soft, magical pastel background, decorated with floating stars and gentle clouds. The ferocious baby prince is now fast asleep on a plush pillow, soundlessly snoring like a sweet little angel. Count Sigalarion and the old butler peer over the crib with wide, shocked eyes. The butler stammers in disbelief if the kid is really asleep, while the count deadpans if the baby straight up passed away. Wow, talk about having zero faith in normal baby sleep cycles. Sitting comfortably on the sofa, Adlin gently pats the infant's stomach, calmly reassuring them that the little master is simply taking a peaceful nap. Whew! The entire room erupts into a massive wave of relief. The butler wipes his tears, shouting that he's saved. The maid collapses in joy, and Adlin slumps back, muttering that she barely survived a near-death experience herself. Returning to his cool composure, Count Sigalarion casually orders the butler to take the rest of the night off. Suddenly, the old butler lunges forward and forcefully grabs Adlin's hands in a tight, white-gloved grip, screaming out her name with explosive passion. Tears stream down his face as he cries that he always knew they could count on her, hailing Adlin as the ultimate savior and last hope of the entire Sigalarion estate. Adlin's eyes pop out of her head in utter shock. Butler and maid start jumping up and down, throwing victory punches like wild cheerleaders, shouting endless chants for Team Sigalarion. Even Count Sigalarion awkwardly pumps his fist in the air, stammers out a stiff "Go team." Check out the bottom caption explaining that dopamine is overflowing through the staff simply because they finally got to clock out from childcare. Adlin flashes a stiff, awkward smile with a giant sweat drop on her head, completely bewildered by the sudden pep rally. The old butler literally rips off his wig in pure triumph, sprinting out the grand double doors alongside the maid like school kids escaping on summer break. Left standing alone in the quiet corridor, a dark, exhausted shadow falls over Adlin's face. She rubs her chin in deep suspicion, wondering why everyone got so wildly excited, nervously asking herself what terrifying trap she just walked into. Adlin glares suspiciously while Count Sigalarion turns his back and acts completely clueless. Sarcastic. Look at him pretending to be totally innocent. Adlin's internal alarm bells are blaring loud enough to wake the dead, screaming inside that this entire nanny proposal is a massive, carefully orchestrated trap. Cut to a stunning exterior shot of the grand estate bathed in soft moonlight, before shifting inside where Count Sigalarion watches Adlin tenderly cradle the sleeping baby prince. He notes with a subtle shift in his voice that the infant certainly seems to take a liking to her. Blushing furiously, Adlin stammers out a hurried defense, explaining that having a mountain of younger siblings made her naturally accustomed to handling rowdy kids, even if it's just a tiny bit. Leaning down closer with his arms folded, the Count coolly remarks that regardless of her past, she's undeniably good at it. Adlin pouts silently, shooting him a weary, distrustful glance. Placing a hand over her heart, Adlin tries to put her foot down once and for all, asserting that as she stated before, she simply cannot take on a permanent nanny job for anyone, let alone a royal heir. Suddenly, a dark, menacing aura engulfs the room as Count Sigalarion glares down at her with horrifying intensity. Poor Adlin breaks into a cold sweat, gasping in sheer terror, as her soul practically flees her body. Turning on his heel without another word, the Count coldly commands her to follow him to his private study. Adlin slumps behind him like a defeated zombie, squeaks out a meek acceptance. The scene pans out to reveal his magnificent, multi-tiered library and study, filled with ancient leather-bound books and moonlight streaming through arching glass windows. Seated behind his gargantuan carved wooden desk, Count Sigalarion intertwines his fingers, sternly demanding she state her terms. Adlin nervously bows, stammering that she really can't take the offer, only for him to immediately cut her off. He dryly offers to double her current salary. Adlin freezes on the spot, her eyes going wide as saucer plates. Massive financial equations flash through her head. Sigilorion already pays top-tier wages, so doubling that means a single year of work would fully fund her entire dream marriage savings. She clenches her hands tight, admitting internally that while she stood firm against duty and cute baby smiles, cold hard cash is an entirely different battle. She swallows hard, internally shrieking that double pay is far too massive of a fortune to just casually reject. Hey, at least she's honest. Money talks louder than any moral high ground. The Count observes her intense inner turmoil with a stoic posture, while a side note hilariously points out that Adeline is currently undergoing a full-blown existential crisis on the inside. Misinterpreting her stunned hesitation as dissatisfaction, the Count casually raises the offer to triple pay. Adeline almost chokes on her own breath, screaming in absolute shock. Waving her hands in a frantic blur, Adeline stammers that money isn't the issue. Well, it is a massive deal, but that's not why she's hesitating. The Count rests his chin on his hands, asking what else she could possibly want. Zooming in on his captivating blue eyes, he intensely commands her to tell him her demands, leaving the atmosphere heavy with silent anticipation. Adeline stands completely speechless, her mind racing as she tries to formulate a coherent response under his overwhelming gaze. Looking at the scattered inkwells and scrolls on the desk, Adeline confusedly questions why he's pushing her so hard. She points out that with that kind of money, she could easily hire the top professional nanny in the entire kingdom, but the Count firmly rejects the idea of bringing in any outsiders. And leaning back regally, the Count gravely explains that this mission is classified top secret. Hiring an outside nanny is basically broadcasting to royal spies that a target resides inside Sigilorion. He reassures her that he only needs her help for a few short days until the political situation stabilizes. Hearing his logical reasoning, Adeline's resolve begins to crack. She stares ahead nervously, admitting to herself that she's genuinely torn. She realizes that if she quits without a formal letter of recommendation, she'll end up back at the bottom as a penniless orphan without a guarantor, making future employment almost impossible. Weighing the options of short-term triple pay versus starting over from rock bottom, her mouth waters in temptation. Suddenly, the Count dryly interrupts her thoughts, stating that if she truly dislikes the offer, she can leave right this second. Adeline gasps in complete shock. She blinks in disbelief, asking if he's genuinely giving her permission to walk out. The Count coldly replies yes, though the moment she steps beyond his gates, there's no telling whose hands will end her life. Veins pop on Adeline's angry head as he casually adds that those deadly hands could belong to an enemy assassin or his own. Man, talk about a high-pressure corporate exit interview. Stay and get paid or leave and get assassinated. Adeline completely loses her temper, gritting her teeth in rage as she screams at him for spewing blatant nonsense. Hilariously, a side text reveals that while Count Sigilorion maintains a stone-cold, nonchalant expression on the outside, he's actually sweating bullets and burning up with sheer anxiety on the inside. Fearing she's about to refuse, the Count abruptly leans forward with wide eyes, desperately asking if she'll agree as long as it's just for a few days. Slamming both hands forcefully onto his wooden desk, he leans over with raw desperation, shouting that no matter how many days she works, he will guaranteed pay her at least triple salary. Adeline taps her cheek in utter bafflement, internally questioning if this mighty lord is actually begging her with triple pay right now. Seeing her hesitate again, the Count's face turns ghostly pale as he anxiously holds up 4 trembling fingers, stammers excitedly, stammering out 4 times her salary? Adeline throws her hands up, screaming that quadruple pay is way too insane and that she never meant it was too low. The Count desperately urges her to give a quick answer before he gets completely unreasonable. Realizing the situation has spiraled out of control, Adeline gracefully clasps her hands together with a sweet, reassuring smile. Raising 4 fingers, the Count grumbles that normally people demand 20 times their pay when negotiated, yet she cut his quadruple offer in half. He warns her to rethink it now because there won't be any further bargaining later. With a calm and resolute gaze, Adeline firmly states that she is truly, completely satisfied with just double pay. A dramatic background of blood-stained swords, chains, and falling gold coins fills the frame. Adeline reflects on her past in the orphanage and noble estates, knowing firsthand how people destroy their lives, honor, and sanity over excessive greed. She realizes that taking an inflated fortune would trap her in dangerous tasks far beyond her control. The Count stands firm, reminding her that the honor of Sigilorion and an official royal decree from the king are on the line, and her payment encompasses all that heavy responsibility. Adeline looks at him, her eyes softening as something deeply resonates within her. Flashback visuals show the legendary heritage of House Sigil-Orion, a lone armored knight surrounded by thorn vines, and the previous count riding into battle on horseback with a glinting blade. Adlin realizes that behind the count's strict words lies the crushing, lifelong burden he has carried since birth as the family's sole heir. Bowing her head respectfully, Adlin gently confirms her understanding. Recognizing the immense weight of the king's order and the estate's honor, she reiterates that double pay is more than fair. Looking straight into his eyes, she warmly adds that, after all, she belongs to House Sigil-Orion of the Depling Kingdom as well. The count stares back at her, visibly taken aback by her heartfelt loyalty. A close-up highlights Count Sigil-Orion's expressive blue eyes soften, mesmerized by her unexpected dedication. Adlin stands illuminated in the soft room light, radiating quiet confidence and grace. Fast forward a few days later. Sunlight streams over the grand, peaceful Sigil-Orion mansion as Adlin's cheerful voice echoes from the nursery room. Sitting on her bed in the soft morning glow, Adlin lovingly holds up the tiny baby Princ, giggling as she teases him for waking up past midnight when the whole world is fast asleep. Gently poking his squishy rosy cheek with her finger, she playfully calls him a cute little grumpy pants, asking if he woke up early just to keep his nanny busy. The baby Princ beams with absolute delight, letting out an adorable little hee-hee while grabbing her fingers with his tiny hands. Amazed! Look at how adorable his chubby little face is. The artist drew his expression so perfectly. Babbling out cute bah sounds, the infant reaches out, causing Adlin's heart to melt into pure mush as she squeals at his unbelievable cuteness. Scooping the baby into a warm, snuggly embrace, Adlin affectionately gushes over him, wondering out loud how many poor young ladies' hearts this tiny prince is going to break when he grows up. Noticing his dry lips, she softly holds him in her arms, deciding to pour him a refreshing drink of water first. The camera cuts to the nightstand tray, showing a jug of milk, a mug, and a tall glass bottle that has been completely drained to the very bottom. Late at night, Adlin quietly tiptoes through the grand mansion corridors, holding the baby Princ wrapped in a cozy blanket. She softly whispers to the little master, reminding him that the entire estate is asleep, so he must stay super quiet while they fetch some warm water from the kitchen. Keeping her steps light and steady, Adlin keeps moving forward down the moonlit hallway, focusing entirely on keeping the infant safe and comfortable in her arms. Suddenly, a shadowy, dark-hooded figure appears right in front of her, blocking her path in the dimly lit hallway. Adlin freezes dead in her tracks, her heart slamming against her chest. Panic completely paralyzes her as she stares into the darkness, barely able to squeeze out a terrified question, asking who on earth is standing before her. Backing away trembling, she raises her voice in sheer panic, shouting again to demand his identity as she instinctively shields the baby with her own body. With a sharp, lethal, metallic swing, the intruder draws a glinting sword right in front of her eyes. Talk about a night shift turning into a full-blown survival horror game. Pointing the deadly tip directly toward Adlin's neck, the hooded assassin coldly shushes her, whispers demanding she quietly surrender the baby Princ if she wants to keep her life. Adlin's hands tighten instinctively around the wrapped infant, pulling him tight against her chest as her mind races in pure horror. Internally, her brain goes into overdrive. She questions whether surrendering the royal child would actually guarantee her own survival or just lead to immediate execution. She vividly envisions Count Sigil-Orion's terrifying cold face holding his dark sword. Sarcastic host check. Yeah, handing over his prized royal guest is basically ordering a custom-made headstone with her name on it. A gruesome mental image flashes through her head of herself lying on the cold stone floor covered in blood after the Count finds out she surrendered the Princ. She shivers violently, realizing that failing her duty guarantees instant death by Sigil-Orion's blade. Sweating bullets as the cold metal blade tip lightly touches her maid uniform, Adlin despairs internally, screaming that whether she complies or resists, she's completely doomed either way. Scene pans out to the vast, shadowy corridor under the moonlight, emphasizing Adlin's completely helpless position against a fully armed, ruthless assassin. Narrowing his eyes behind his mask, the assassin sternly questions why a simple maid would risk her life to hold on to this specific child, asking if she even knows who he really is. The cold steel rests directly under her chin, making her choke back a soft sob. as her life hangs by a razor-thin thread. Notice how the artist captures the sheer tension in the assassin's eyes here. The stark contrast between her trembling fear and his sharp calculation is top-tier webtoon art. Trembling uncontrollably, Adeline stammers out the brutal truth. She can't hand the baby over because either choice leads straight to her execution. The assassin blinks in genuine surprise, muttering under his breath about this unusual maid. A decorative narrative card appears, describing how her soft hair shimmers under the pale moonlight, gleaming in shades of light brown and soft blonde. The assassin stares intensely at her face, examining her delicate features as sweat drops bead down her pale skin. Zooms in close on Adeline's vibrant amber red eyes, wide with pure terror, reflecting the cold gleam of his blade. Thoughts flash through the assassin's mind, realizing her unique eye color matches someone he knows. Lowering his voice, he abruptly asks if she happens to be a Mornian by blood. Adeline blinks in utter confusion, her trembling vocal cords producing only a bewildered squeak as she asks what on earth he's talking about. Lowering his sword slightly under the moonlight, the intruder presses her further, asking if her parents were from Morn. Adeline desperately stammers that she has no idea what he means. Squeezing her eyes shut, Adeline tearfully begs for mercy, crying out that she's literally just an ordinary maid hired to take care of a baby. The masked man stares down at her in deep thought, reconsidering his entire strategy in silence. With a soft click, the assassin completely lowers his weapon, stepping back from her throat. Sighing heavily under his mask, he mutters to himself that he's being ridiculous, scoffing at his own absurd assumption about her origin. Adeline clutches the baby tight, her knees shaking as she catches her breath in tentative relief. Suddenly, the assassin makes a crazy, unexpected proposal, asking if she wants to escape with him to Morn right this instant. Adeline's brain completely short-circuits as she squeaks at a confused, "Pardon?" Pointing toward the grand arched windows, he casually offers that if she walks out right now with the child, he'll personally help her settle down safely anywhere in the world she desires. Adeline looks up with wide, terrified eyes, timidly asking if refusing his offer means he'll just cut her down on the spot. Internally, her inner monologue starts spiraling. She admits to herself that she's actually wavering, like massively wavering. A flashback visualization shows chibi Adeline sulking alone in her dark room. She reasons that since she has no family, no backing, and no future in Teplin, whispering, taking a huge bribe, and running far away sounds like an absolute dream exit strategy. Her eyes widen as reality hits her hard. She pauses mid-thought, sweat trickling down her cheek. The assassin coldly orders her to decide right now. Adeline stammers uncontrollably, her words tripping over each other as she struggles to formulate an answer. But then logic kicks in. She realizes that even if she changes her identity and hides in the farthest corner of the continent, Count Sigillarion would never let her go after she trampled his family honor and abandoned her duty. A terrifying image of Count Sigillarion appears in full battle armor, surrounded by roaring blue flames as he brandishes a dark blade, declaring he has come for her head. Adeline visualizes her own bloody demise on the floor, shuddering at the realization that the Count is a relentless mad dog who never lets go once he bites. He is, after all, the infamous blood-stained sword of the king. Soft light shines over a sentimental background card, stating that perhaps her ultimate fate was sealed the very moment she accepted this baby into her life. A dramatic visual of young Adeline reaching her hands toward the bright sky appears as she accepts that her life is completely tied to her master's command. Throwing caution to the wind, Adeline squeezes her eyes shut, hugs the baby tight, and screams at the top of her lungs into the silent hallway, desperately crying out for her master to save her. She drops directly to her knees, ducking low to shield the baby. The assassin's eyes widen in absolute shock as he recoils, shouting in disbelief at her sudden outburst. Tears stream down Adeline's cheeks as she buries her face behind the blanket, frantically praying for anyone to come rescue them. Suddenly, a fierce metallic clang echoes through the hallway. A heavy steel blade intercepts the assassin's strike in midair, sparking violently. Adeline looks up in awe as a towering figure stands right in front of her like an impenetrable fortress. It's Count Sigillarion himself, unbuttoned white shirt flowing, blocking the assassin single-handedly. The close-up on Adeline's glowing amber eyes wide with absolute disbelief and overwhelming relief. She softly gasps out, "Master?" Unable to believe he actually answered her desperate plea. With a terrifying flex of physical power, Sigillarion forcefully shoves the assassin back, his sword slicing through the air with deadly grace. The assassin staggers backward into a defensive stance. Adlin's jaw literally hits the floor, seeing her intimidating master show up right on cue like an absolute. Glaring down at the intruder with chilling blue eyes, Count Sigarion compliments the assassin's guts, coldly stating that he must have a massive death wish to walk straight into Sigarion territory on his own. Talk about the ultimate protective boss moment. The hooded intruder scoffs mockingly behind his mask, eyeing the Count with cold familiarity and pointing out that Sigarion seems to be moving awfully well for a guy who was supposedly bedridden with critical injuries. Adlin's mind instantly goes into a total tailspin as she clutches the infant tight. She stares back and forth between the two men, wondering if her terrifying boss and this deadly intruder actually know each other. Glaring down with piercing blue eyes, Sigarion coldly warns the intruder that no matter how wounded he might be, he still possesses more than enough strength to decapitate him where he stands. Calling the intruder by name, Sigarion mocks General Kias for having massive guts, asking if he really thought he could sneak into Sigarion territory alone and walk back out alive. Before the intruder can even react, Sigarion roars out for his head knight Dowan to seal off the corridor and seize the assassin immediately. General Kias gasps in frustration, realizing his window of opportunity is rapidly closing, and heavy footsteps begin echoing from every corner of the mansion. The estate guards respond with a thunderous yell, rushing down the hall. Meanwhile, Kias curses internally, bitterly regretting his hesitation. She realizes he should have just eliminated the maid right away and snatched the royal infant from the start. Pushing off the polished wooden floor with explosive force, the masked general leaps backward into the shadows to make his escape. Glaring back at Adlin with sharp amber eyes, Kias clicks his tongue in pure frustration before vanishing into the night, leaving Adlin staring in complete disbelief. The armored guards sprint past Adlin in full pursuit, shouting orders to capture the assassin before he slips past the perimeter fences. As Kias leaps through the dark corridors, a vivid memory flashes across his mind of a beautiful blonde woman. He grinds his teeth in annoyance, wondering why that ordinary maid looks so eerily identical to her. Within moments, the chaotic shouts fade down the distant hall, leaving the moonlit corridor completely silent once again. Adlin collapses slightly against the wall, taking a long, shaky breath as sweat trickles down her pale cheek. Tearful drops well up in her vibrant amber eyes as she gazes down at the sleeping baby. She sniffs softly, barely daring to believe that she actually managed to survive this nightmare. But her brief moment of relief instantly vanishes as a huge shadow falls directly over her body. Feeling a spine-chilling pressure in the air, Adlin breaks out in cold sweat, nervously asking herself why on earth the mood feels 10 times more dangerous than when the assassin was here. Sigarion stands tall like a looming mountain, bathed in pale moonlight, gazing down at his trembling maid without saying a single word. His chilling gaze rests heavy on her forehead. Adlin gulp chokes on her breath, nervously asking herself why her master is staring at her like she's target practice. Sweat drips down her collar as she shrinks back, her hands trembling violently around the wrapped blanket. Notice the absolute menace radiating from Sigarion in this panel? The webtoon artist did an incredible job making his white shirt and dark blade look like pure villain energy. Stammering out a timid plea, Adlin squeaks out a tentative "Master?" hoping to break the agonizing silence. A dramatic narrative text box pops up overhead, raising the ultimate ironic question: who was the noble lord who swore on his bloodline that no harm would ever come to his household? A stylish memory visualization appears, showing Count Sigarion lounging smoothly on his sofa, declaring that he gives his solemn word to prevent any bloodshed under his roof. Adlin stares up at his intimidating face, screaming internally that he literally gave her his personal guarantee, so why is he glaring like he wants to chop her in half? A hilarious chibi-style visual highlights Adlin's utter outrage. She fumes internally, shouting that as the victim who almost got her neck sliced, she should be the one throwing a massive tantrum here. Sigarion narrows his eyes coldly, dropping an absolute bomb by casually revealing he saw her wavering and considering the assassin's offer to defect. Adlin's soul practically leaves her body as she squeaks out a horrified, "What?" Stepping closer, Sigarion bluntly states that for security and confidentiality, he's currently deciding whether it's safer to execute her right now or let her live. Talk about a boss with zero HR filter. Dark purple waves of doom surround Adlin's head as her face goes completely pale. She stammers out a terrified "No," realizing her crazy thoughts just cost her all her life points. Throwing all her dignity out the window, Adlin lunges forward and grabs onto the bottom of Sigarion's dark trousers with pure desperation. Hugging his leg like a lifeline while protecting the baby, Adeline wails hysterically, begging for mercy and swearing on her life that she'll never ever contemplate traitorous thoughts again. Tears and snot stream freely down her face as she sobs uncontrollably, crying out that she was just confused and praying he'll believe her honest repentance. Hearing all the dramatic screaming, the baby prince wakes up in her arms and joins in, wailing at the top of his tiny lungs. Sigillion just stands there looking completely done with life, staring down at his hysterical maid and screaming royal guest. Adeline's dramatic imagination triggers a hilarious fantasy funeral scene. Crying, she visualizes her own tragic tombstone reading, "Adeline, abandoned at birth, survived an orphanage, only to get beaten to death by her crazy boss." She screams internally that dying like this is ridiculously unfair. Back in reality, both Adeline and the baby are still crying in unison, creating the ultimate chaotic orchestra in the middle of a noble estate hallway. Rubbing his temples in sheer exhaustion, Count Sigilrian groans heavily, complaining that his head is about to explode from the sheer ridiculousness of this situation. Shaking his head, Sigilrian coldly orders her to stop making a scene and get up off the floor immediately. Adeline blinks her tear-filled amber eyes, sniffling softly alongside the whimpering baby as she looks up in utter bewilderment. Sigilrian repeats his command with a firm tone, telling her once again to stand up. Adeline squeaks out a frantic agreement, desperately trying to obey. But as she tries to push herself up, her knees completely collapse beneath her. She groans in sheer panic, realizing she stayed crouched in pure terror for so long that her legs have gone totally numb. Sigilrian clicks his tongue in annoyance. Trembling violently on the hardwood floor, Adeline stammers frantic apologies, begging for just a single second for her dead limbs to regain feeling. Glancing down at the worried baby prince, Adeline mentally begs her useless legs to wake up and work before her scary master loses the rest of his patience. With a clean metallic click, Sigillion slide sheaves his heavy dark blade back into its scabbard. Adeline blinks up at him in utter confusion, raising an eyebrow as she wonders what he's planning to do next. Before she can even register what's happening, two massive arms reach down and haul her straight into the air. Adeline lets out a sudden squeak of shock. Talk about peak male lead flex. In one smooth motion, Count Sigilrian casually hoists Adeline over his broad shoulder like a sack of grain, while securely cradling the baby prince in his other arm. Adeline's entire face turns bright red as she hangs upside down over his back. She stammers out a flustered squeak, asking him what on earth he thinks he's doing. Glaring ahead without missing a single beat, Sigilrian curtly tells her to shut up and stay still if she doesn't want to get dropped. Taking long, confident strides, the Grand Count begins marching down the moonlit corridor, carrying his maid and royal ward like it's totally normal afternoon groceries. Look at the hilarious dynamic contrast in this wide panel. He looks like a total battle hero, but he's literally carrying a panicking maid over his shoulder and a baby on his hip. As her braided hair sways back and forth with every heavy step, Adeline's brain goes into ultimate panic mode once again. She whimpers internally, frantically worrying if her brutal boss is carrying her straight to the execution block or a hidden slaughterhouse. Hanging upside down like a sack of potatoes, Adeline lets out a miserable, tearful, whimpering sob, snort, cry, as her scary boss carries her and the royal ward down the silent hallway. Hanging limply over his shoulder, Adeline stares down at the wooden floor with hollow eyes, drowning in internal anguish as she asks herself what cosmic sin she committed to end up in this ridiculous mess. With a firm, echoing clack, the thick, ornate double door swings shut, locking the three of them inside the estate's Grand Master suite. Blinking her amber eyes in shock, Adeline suddenly realizes where she is as Count Sigilrian gently sets the sleeping baby prince onto the soft velvet sofa. Talk about an emergency room upgrade. She went from execution suspect to bedroom guest in 5 seconds flat. Cradled safely among the plush couch cushions, the cute little crown prince lets out a soft, adorable baby snore, completely blissfully unaware of the political chaos revolving around his tiny blanket. Wanting to make herself useful before her terrifying boss changes his mind, Adeline frantically rushes forward with quick steps, stammering out that she'll handle the baby care duties immediately. Sigilrion looks down at her with sharp blue eyes, dropping a heavy truth bomb by reminding her that sticking with him was the wisest decision she ever made, since that choice is the only reason she's still breathing. Cold sweat trickles down Adeline's forehead as her soul practically leaves her body. She stammers out a trembling apology, realizing her cunning boss overheard every single word of her desperate negotiation with the masked assassin. Desperately trying to defend her honor, Adeline clutches her white apron in pure desperation, whimpering that the intruder literally had a razor-sharp blade pressed directly against her throat. In a hilariously dramatic chibi visual, Adeline brings her fingers up to her collarbone, swearing on her life that the sword was massive, terrifying, and practically touching her skin. Sigilrion deadpans without moving a single muscle, sarcastically mocking her excuse by noting how simple it was, one blade to her neck, and she was ready to leak state secrets, hand over the crown prince, and pack her bags for enemy territory. Flustered beyond belief, Adeline stomps her foot in outrage, yelling back that she didn't take it lightly at all, and only hesitated for a microsecond while an oversized deadly weapon was waving in her face. Crossing his arms over his unbuttoned white shirt, Count Sigilarion groans heavily, admitting that the only reason he isn't slicing her down right now is because there's nobody else available to nurse this fussy infant. Hearing her potential execution delayed, Adeline instantly scoops up the baby and hugs him like a human shield, tearfully agreeing that nobody else in the entire manor could possibly manage such a high-maintenance little master. Putting on the ultimate Oscar-worthy pity performance, Adeline sobs dramatically to the baby, begging him to grow up well, even if she gets executed. Visualizing her plan, a funny secondary text box points out her true strategy: look as pitiful as humanly possible to survive. Rubbing his temple in pure disbelief, Count Sigilrion groans out loud, completely overwhelmed by his maid's sheer dramatics. Sigilrion rubs his face, grumbling that thinking about executing her gives him an instant headache. Hearing that she's off the hook, Adeline's face brightens up instantly as she praises his glorious, supreme wisdom. But her joyful celebration dies instantly as Sigillion narrows his dark eyes, strictly declaring that after her suspicious performance earlier, he can't possibly leave her unsupervised. Talk about getting your hopes crushed in record time. Sigilrion rests his fingers beneath his jaw, contemplating the security situation with a razor-sharp, calculating expression. Drop a bomb moment, a bold text box appears as Sigilarion issues a stern directive. For the foreseeable future, Adeline will be forced to live inside his personal bedroom. Adeline's eyes pop wide in pure shock as she squeaks out a horrified pardon, while Sigilarion smoothly explains that keeping her locked right where he can watch her is his only path to peace of mind. Raising his hand with total authority, the Count challenges her to present a better alternative, one that guarantees top-tier security while ensuring she won't try defecting again. Adeline completely freezes up, her jaw dropping as her mind goes completely blank, trying to find a counter-argument to her boss's ruthless logic. Nervous chuckles echo in her head as she visualizes the sheer insanity of rooming with her intimidating boss, telling herself that even with a baby in the room, this situation is utterly insane. Her vivid imagination takes over as she pictures the local maid staff whispering behind her back in the kitchen. Just look at those gossiping maid shadows. The webtoon artist perfectly captured every worker's worst nightmare of becoming the center of estate rumors. Sweat drips down her neck as she realizes the brutal reality. If she dares to reject his room-sharing offer right now, her scary boss will instantly opt for the second option. Right on cue, Count Sigilarion casually draws his dark blade with a smooth slide sound, nonchalantly declaring that if she refuses, executing her right now is a minor hassle he's willing to endure. Dark purple stress lines overtake Adeline's face as she screams internally, wildly asking why her fragile life keeps getting twisted into higher levels of absolute madness. Clutching her apron fabric until her knuckles turn white, Adeline stammers out a timid question, desperately asking how long this forced cohabitation sentence is going to last. Resting his hand against his cheek, Sigilrion calmly responds that she'll stay until he decides it's enough, reassuring her with a dry smirk that it won't be forever. Fuming in chibi rage, Adeline grinds her teeth internally, complaining that he's acting like he's doing her a grand favor for something totally obvious, before asking out loud for an actual time frame. Sigillion smirks coldly, asking her if she honestly thought he brought the enemy kingdom's crown prince all the way to his domain just to raise him like a normal family member. Dropping a massive tactical reveal, Solarion bluntly admits that the royal baby is nothing more than grand bait designed to draw out the shadowy mastermind who was attempting to recruit her. A dramatic flash visual shows General Kias clad in his dark assassin cloak, holding his gleaming sword in the moonlit shadows. The baby prince raises his tiny arms with a cute babble, completely oblivious, while Adlin's mind shatters into a million pieces upon realizing her adorable ward is being used as live warbait. Outside, the grand Sigillian estate stands magnificent under the luminous blue night sky, completely serene on the outside, despite the wild conspiracies happening within. Adlin pictures the masked intruder's cold eyes, recalling the legendary title of General Kias, while shivering at the insane idea of trying to capture a top-tier war veteran. Cradling the infant tight, Adlin musters up the courage to ask who the masked assassin actually is, only for Solgerian to casually reply that he's the biological uncle of the baby sitting in her arms. Adlin blinks her amber eyes in pure, unadulterated confusion, her brain completely stalling out at this outrageous family drama reveal. Screaming out in sheer shock, Adlin gasps that the terrifying midnight intrusion wasn't a brutal assassination attempt at all, but a heroic rescue mission by a devoted uncle trying to save his baby nephew. Adlin's dramatic fantasy kicks into overdrive as she weeps internally, painting Kias as a tragic, noble hero risking his life alone in enemy territory. Meanwhile, red anger veins pop on Sigilrion's forehead as he listens to her praise the enemy. Glaring down with terrifying malice, Sigildrion growls that her choice of words is remarkably offensive, asking if she'd prefer he end her life right now for singing praises to an enemy commander. Waving her hands frantically in front of her chest, Adlin shrieks out a rapid-fire denial, frantically clarifying that she only meant he's a doting uncle from the baby's personal perspective. Exhausted beyond belief by her endless nonsense, Sigilrion groans heavily, while Adlin collapses onto the couch in sweet relief as the baby playfully tugs at her blonde braids. Turning his gaze forward, Count Sigillarion's relaxed demeanor completely vanishes, replaced by the grim seriousness of a seasoned military ruler. In a cold, grave tone, Sigilfrion explains that the moment the infant crown prince steps foot back in the Morn Kingdom, General Kias will launch an all-out military invasion against Teplon. Walking across the hardwood floor with steady strides, Sigilrion adds that Morn is only holding back their armies because Teplon holds their sole royal heir hostage. The sheer weight of the situation hits Adlin like a ton of bricks as cold sweat covers her face, realizing how close she came to triggering a continental catastrophe. Turning his head back with piercing blue eyes, Count Solarion delivers the terrifying bottom line. If she had surrendered the child to the assassin, Teplon would be engulfed in catastrophic war flames by tomorrow morning. Adeline and the baby stare back at him in complete frozen horror, realization washing over her as she internalizes the terrifying magnitude of the secret she's now carrying. Sigilrion rests his hand against the plush couch, leaning in dangerously close to Adlin as he coldly asks if she was genuinely ready to hand the crown prince over to his so-called noble uncle. Hovering right over her with an intimidating glare, Sigilrion asks if she truly intended to turn to plant the very land she calls home into a horrific blood-soaked battlefield. Cold sweat drops down Adlin's pale cheeks as her heart skips a beat, whimpering out a breathless gasp as the sheer magnitude of her near blunder sinks in. Desperately shaking her head, Adlin stammers out a frantic denial, swearing up and down that she had absolutely no clue about the high-stakes geopolitical war games attached to this baby. Sigilrion narrows his razor-sharp blue eyes, scrutinizing her trembling face to see if she's telling the truth or just playing dumb. His gloved fingers tighten against the couch cushion fabric, weighing the sheer dangerous unpredictability of keeping a completely clueless maid near the most targeted child on the continent. Pushing himself up, Count Sigilrion mutters that as long as her thick brain finally understands the dire stakes now, that's all that matters. Standing tall in his unbuttoned shirt, Sigiltrion bluntly lays out the timeline. She'll be locked in his room for a few days, maybe a few months, strictly until they lure out and capture General Caius. He sternly warns her not to think she's safe just by avoiding Caius, asking what she thinks happens to the Morn Kingdom if its last remaining royal heir disappears. Twirling her blonde braid nervously, Adeline stammers that royal rights of succession and crown prince politics are completely beyond a lowly maid's mental capacity. Sigilrion paints a grim picture, explaining that without a clear heir, anyone in Morn can step up to claim the crown. It becomes an open invitation for bloodthirsty tyrants. And who wouldn't jump at the chance to become king if all it takes is slaughtering one tiny infant? Talk about zero chill from our male lead laying out dark medieval reality. Dark visual deepens into a swirling shadow as Sigilrion ominously asks her what would happen to a helpless maid standing right beside a baby targeted by every assassin in the realm. Adeline's eyes pop wide in sudden horror as she clutches the baby tight, squeaking out if that means she's going to end up collateral damage and die too. Sigillion coolly shrugs his shoulders, casually confirming that her survival chances are practically zero. Gotta love how nonchalantly this man delivers a literal death sentence. He's reading her life expectancy like a boring weather forecast. Stepping closer with total authority, Sigilrion declares that this exact lethality is why he's keeping her right under his nose 24/7, demanding to know if she has any objections. Adeline sags down in utter defeat, squeaking out that she has none, while secondary text boxes capture her internal mental breakdown. She screams inside that she hasn't even held hands with the guy before, yet now she's forced into a room-sharing lockdown with her terrifying boss. The scene shifts to the glowing lamps inside the master's luxurious bedroom suite. A narrative sidebox notes how a humble maid miraculously ended up rooming with the Lord, only for a glaring text box to reveal the immediate nightmare. The tiny master refuses to sleep. The baby prince sits up with sparkling, wide-awake eyes, letting out a cheerful baby babble while Adeline stares at him in complete sleepless despair. Sweat dripping down her forehead, Adeline tries begging the infant, whining that it's way past bedtime and he needs his sleep to grow big and strong. A cute secondary text joke highlights the baby wiggling on his blanket as if declaring, "Adorable little me is staying up all night. Look at those baby cheek squishes. This kid is weaponizing pure cuteness against a sleep-deprived maid." Adeline opens her mouth wide in a massive, agonizing yawn, tears pricking her eyes from total exhaustion. Covering her face in dramatic awe, Adeline gasps internally, asking when this tiny prince mastered such a fatal, heart-melting crawling pose and how she's supposed to survive those squishy cheeks. Glancing over at the wooden mantle clock showing past 2 in the morning, Adeline screams inside that no matter how cute he is, 2 a.m. is not the time for midnight playtime. Trying to distract the hyper child, Adeline gently picks him up, cheerfully asking if he wants to go look out the window to see what the sleeping birds are doing. Before she can even take a step, Sigilrion's cold voice cuts through the room like a razor, warning her that a lit window at night is a prime target for sniper arrows, and to keep her butt inside. Adeline flinches so hard, her soul shivers. Turning her head, Adeline spots Sigilrion lounging on the couch, calmly reading a thick hardcover book like it's a casual Sunday afternoon. Adeline slumps her shoulders, whimpering out a defeated agreement while dark purple depression lines reign over her head. Watching him turn a page, Adeline marvels in sheer awe that, after fighting off deadly assassins, her monster boss can just sit upright reading literature while she's ready to faint. Gently poking the baby's soft cheek, Adeline gushes over his adorable dimples while Sigillion silently watches her play from behind his book in the background. Sitting on the carpeted floor, Adeline groans out loud, wondering when on earth she's allowed to sleep as the baby babbles cheerfully, totally unfazed by the hour. A dramatic spiked secondary text box bursts on screen with Adeline's dark theory, fearfully asking if her scary boss is intentionally subjecting her to sleep deprivation torture as punishment for almost defecting. Sigilrion peeks over the top of his book with a sharp glance, watching Adeline hold the baby near the massive mahogany bookshelves. Closing his eyes slightly, Sigilrion breaks the silence, asking her how on earth she planned to survive if she had actually crossed over into the Morn Kingdom. Adeline blinks in surprise, letting out a confused, "Pardon?" Sigilrion snaps his book shut with a firm thud, demanding to know how she expected to live alone in enemy territory after abandoning all her assets and family in Teplin. Adeline clutches the infant against her shoulder, her mind trailing off as the sudden question catches her completely off guard. Sigillarian sits back against the sofa cushion, his unbuttoned shirt showing off his impressive abs while he waits for her answer. Honestly, can we talk about how this count treats a random midnight interrogation like a shirtless romance novel cover shoot? Lowering her eyes, Adeline reveals her painful backstory, explaining that the second she was born, she was abandoned and dumped at an orphanage, meaning she has no parents, no family, and zero wealth. Sigillarian's cold expression softens slightly as he listens to her quiet confession, gasp, turning his head to look directly into her eyes. Clasping her hands around the baby, Adeline adds that working as a humble maid never allowed her to save much money, so she doesn't own a house, land, or even a single head of livestock. Resting his hand over his mouth, Sigillarian mutters out loud that having so few ties to Teplan means it really wouldn't be strange if she bolted with General Kias the next chance she gets. Resting his jaw against his hand, Sigillarian stares at her intensely, asking how he's supposed to hold on to her and guarantee her loyalty under these conditions. Adeline blinks her big amber eyes, hugging the baby tighter as she stammers out another confused squeak. Sigillarian leans forward, rubbing his fingers together, explaining that a trustworthy person needs family, cherished friends, or valuable assets they refuse to abandon. Something that keeps them steady, even when a blade is pointed at their throat. Close-up of Adeline's glowing amber eyes, listening in silent awe as her master's deep, calculating logic sinks in. Sigillarian finishes his sentence with absolute cold certainty, stating that only someone with true collateral won't waver when faced with death. Desperately raising her hand, Adeline frantically promises that she swears on her life she'll never give in to an intruder again. Sigillarian immediately deadpans from the couch, stating bluntly that he doesn't believe a word coming out of her mouth. Stomping her foot on the floor in pure chibi fluster, Adeline yells back, asking what on earth he expects her to do then. Sigillarian looks right into her eyes with a terrifyingly calm face, deadpanning if he should just execute her right now to solve the trust problem once and for all. A funny chibi reaction panel pops up as Adeline lets out a dramatic shock gasp, her jaw hitting the floor at his casual death threat. The camera pans out to the magnificent Sigillarian manor under the bright moonlit night. Sigillarian grumbles that he's uneasy, prompting Adeline to scream at the top of her lungs, asking if he could possibly be more uneasy than her, crying out for mercy. The scene shifts to the next morning as warm golden sunlight streams through the grand arch window of the master bedroom suite, illuminating the elegant room after a long, chaotic night. Adeline rubs her tired eyes as bright golden morning light streams through the grand bedroom window, murmuring to herself in utter disbelief that morning has already arrived after such an exhausting, sleepless night. Her eyes snap wide open in a panic as her ears catch an ominous swishing noise right across the master suite. Bolting upright on the soft leather sofa cushion, Adeline blinks away her disorientation, completely unable to recall the exact moment her exhausted body finally gave out and surrendered to sleep. Glancing frantically around the luxurious chamber, she gasps internally, desperately wondering where on earth the tiny prince disappeared to while she was out cold. Relief instantly washes over her as she spots the adorable infant fast asleep beside her, his tiny hands tightly clutching the edge of her maid apron. Look at him, clinging onto her like a little koala bear. This baby really found his human security blanket. But just as she exhales a sigh of relief, Adeline turns her head toward the center of the bedroom, sensing a strange, heavy aura lingering nearby. Standing in the middle of the chamber, Count Sigillarian is completely shirtless with bandages wrapped tight around his lower torso, swinging his heavy steel sword through the air with terrifying precision. Adeline stares wide-eyed at her master's intense morning workout routine, wondering what kind of insane man starts aggressively practicing lethal sword techniques at the crack of dawn. Sigillarian pauses his training to wipe a streak of sweat from his brow, his sharp blue eyes full of intense, cold calculation. Turning around with his gleaming blade lowered, Sigillarian calmly asks if she's finally awake, acting as if swinging a sharp weapon next to a sleeping baby is totally normal morning etiquette. Sitting awkwardly on the couch while keeping the sleeping baby safe, Adeline squeaks out whether he got any sleep at all, to which Sigillarian dryly replies that he slept just fine and merely woke up early due to a heavy mind. Adeline nods along nervously, but inside her head, wild alarms start blaring as she ponders what disturbing thoughts could drive him to wield a sword with such lethal force before breakfast. Hilarious mental breakdown visualization pops up as Adeline imagines Sigillarian executing a dramatic overhead slash, mentally begging him not to chop her into pieces and swearing eternal loyalty. The way her anxiety turns a casual morning workout into a medieval horror movie is peak dramatic maid energy. Calming her racing thoughts, Adeline shifts her gaze over to Sigillarian's bare back, taking in the full sight of her commanding employer. She notices that without his formal jacket, Sigillarian looks surprisingly broad and imposing, his tight back muscles covered in countless faded scars from years of relentless battles. Remembering her past maid assignments, Adeline recalls how high society aristocrats constantly gossiped about Sigillarian behind closed doors, snidely mocking him for earning his noble status through bloodshed on the battlefield rather than refined family lineage. Those snobbish nobles chuckled callously that a ruthless warrior belonged on the bloody front lines forever, so they wouldn't have to endure his unrefined presence at high society balls. Even back then as a simple tea maid, Adeline couldn't help but feel disgusted by their hypocrisy, reasoning that commoners only enjoyed peaceful lives because warriors like Sigillarian repeatedly put their lives on the line for the realm. Lowering her head, Adeline quietly wonders if her sympathetic view was just naive maid ignorance, or if she was the only one who saw the painful truth behind his military title. Looking back at Sigillarian's waist, Adeline spots a deep, painful dark purple bruise seeping through his white bandages. Her eyes soften with genuine concern as she realizes he took severe injuries during yesterday's lethal assassin ambush, yet he's already back on his feet without a single complaint. Sigillarian grabs his crisp white button-up shirt and slips it over his muscular shoulders, preparing to start his official duties for the day. Noticing her lingering gaze, Sigillarian pauses while buttoning his cuffs and asks what she's staring at, causing Adeline to flush pink and quickly wave her hands in embarrassment. When Adeline sheepishly notes that a powerful count usually has valets to dress him, scoffs, Sigillarian bluntly replies that no valet follows a commander onto a bloody battlefield, making her nod in total agreement. Suddenly, Sigillarian's intense blue eyes lock onto her with laser focus as the atmosphere in the room grows heavy once again. Leaning down slightly toward her, Sigillarian admits he spent the entire night pondering what could possibly tie a rootless orphan maid like her down to this kingdom. Adeline squeaks in panic, asking if he's seriously back on his trust paranoia, but Sigillarian sternly demands she name one single thing she values as much as her own life, something she would never willingly abandon. Adeline fidgets under his piercing gaze, her mind going completely blank, because as a penniless orphan, she literally owns zero valuable possessions or family ties. Feeling his dangerous patience running thin, Adeline realizes she urgently needs to fabricate a believable answer before he decides to treat her like a security threat again. Adeline hesitantly blurts out that if she had a family of her own, she could never bring herself to abandon them, though internally she prays he doesn't realize she's never actually experienced having one. She justifies her white lie to herself, reasoning that building a warm, loving family has always been her ultimate life dream anyway. Sigillarian rests his fingers on his chin, quietly repeating the word family as if a massive light bulb just went off in his strategic military brain. But just as Adeline thinks she cleared the hurdle, Sigillarian dryly points out that countless treacherous people abandon their families every day for money or power. Outraged by his cynical worldview, Adeline passionately exclaims that those are just heartless monsters, declaring her dream was always to find a good husband, raise adorable babies in peace. Sigillarian stares at her flushed face, processing her dramatic outburst with deadpan intrigue. Blushing furiously down to her collarbone, Adeline stammers out that this exact dream was why she originally rejected becoming the prince's permanent nanny, since devoted nanny maids rarely get to start families of their own. Sigillarian nods along, chuckles, his sharp mind connecting the dots in the most absurdly pragmatic way possible. Looking her straight in the eyes, Sigillarian bluntly sums up her entire emotional speech into one ridiculously simple conclusion, asking if all she really needs is a man. Adeline's soul instantly leaves her body as she lets out a shrill shock screech, completely floored by his absurd oversimplification. Adeline jumps off the couch screaming that he'll completely miss the point of her dream, but Sigillarian calmly mutters that her desire actually makes his security strategy 10 times easier. Pointing his finger with absolute military authority, Sigillarian nonchalantly promises to personally find her a prospective husband. Talk about an unexpected job benefit, your terrifying boss turned high-stakes matchmaker. He boasts that he'll mobilize the full political clout and resources of the Sigillaron Duchy to select a top-tier candidate tailored to her exact taste. Adeline aggressively waves her hands in chibi terror, mentally screaming that no sane maid on the continent wants her terrifying military employer handpicking her future husband. Sigillaron casually adds that if eligible bachelors refuse, he'll simply kidnap or hunt one down and drag him to her feet, since abduction happens to be his military specialty. Adeline almost faints on the spot. Sigillaron genuinely wonders why she looks horrified, claiming she should be grateful for a noble lord hosting an arranged marriage for a maid, forcing a defeated agreement out of her trembling lips. Clasping her trembling fingers together, Adeline stares down at her apron, her heart heavy with a painful reality he completely fails to understand. Lowering her eyes, she softly mutters whether a man forced into marriage by military abduction could ever truly grow to love a lowly maid like her. The scene shifts into a soft, emotional reflection as Adeline wonders if two strangers can ever truly build a happy life without genuine love, having spent her entire orphan life yearning for true affection. Sigillaron's deep voice cuts through the melancholic silence, repeating the unfamiliar word love with genuine confusion. Adeline gently lifts her head, her cheeks tinged with a soft rosy pink, as she softly confirms that true love is the one condition she can never compromise on. Adeline continues her passionate speech, insisting that she doesn't want an arranged marriage built on cold political conditions, but a genuine relationship where two people truly love each other. She politely begs Sigillaron not to use his military powers to drag a terrified groom to her feet, promising that she'll find her own husband when the time is right. But as the silence stretches on, Adeline's heart begins to sink into pure panic. Watching Sigillaron stand completely motionless, she internally freaks out, convinced he's secretly thinking, how dare this lowly maid reject my generous favor? I should just chop her down right here. Desperate to save her own neck, Adeline instantly backtracks with a sweet, terrified smile, folding her hands together while stammering that if finding a partner ever becomes an absolute emergency, she'll gladly beg for his help. Look at her telling him to go ahead and use his kidnapping expertise whenever necessary. Talk about top-tier workplace survival instincts. Adeline keeps her hands clasped tight, sweating profusely as she mentally cries over how absurdly exhausting high society social life really is. Meanwhile, Sigillaron just stands there staring down at her with total deadpan indifference. Suddenly, heavy knocks echo from the main entrance of the chamber as a polite voice calls out through the thick wood, asking if the master is awake. Adeline's face brightens instantly as if a literal angel just descended from the heavens. She mentally praises Hen the butler for his absolute god-tier timing, watching him step inside carrying a medical tray while greeting both of them warmly. Adeline sheepishly greets the butler back before turning her gaze to Sigillaron, softly asking how severe his combat injuries actually are. Sigillaron dismissively mutters that it's nothing worth mentioning. But Hen the butler instantly loses his mind. He gasps in utter horror, loudly scolding his master for calling deep blade wounds nothing, insisting that they'll take months to heal and demanding that a royal physician be summoned this instant. Sigillaron quickly steps up to Hen, gently grabbing the old man's shoulders to calm him down. He sternly warns the emotional butler that the absolute worst thing right now is letting rival nobles or assassin factions discover his commander is severely wounded, reminding him that he already treated the cuts and just needs rest. Hen sniffles loudly, begging that he at least be allowed to clean the open cuts and apply fresh dressings before any official meetings. Sigillaron sighs softly and unbuttons his shirt again, revealing his broad, heavily battle-scarred torso. Standing behind them, Adeline lowers her eyes to his waist, her heart aching as she realizes he took brutal damage during yesterday's ambush despite acting completely unfazed. Wanting to make herself useful, Adeline steps forward with her palms open, softly asking her master to hand over his outer tunic so she can hold it for him. Sigillaron turns his head, his sharp blue eyes locking onto her with a cool, contemplative gaze. Adeline steps right up beside his towering frame, taking the heavy linen fabric onto her arms, while standing ridiculously close to his bare, muscular chest. Glancing up at his broad shoulders, Adeline takes in the staggering number of old, faded blade scars crisscrossing his chest and back, realizing every single mark represents a life-or-death battle he fought for the kingdom. Looking down at his bandages, Adeline quietly wonders to herself if Sigillaron is refusing proper medical treatment simply because tiny Prince Shed is fast asleep in the exact same room. Sigillaron hands the rest of his gear to her, casually stating that he's completely fine and thoroughly accustomed to managing severe injuries on his own, without making a spectacle. Adeline holds his clothes tight against her apron, her eyes filled with genuine concern as she gazes up at her stern employer. Sigillarion pauses, catching the warm, sympathetic look in her eyes as the room quietens down once again. Adeline softly urges him to please sit down and receive proper care, her gentle tone making it clear she won't let him brush off his health so easily. Sigillarion silently processes her gentle persistence, his intense expression softening just a fraction under her honest care. Turning his gaze back toward the dressing table, he steps past her so the old butler can finally begin applying the remedies. Adeline remains standing there, watching his broad back with a slight blush warm on her cheeks. Hen, the butler, picks up a pair of metal tweezers and a ball of cotton soaked in stinging disinfectant, humming happily to himself as he boasts about personally handpicking the finest medical herbs in the province. Hen carefully steps up behind Sigillarion, gently dabbing the saturated cotton onto the severe purple bruise on his lower back. Hand winces in sympathy as he cleans the laceration, anxiously asking his lord if the antiseptic burns terribly. Holding the shirt tight, Adeline watches the butler's overly dramatic procedure, softly reflecting that showing pain out loud usually makes injuries feel far more bearable. Sigurion's face twitches in sheer annoyance as he groans that Hend is driving him insane, dryly pointing out that anyone overhearing them from the hallway would assume the butler was the one who got stabbed. Hearing his master's dry snark, Hay dramatically drops to his knees with tears streaming down his face. He raises his hands in absolute agony, wailing that he would gladly take 100 lethal blades for his commander, sobbing that seeing his lord injured rips his poor old heart into shreds. Give this butler an Oscar right now. The dramatic theatrical flair in this mansion is unreal. Sigillarion groans loudly and apologizes to his weeping servant just to shut him up, while Hen sniffles and mutters that he's a mean master. Watching their hilarious banter, Adeline can't help but let out a soft, fun smile. Reflecting on the scene, Adeline recalls how she originally assumed the head butler was a cold, ruthless taskmaster who forced tyrannical rules on the staff like of Sigillarion, by Sigillarion, for Sigillarion. Check out that historical speech parody. But in truth, the pay was incredibly generous and the workplace had zero noble discrimination. Watching Hen scream in chibi terror over a single speck of blood while Sigillarion shouts that he isn't dying, Adeline realizes the butler isn't scary at all. He's literally just a dramatic grandfather overly anxious about his favorite grandson. Hend finishes wiping down the wounds and reaches for the rolls of clean white cotton bandages sitting on the wooden tray. A close-up shot reveals the final bandaging job wrapped around Sigillarion's waist, which looks like a completely chaotic, loose, lurching disaster wrapped by a blind toddler. Adeline stares at his lower torso in utter deadpan horror, her face flushing bright red as her mind explodes. She mentally screams, "Wait, excuse me? What part of that loose mess is done? Is that even legally considered medical treatment?" Hen proudly wipes a tear from his eye, declaring that practice makes perfect and he's basically a half-doctor now. When Sigillarion actually praises him for improving, Adeline's mind loses it completely. A half-doctor? You're not even a tiny fraction of one. Is Master not injured enough? Who is this butler actively trying to kill? Sigillarion reaches his hand back toward Adeline, holding out his open palm. He glances over his shoulder, calmly asking if she's going to return his white shirt to him or keep holding it all day, showing off his ridiculously sculpted, bare, muscular torso once more as he stands waiting for his garment. Adeline snaps out of her wide-eyed shock with a squeak, frantically babbling, "Ah, right, Master's clothes," as she rushes forward to hand the shirt back. Handing over the folded fabric, Adeline tries her absolute best to keep her gaze fixed straight ahead, but her eyes involuntarily drift right back down to his disastrously wrapped abdomen. Looking at the sagging, tangled mess of cloth barely clinging to his waist, Adeline mentally covers her eyes in absolute agony. She screams internally that no matter how hard she tries to ignore it, the visual atrocity is burning her retinas. Sigillarion casually slips his arms into his shirt sleeves, completely unaware of her distress, while Adeline buries her red face in both hands, dying inside. She mentally groans that watching him wear that terrible bandage is just as unbearable as watching a baby sit around in a filthy, unchanged diaper. Unable to tolerate the medical nightmare for another single second, Adeline reaches her hand out and blurts, Master, wait a moment. Sigiltrian stops mid-action while buttoning his sleeve cuffs, turning his head alongside Hen to stare back at her in deep confusion. Pointing a trembling finger at the tangled cloth peeking through his open shirt, Adlin timidly asks if she could please redo the entire bandage for him. Sigilrion and Hen both stand frozen in total silence. Blink, blink at her sudden proposal. The butler glares in offended shock while Sigillion raises a subtle eyebrow, stunned that a simple maid is questioning their medical standard. Adlin quickly waves her hands with a sweet, nervous grin, stammering that she doesn't know much and isn't very skilled, while internally swallowing down her real thoughts. I could literally do a better job with my feet. Sigildrion gazes down at her overly polite expression with a faint, amused smirk, seeing right through her awkward maid facade as she prepares to fix his dreadful bandages. Hearing Adlin explain her healthcare background, Hen the butler gasps in utter astonishment while holding his tray. Adlin quickly waves her hands to clarify that since she grew up in a penniless orphanage where kids were constantly getting hurt, they simply had to learn basic field medicine themselves to survive. Sigilrion glances down at her with his usual stoic posture, giving her his full permission to take over. Adlin gulps softly, agreeing to do her best. Taking a cautious step across the polished wooden floor, Adlin approaches the towering commander, politely asking him to hold still. As she steps right into his personal space, Hen watches from behind with extreme intensity, completely fascinated to see how a simple maid is going to fix his master's bandages. Hen leans in closer with wide eyes, holding his breath as if he's about to witness a sacred medical miracle. Look at this old butler's hyper-focus. He's taking notes like there's going to be a pop quiz later. Adlin gently reaches her fingers toward the chaotic, tangled cloth wrapped around his sculpted midsection. Her face turns bright red as she realizes her hands are mere inches away from his bare skin, her heart hammering against her ribs from sheer nervousness. Looking up into his intense blue eyes, Adlin timidly asks if he could please lift his broad arm so she can untie the messy knot. Sigilrion obliges without a word, raising his arm and exposing his massive, heavily muscled chest right in front of her face. Adlin panics internally, wondering why on earth he's staring down at her so intensely. A high-intensity close-up reveals Sigilrion's icy blue eyes fixed straight on her, his sharp jawline tight as he stands completely motionless. Adlin mentally screams in absolute agony, crying to herself that his deadly silent death glare is making her 10 times more anxious than she already was. Squeezing out an overly sweet, apologetic smile, Adlin promises out loud that she will be as gentle as humanly possible so it won't hurt him. Reaching for the tangled cotton around his waist, she carefully begins picking apart the tight knots Hen left behind. But as she threads her delicate fingers under the linen wrap, gasp, her warm fingertips accidentally brush directly against his bare, solid waist. Sigilrion instantly flinches, his blue eyes widening in sudden shock as a subtle jolt shoots right through his spine. Adlin pauses in sheer panic, nervously asking if she heard him. Sigilrion quickly turns his head away with a flush warming his cheeks, awkwardly stammering that it doesn't hurt at all and telling her generally to pull harder. Holding his breath while standing stiff as a board, Sigilrion mentally freaks out, wondering why her light touch gave him such a weird, ticklish electric sensation. Oh man, the mighty feared commander of the kingdom is completely defeated by a light tickle. Wanting to pull the loose bandage clear, Adlin leans right against his solid torso, wrapping both arms all the way around his broad waist to pull the linen from his back. Sigilrion's eyes practically pop out of his head as her soft body presses right against his bare chest, a massive wave of sudden shock blasting through his entire system. His mind completely short-circuits as a fiery red blush explodes across his face, his heart beating out of his chest while he internally screams in total panic. Completely oblivious to his internal catastrophe, Adlin mentally complains that his frame is so ridiculously huge her arms can barely touch behind his back. She hilariously wonders if her employer is secretly a giant hibernating bear. With a swift, practiced movement, Adlin pulls the knot free and unrolls the messy cotton layer by layer. The tangled wraps slip down his body and fall neatly onto the floor, finally exposing his bare waist. Sigilrion quickly clears his throat and stammers that her untying didn't hurt a bit, desperately trying to maintain his tough guy front. But as the cloth drops away, Adlin's eyes widen in genuine horror as she gets a full view of the brutal blade laceration carved deep into his side. Staring at the angry red cut, She quietly reflects on how terrifyingly deep the blade went, marveling at how he managed to walk around without flinching or letting out a single scream. Adeline softly hovers her fingers near the edge of the severe wound, her heart heavy with sympathy as she inspects the damaged flesh. Feeling her soft touch so close to his open wound, Sigillarion suddenly lets out a loud, awkward cough to break the heavy tension. Adeline quickly pulls her hands back, bowing her head and apologizing for staring so long. Looking down, she reflects that she always assumed wealthy, high-ranking nobles live purely peaceful, easy lives. But seeing his body proves how wrong she was. Sigillarion remains silent, his intense expression softening as he senses the quiet, sincere empathy in her voice. A majestic sword emblem appears on screen, highlighting how the kingdom glorifies Sigillarion as the ultimate invincible shield, completely blind to the grueling, lonely burden he carries every single day. Looking at his scar-covered back in her mind, Adeline realizes that whether someone is a poor orphan like her or a legendary noble warrior, every single person carries hidden pain. She was never the only one suffering. Suddenly, Hen the butler grabs Adeline's hands with glowing admiration, cheering that she wraps bandages better than a royal doctor, and reminding her never to forget that he's the genius who hired her. Adeline giggles sweetly, while Sigillarion silently buttoning his crisp white shirt in the background. Adeline watches the energetic old butler with a warm, gentle smile, feeling a deep sense of belonging inside the mansion. Sigillarion glances over at her from the side, a subtle, soft expression relaxing his usually harsh facial features. Hen politely asks if anyone needs refreshments, and Adeline eagerly requests some fresh water and soft snacks for baby Prince Shed giggles whenever he wakes up. Sigillarion steps behind his massive mahogany desk, casually asking Hen to bring him a glass of sweet fruit juice as well. Hen bows politely and promises to return immediately. As soon as the butler leaves the room, Sigillarion lowers his massive frame into his plush leather executive chair. Thinking nobody is watching, the stern commander lets his head drop back, exhaling a low, pained groan as the adrenaline finally wears off. Turning around from the doorway, Adeline catches his brief moment of weakness, realizing that despite his quiet demeanor, his injuries are causing him immense agony. A short moment later, a tray filled with delicious star-shaped pastries, crisp cookies, and a chilled bottle of fruit juice is set down on the side table. Sigillarion opens a thick, ancient ledger, sighing as he leans over his desk with his shirt unbuttoned, diving headfirst into heavy administrative paperwork. Adeline stares at him in sheer disbelief, mentally screaming that this lunatic is back to studying and reviewing documents literally 2 minutes after getting patched up. Talk about an absolute workaholic. The man treats grave battle wounds like a mild inconvenience. She takes a deep breath, thankful that tiny Prince Shed is still sleeping peacefully in his crib, so the master can focus in relative silence. An adorable close-up shows baby Shed sleeping like an absolute angel in his cute cherry-patterned onesie, completely oblivious to the chaos around him. Sitting across the large study room, Adeline tries her absolute best to stay dead silent so she doesn't disturb her employer's intense concentration. Holding her glass with trembling hands, Adeline takes tiny, microscopic sips of juice, internally screaming that she's so terrified of making a gulping sound that she can't even enjoy her drink. Glancing at the massive stacks of historical books piled high on his desk, Adeline admits to herself that she's never seen a non-scholar adult study with such terrifying dedication. She recalls Hen the butler boasting to the staff that Master Sigillarion could read fluently at age 3 and master every sport on Earth. Adeline snickers to herself, thinking the butler talks about him like he's a legendary mythical god who can cross the ocean on a single floating leaf. Holding her glass softly while watching over the sleeping prince, Adeline smiles to herself, feeling a peaceful, cozy comfort settle over the quiet room. Adeline quietly gazes ahead, her mind swirling with deep concern as she remembers the gruesome sword wound fresh on her commander's body. Looking over at Sigillarion seated at his heavy wooden desk, she watches him tirelessly review official documents with his linen shirt unbuttoned, silently praying that his severe injury heals as quickly as possible without complications. A few days pass in the grand estate with the bright blue sky shining down over the majestic white stone mansion as life inside continues its usual hectic pace. Sitting on the plush rug playing with baby Shed, Adeline listens as Hen the butler dramatic sighs, marveling that the commander hasn't rested for a single afternoon despite being on brutal battlefields for months on end. Seriously, this man works harder than a final year medical student before exams. Hen paces back and forth, explaining that Sigillarian spent his mornings training the royal knights, his afternoons attending royal summons, and every remaining free hour studying stacks of historical text without taking a breath. Adeline tilts her head in quiet surprise, absorbing every single detail about her enigmatic employer's strict daily routine. She reflects in her mind that even though she has no friends herself, high-ranking aristocratic nobles are usually supposed to lead glamorous social lives full of entertainment. Visualizing high society, she pictures noble lords and ladies dressed in lavish silk gowns, spending their entire weeks attending daily tea parties, opulent balls, and grand banquets. Suddenly slaps his forehead in absolute despair, letting out a heavy groan as his soul practically exits his body from overwhelming frustration. Screaming out loud, the hysterical old butler wails that he is literally dying of pure frustration every single time he thinks about his master's non-existent social life. Look at him, dramatic weeping over a sweet potato gag graphic. The man is an absolute theatrical icon. Wiping away fictitious tears, Hen blubbers that for the sake of continuing the noble lineage, Sigillarian desperately needs to find a prestigious bride and bring home a mistress of the house, yet he shows zero interest in romance. Adeline blinks in genuine curiosity, wondering why a man who would gladly sacrifice his life for his family remains completely indifferent to finding love. Hen throws his gloved hands up, sighing that nobody can ever decipher what goes on inside the commander's head, though he's certain countless noble ladies must be dying for his attention. Hearing Adeline agree, Hen's face instantly sparkles with pure joy, clapping his hands together and cheering that he knew she possessed sharp intuition for these delicate matters. Leaning in uncomfortably close with colorful pastries and strawberries floating around his face, Hen eagerly interrogates her, demanding to know every specific feature that high-class ladies would find irresistible about his master. Adeline stammers nervously, pointing out that first and foremost, Master Sigillian possesses a ridiculously handsome face, which Hen passionately echoes with a booming shout. She timidly adds that his muscular frame and towering physical stature are also completely unmatched throughout the entire realm. A hilariously glamorized visualization appears on screen, portraying Sigilrian dramatically clutching his open shirt with rose petals fluttering everywhere as if he's the hero of a cheesy romance novel. Whoever drew this sparkling romance fantasy panel deserves a promotion immediately. Hen aggressively points his finger, squealing that his master possesses vast noble assets, prestigious lineage, and unmatched strength, declaring that his name alone should be enough to win over any woman. But the magical illusion instantly shatters, revealing Sigillian's terrifying death glare scowl wrapped in black thorns, as Hen slumps in dark shadow, weeping that despite all his qualities, his master is completely unliked by every single eligible lady in high society. Hen slumps down so hard that his gray toupee literally pops off his head onto the carpet. Adeline tries to comfort him, timidly suggesting that nobles usually organize arranged marriages through grand introductions. And Hen's head snaps up as he screams that those matchmaking offers are utterly insulting, offering only ruined houses seeking money or tacky commoners buying titles. Adeline blinks in confusion, asking if matchmaking isn't usually conducted between families of equal social standing. Scratching his head in irritation, Hen complains that traditional noble houses refuse to unite with House Sigilrian because their title carries the sharp scent of battle iron and spilled blood, preferring to throw snobbish parties while dumping all dangerous war duties on them. Adeline gapes in disbelief, finding it unbelievable that snobbish elites would look down on the very war hero protecting their luxurious lifestyles. Hen raises a clenched fist in anger, venting that whenever he encounters arrogant red-faced butlers from other high-born estates, those pompous snobs act like they belong to a superior species. His voice softens with deep sorrow, admitting that if the late Countess hadn't passed away so young, no one would dare disrespect them with offensive offers, concluding that the war must end before Sigillarian can peacefully claim his rightful place in high society. Puffing his chest up with grand pride, Hen boasts that once the war concludes, every single young lady in the empire will fall head over heels for his master at first sight. Holding tiny Princ Shed close, Adeline softly smiles, privately wondering what kind of elegant, high-born lady Sigilrian will eventually fall in love with. She imagines a stunningly beautiful noblewoman with flowing golden hair, raised with ultimate grace and refinement inside a grand, wealthy palace. And swoons in pleasant nostalgia, adding a side note that the late Countess fell head over heels for the previous Count at first sight as well. Suddenly, Adeline's eyes snap wide open as a massive realization hits her brain like a lightning bolt. A bright light bulb goes off in her mind as she calculates that if Sigurion gets married, the new mistress will move into his grand chamber, meaning Adlin will be completely relieved of her maid duties and restored to full freedom. She visualizes Sigurion cuddling his new wife on the sofa while she plays happily with baby Shed. Realizing how ridiculous her fantasy looks, Adlin shakes her head violently, shouting internally that there is absolutely no way a highborn mistress would let a random orphan maid linger around her husband. Squeezing her fist tight with fiery passion blazing in her eyes, Adlin locks in on her brand new personal mission, getting her master happily married as fast as humanly possible. She grits her teeth, telling herself that finding a husband for her master is 10 times more urgent than worrying about her own personal future. Flaunting literal flames of determination inside her eyes, she vows out loud that she will support his marriage search with every fiber of her being, while Hen quietly chuckles in complete agreement. Look at her motivational fire. She's about to turn into full-time professional matchmaker just to secure her own retirement. Looking down at baby Shed crawling around on the floor in his cute strawberry onesie, Adlin hilariously wonders if a gorgeous noble lady could just magically fall out of the sky like the tiny prince did. The scene abruptly shifts to heavy, stormy rain crashing down against the tall glass-arched windows of the estate balcony outside. A firm hand pulls open the dark velvet curtains, exposing the bleak gray weather outside. Standing inside of his study with his shirt partially open, Sigillarion turns his cold gaze toward his lieutenant, casually remarking that dark, rainy days are perfect weather for a sudden military raid, before asking for updates on General Kias. The subordinate bows his head low in terror, trembling as he apologizes for having zero progress to report on the general's whereabouts. Sweat drips down the knight's neck as the oppressive, icy pressure radiating off the commander fills every corner of the room. Sigillarion rests his chin on his knuckle in deep thought, while Adlin mentally reflects that despite securing the crown prince, their enemies haven't made a single strategic move, forcing her master to stay cooped up indoors handling official business around the clock. Observing the two towering men stand in tense silence, Adlin gulps softly, mentally screaming that the suffocating atmosphere inside the study is becoming completely unbearable. Tiny Shed rolls across the hardwood floor, accidentally slamming his wooden rattle onto the floor with a noisy clatter. Sigillarion and his lieutenant remain locked in absolute silence, completely consumed by heavy war strategy while the dark rain pours outside the high windows. Adlin places a finger over her lips in pure panic, begging the baby to stay quiet while internally crying that the insane pressure in her room is driving her to a nervous breakdown. The lieutenant continues his tense briefing, explaining that the enemy inside Morin is unnaturally quiet and moving in an unexpected direction, while baby Shed babbles loudly in the background, totally ruining the serious military atmosphere. The contrast between high-stakes war council and baby blabber is top-tier comedy. Prince Shed suddenly flips onto his back, wildly flailing his chubby arms and legs while throwing a cute tantrum. Adlin panics internally, desperately trying to quiet the little prince before the terrifying commander loses his patience. Out of nowhere, baby Shed lets out a loud, piercing cry that completely shatters the heavy war council atmosphere. So Sigillarion pauses mid-thought, his sharp blue eyes darting toward the noise in utter disbelief. Both the Grand Commander and his lieutenant freeze, staring back and forth in pure, awkward silence as the baby's shrieks continue echoing off the grand study walls. Down on the carpet, poor Adlin drops to her knees, frantically begging the tiny prince to quiet down before he gets them both executed. Look at her pressing her palms together like a praying monk. She is fighting for her actual life right now. Sweat drips down the lieutenant's face as Sigillarion turns his cold gaze toward the corner, completely stunned by the sheer chaotic scene unfolding right inside his formal office. Baby Shed arches his back in full defiance, throwing a massive tantrum while Adlin helplessly holds onto him. The translation note even hilariously reveals the baby's inner thoughts. "Unhand me. I shall cry if I wish to cry." Adlin internally sobs, staring at the ceiling in complete despair while realizing she is stuck in this high-pressure room with a crying royal baby and a terrifying warlord. Realizing traditional comforting isn't working, Adlin shifts strategies and softly asks baby Shed if he'd like to see a special dance performance instead of being held. The trick actually works. Little Shed instantly stops screaming, blinking his huge brown eyes as he looks up with pure curiosity. Adlin swishes her long maid apron, performing a graceful little skirt flap dance right on the hardwood floor to capture his full attention. Tiny Shed lets out a happy babble, clapping his chubby hands together as Adlin giggles and offers to do another fun routine just for him. The little prince giggles loudly, rubbing his eyes with his tiny fist as all his frustration instantly melts away. Honestly, Adlin deserves an immediate promotion for diffusing a royal meltdown in under 30 seconds. Meanwhile, the two towering war veterans stand completely frozen in the background, staring at the impromptu maid dance routine in total dumbfounded silence. Adlin twirls across the room, taking advantage of the fact that infants naturally love fluttering fabrics, curtain waves, and spinning movements. She executes 3 full ballet spins in a row, making Baby Shed burst into an adorable fit of giggles on the carpet. Adlin's entire face turns bright red as she keeps spinning, praying internally that her master and the stern knight don't think she's completely lost her sanity. Sigelrion glares quietly from the side, while his lieutenant gives a strained, nervous smile, completely unsure how to react to their maid's sudden performance art. Shortly after, a delicious tray of warm bread, fresh milk, hot soup, and red apples is brought in for the hungry little prince. Adlin carefully lifts a spoonful of warm soup, coaxing Baby Shed to open up wide for a bite. The tiny prince happily opens his mouth, gobbling down the warm soup while holding his own little spoon. Adlin softly chuckles as Shed eats like a champion, but mid-sentence, she suddenly feels an intense prickling glare staring straight into the back of her head. Turning around, she finds Sigelrion leaning forward over his massive mahogany desk, locking his intense blue eyes onto her like a predator watching its prey. Seriously, why is he staring at her like she just committed a war crime by feeding a baby? A hilarious graphic side note highlights her previous moves, the dramatic flap dance and the high-speed spinning top dance, proving just how far she went to keep the prince happy. Adlin blushes furiously, mentally panicking that her silly dancing gave the commander severe indigestion or offended his noble dignity. Sitting quietly on the floor, she continues feeding the prince, while Sigellion remains rooted to his chair, still refusing to look away for even a single second. Once Baby Shed finishes his meal, Adlin gently cradles him against her chest, pacing across the study while humming a soothing childhood lullaby. As the prince drifts off to sleep, she mentally notes that he feels surprisingly heavier than when he first arrived at the estate. Sigelrion pretends to read a thick historical tome, but his gaze stays glued on Adlin as she walks back and forth across the library. Adlin sways gently near the tall bookshelves, making sure the little prince is fast asleep before putting him down. Suddenly, Sigellion firmly snaps his heavy book shut with a sudden, authoritative thud. In a cold, commanding tone, Sigellion orders her to place the sleeping baby down and come stand directly in front of him. Adlin's feet freeze on the spot. Adlin's heart instantly leaps into her throat as she clutches the baby tight, looking back over her shoulder in absolute terror. She carefully lays the soundly sleeping prince onto a soft pile of plush blankets, internally screaming that her day of reckoning has finally arrived. Approaching the giant wooden desk with shaking knees, she timidly asks if her master called for her. Sigelrion glares down from his chair, demanding that she step even closer and stand right beside him, causing Adlin to jump back in shock. He rests his chin on his hands, coldly asking if she failed to hear his command, while Adlin frantically stammers that she heard every single word. Walking forward at an agonizingly slow pace, her brain spirals into pure panic, wondering if she's being punished for the noisy baby, her embarrassing dance, or her loud singing. Sigelrion abruptly stands up from his desk, towering over her as Adlin shrieks in terror before he holds out his massive palm and demands to see her arm. He sighs in irritation, asking why she keeps flinching over every little thing when he simply needs to inspect something on her body. Standing before his giant muscular frame, Adlin hides her hands behind her apron, trembling as she asks why on earth he needs her arm. She violently shakes her head side to side, whimpering out a terrified refusal. Sigellion raises an eyebrow, dryly asking if she honestly thinks he's planning to break her arm in half. Adlin timidly squeaks out a no, but her flushed, horror-stricken face says the exact opposite. Dramatic inner thought box exposes her true terror. She isn't just worried he'll twist it, she's convinced he's going to slice her arm right off with a war sword. Her overactive imagination is absolute comedy gold. An imaginary graphic visualizes Adlin crying, weeping over her severed limb, while Sigillian gets a huge frustration mark on his forehead, groaning over how absurdly terrified she is of him. Sigillian sternly explains that she is valuable staff, caring for an important royal child, asking why he would ever hurt her, before demanding her arm once more, while sighing over what an absolute coward she is. Left with no choice, Adlin hesitantly extends both her shaking, pale hands toward the terrifying warlord. Sigillian reaches out his large, warm hand, gently grasping her delicate wrist to take a closer look. But the moment his fingers apply slight pressure to her arm, Adlin instantly wails out in sharp pain. Snatching her arm back, she clutches her wrist to her chest, screaming that it hurts, leaving Sigillian blinking in genuine surprise. Adlin blubbers with tears in her eyes, shouting that it really hurts, while Sigillian calmly holds up his hand, concluding that she shouldn't feel pain there unless something is severely wrong with her muscle strain. Recap continues right from Sigillian's wrist check. Adlin clutches her sore arm with tears brimming in her eyes, secretly griping in her head about whether the commander ever considered his own superhuman grip strength might be the real monster here. Even as a mere maid, getting a wrist grab like a vice grip is enough to make any normal person cry. Sigillian stands with his shirt unbuttoned to his chest, casually ordering his butler to go fetch a roll of bandages. Adlin blinks through her tears in utter confusion, asking why on earth he needs bandages, only for Sigillian to click his tongue in annoyance and bark out his order again. Adlin mentally shrieks while little cartoon worms squirm in the background, noting that this cold, aggressive attitude is precisely why women don't like him at all. Within moments, 2 thick rolls of clean white fabric bandages are brought into the grand study and placed neatly on the table. Sigillian holds up his own huge muscular hands with his wrists already expertly wrapped in pristine white cloth bandages, looking like a battle-hardened warrior straight out of an arena. Adlin stares back with wide eyes, looking down at her newly bandaged wrists in complete bewilderment. She raises her hands toward her head, asking her master why her arms are wrapped up when she hasn't even been slashed by a battlefield sword like he has. Sigillian looks down at her with an unyielding glare, explaining that he knows that already. He reveals that rookie knights often suffer severe muscle fatigue like this when they first begin training, and if left untreated, they won't even be able to lift a sword later on. Adlin's eyes pop open in shock as she squeaks out a bewildered, "Really?" The commander continues in a grave voice, pointing out that Adlin is displaying the exact same physical strain symptoms from carrying the heavy Princ all day. He warns her that if she doesn't treat her wrist muscles immediately, she'll suffer terrible long-term damage down the road. Adlin's eyes sparkle with soft light as his words sink in. A warm blush spreads across her cheeks as she realizes her intimidating master wasn't trying to punish or break her. He was actually trying to treat her strain. Seriously, who knew this terrifying warlord was secretly hiding a sweet, caring side under all those scary muscle gains? Adlin gently taps her fingers against her bandaged wrist, testing the snug wrapping while wondering to herself just how long her master has been silently observing her struggle without saying a word. A hilarious chibi image shows Adlin weeping emotional tears of gratitude. She notes that despite his gruff demeanor, he wraps bandages with absolute master-level precision, a skill he undoubtedly perfected during countless brutal battles on the front lines. Sigillian crosses his arms, sternly reminding her that taking care of her own body is an official part of her job duties. He bluntly adds that if she doesn't want to be removed from her position caring for the prince, she needs to learn how to pace herself. Adlin pouts with a nervous sweat drop rolling down her face. She mentally admits that everything he says is completely logical, but saving her strength is easier said than done when caring for a growing royal infant requires every ounce of energy she possesses. Out of nowhere, the mood turns icy cold as Sigillian leans in, threateningly declaring that even if her wrists break into pieces, he will never allow her to quit her job. Poor Adlin completely freezes like a frozen snowman, trembling in shock over his terrifyingly forceful method of employee retention. Talk about the world's most aggressive job security. Standing beside the towering commander, Adlin adjusts her maid apron, quietly reflecting that while her master's intimidating personality makes him far from popular with women, being barked at is certainly better than being executed. A dramatic spike bubble bursts onto the scene, capturing her hilarious final verdict. She's 100% convinced this terrifying man will never, ever manage to get married with an attitude like that. Commander abruptly steps forward, holding out his massive hand while curtly commanding her to offer her arm once again. Down on the carpet, Little Shed lets out a cute babble, holding his spoon while Adlin looks up with round, curious brown eyes. Sigeldrion patiently waits with his large palm held open, illuminated by the warm sunlight streaming through the study's high-arched windows. Sitting on the floor beside the baby, Adlin timidly stammers that her arms feel completely fine today, but Sigillion cuts her off with zero patience, furtherly stating he doesn't have time to waste and commanding her to hand her wrist over immediately. His sharp blue eyes narrow with intense focus, radiating an aura of undeniable authority that leaves no room for refusal. A hilarious chibi side graphic shows poor Adlin riding a tiny, awkward cartoon train, looking completely trapped in a corner by her relentless employer. Realizing she can't escape, Adlin nervously extends both her bandaged arms forward, whimpering out a soft confirmation that she's handing them over. Sigillion reaches out and gently cradles her hands in his own massive palms, carefully beginning to rewrap the loosening fabric around her wrist. Adlin looks on in quiet awe as her master meticulously wraps her bandage before heading out for his daily external military duties, ensuring every layer is perfectly secure. His large, warm fingers apply a slight pressure against her joint, testing her range of motion to make sure that the wrap isn't tied too tight. Adlin flinches slightly, letting out a soft "ah" as his warm skin touches her arm. Sigillion immediately glances up with genuine concern, worried asking if his touch is causing her pain. Adlin brings her hands up to her chest, her big brown eyes wide with confusion as she tries to process what just happened. Blushing bright red, she rapidly stammers out that it didn't hurt at all. Internally, her mind spirals into pure confusion, wondering why on earth her heart skipped a beat when it wasn't painful in the slightest. She shakes her head in internal denial, convincing herself that she only flinched because his sudden touch was ticklish. Classic romance manhwa trope. She's in total denial about her growing feelings, but we all see right through it. Sigillion turns his attention back to her duties, ordering her to delegate all secondary chores to the butler so she can focus purely on the prince. He sternly adds that she needs to eat properly, noting that while he's seen her feed the baby countless times, he's never once caught her eating a proper meal herself. Adlin bows deeply in embarrassment, trembling as she squeaks out that she really is eating. Sigeldrion strides toward the exit, commanding her to rest and sleep whenever she feels tired without caring about his busy schedule. Adlin timidly complies, while down on the carpet, baby Shed happily munches away, completely oblivious to the tender moment that just occurred. The heavy double doors slam shut, leaving Adlin staring at the entrance. She lets out a heavy sigh, reflecting that even after staying in her master's private quarters for weeks, his overwhelming presence is still deeply intimidating. She gazes down at her neatly bandaged wrist, lost in thought over how thoughtful and protective her scary commander can actually be when he wants to. Out of nowhere, a high-pitched baby whine breaks her train of thought, prompting Adlin to quickly turn her head toward the playroom floor. She turns around only to find baby Sheed crawling wildly across the carpet with his food bowl completely upside down on top of his head. An arrow hilariously points out that he's searching for his food bowl while entirely blinded as Adlin panics in the background, crying that he's back at it the second she turns her back. An exterior view of the sunlit mansion echoes with Adlin's desperate cries. She chases the little prince around the room, shouting that his toys are dirty and begging him not to put random objects into his mouth. A heartwarming 3-panel memory montage illustrates their daily routine over the past weeks. Adlin playfully bathing tiny Shed in a wooden tub, tenderly feeding him fresh apple slices, and finally falling sound asleep on the floor with the little prince cradled safely against her chest as he mumbles "mama" in his sleep. The sky shifts into a breathtaking golden sunset as a narrative box announces that an entire month has peacefully passed by since those chaotic early days. The Grand Duke's magnificent palace stands bathed in bright morning sunlight, brimming with life and tranquility as the seasons begin to shift. Inside the living room, baby Shed grunts with all his tiny strength, gripping onto the wooden legs of a heavy dining chair to push himself up. Adlin and the elderly butler gasp in absolute delight. Adlin clasps her hands together, screaming in pure excitement that the little master just stood up all on his own and is finally ready to start toddling. The butler wipes away a teal of joy, thrilled that the royal baby is reaching such a major milestone. Little Shed lets out a loud baby cheer, but instead of taking a step, he begins dragging the massive solid wooden chair across the hardwood floor with effortless brute force. Both Adlin and the butler freeze in utter horror, their faces turning ghost white as they watch an infant pull a heavy furniture piece like it's a lightweight toy. Adlin stammers in total shock while the butler nervously sweat drops, awkwardly remarking that the prince is truly a man of terrifying physical strength. This baby is literally built like a Herculean warrior. It's absolute comedy. A dramatic narrative box reveals Adlin's internal disbelief. She always knew the prince was unusually heavy and growing rapidly, but she never imagined a baby under 1 year old would possess raw, superhuman power? Later that evening, Adlin kneels beside baby Shed, gently offering to cut up a whole red apple for him after noticing he's still hungry right after finishing a massive dinner. Tiny Shed happily babbles, clutching the apple in his chubby hands. Within seconds, the prince gobbles down the entire apple and instantly grabs a fresh banana, happily munching away. An arrow points to his empty bowl as the butler sweat drops in shock, asking if normal infants under 1 year old usually possess such a massive appetite. Adlin and the butler stand side by side with nervous sweat drops rolling down their heads. Adlin awkwardly laughs it off, explaining that their little master is just a bit special when it comes to his rapid growth and endless appetite, while the butler tries to convince himself that a giant appetite is just a sign of good health. Suddenly, baby Shed crawls over to a massive tall wooden coat rack and wraps his tiny arms around the thick wooden base. Before Adlin could even react, the giant heavy coat rack sways violently and tips over as baby Shed effortlessly pulls it down. Adlin screams in absolute terror, reaching out her arms as her heart nearly stops from seeing the chaotic prince destroy the living room yet again. Adlin lunges forward with everything she's got, shrieking in utter panic as the massive wooden coat rack comes crashing down directly toward the innocent baby. The butler nearly has a heart attack in the background, gasping in horror as total chaos erupts in the living room. Just a split second before disaster strikes, Adlin extends her arms and catches the solid timber pole right in midair, absorbing the full force of the falling weight. Down on the carpet, baby Shed tilts his tiny head with a bewildered wah, completely clueless about how close he just came to turning the play area into a construction zone. Look at his cute, confused face. This child literally causes structural damage and then acts like an angel. Both Adlin and the butler collapse against the wall, sweating buckets as they gasp for air after narrowly saving the day. But the peace doesn't even last 3 seconds before Tiny Shed grunts with an pulling on the heavy wooden base all over again. Adlin reaches out her trembling hands, frantically begging the little master to stay still before he destroys the remaining furniture. The butler clutches his chest in agony, looking like his soul is about to leave his body. Darting across the hardwood floor, Adlin dashes forward to secure the swaying coat rack before the chaotic prince pulls it down a second time. She firmly grips the wooden pole, taking a deep breath as she looks down at the clingy toddler hugging her skirt. Knowing brute force won't work, she immediately switches to tactical bribery, sweetly promising him a whole bunch of juicy grapes if he lets go of the furniture. Cut to 5 minutes later, and baby Shed is happily sitting on the carpet, surrounded by a literal grape massacre. A hilarious caption points out that he only ate half of them while ruthlessly squishing the rest into purple pulp with his tiny hands. Adlin buries her face in her hands, mentally weeping over the fact that she literally just gave him a bath after dinner, only for him to turn the playroom floor into a sensory grape jam festival. She sarcastically praises his self-directed learning skills while internally crying over who has to clean up the carpet. Meanwhile, the butler kneels beside her, whimpering in pain over the ruined rug. Oblivious to their mental breakdowns, little Shed lets out a joyful baby squeal, happily tossing grape stems and fruit chunks into the air like victory confetti. Adlin claps her hands together with weary enthusiasm, forcing a bright smile while softly weeping tears of sheer exhaustion. She mutters sweet praises to the little prince, though deep down her energy tank is running completely on empty. Her mind drifts to the bigger picture, silently praying that the royal uncle gets captured soon so this chaotic nanny assignment can finally end. A dramatic visual shift reveals the mysterious, hooded figure of General Kias lurking in the shadows with a razor-sharp dagger. Suddenly, the grand doors swing open as Commander Sigilrion strides into the room alongside his main lieutenant, deep in conversation about revising their tactical training plans. Adlin freezes in place, her brown eyes widening in instant realization as she senses her scary master's arrival. The elderly butler immediately bows with flawless aristocratic etiquette, welcoming the Grand Duke back to his private private quarters, while Adlen nervously fidgets with her maid apron. Sigilrion lowers his cold blue eyes toward the floor, only to find baby Shed covered in purple juice, giggling like a manic cartoon character amidst a giant sticky mess. The lieutenant casually peers over his commander's shoulder, raising an eyebrow at the absolute disaster zone taking over the immaculate study floor. Manhwa timing is always top tier. Of course the scary boss walks in at the exact moment the room looks like a crime scene. A bold text burst captures Adlen's internal scream. Of all the moments in the entire day for her terrifying employer to walk through the door, he had to pick this exact second. She breaks into a nervous sweat, mentally panicking that this mess makes her look like a completely lazy nanny who slacks off on the job, even though she's been running herself ragged all day. Sigilrion turns his head, his sharp gaze locking directly onto the flustered maid. Adlen swoops down to grab the sticky Princ, stammering out that it's time to stop playing and head straight for the bath. Meanwhile, Sigilrion ignores the chaos and asks his lieutenant for an official update on their secret reconnaissance mission in Morn. The lieutenant gravely reveals that several of their covert operatives have completely lost contact. The lieutenant adds that all evidence points toward General Kias eliminating their scouts personally. In the foreground, Adlen desperately tries to wrestle the squirming baby away while little Shed kicks his legs with a noisy baby protest. Sigillion ponders the grave intelligence, asking if the rogue general has officially returned to Morn. The lieutenant confirms it, while behind them, poor Adlen continues struggling with the energetic toddler who refuses to surrender to bat time. Sigilrion reaches up to unbutton his high military collar, coolly remarking that General Kias's movement explains why the border hasn't faced any sudden enemy raids lately. The lieutenant muses whether the general is actively hunting for the missing crown prince, while baby Shed's loud whining echoes right across the grand room. Commander stands tall with his vest slightly unbuttoned, exuding an aura of raw authority, while the butler and lieutenant maintain their formal positions behind him. Adlen holds the squirming infant tight against her chest, desperately trying to quiet his loud baby tantrums before her stern master loses his patience. She casts a panicked glance at Solarion's imposing frame, gasp, terrified that she's about to get a harsh scolding for failing to keep the royal infant quiet during an official military debriefing. An exterior shot of the sunlit mansion captures the loud echoes of little Shed's fussy cries ringing through the high glass windows. Back inside, Adlen notices the baby rubbing his teary eyes, realizing with a wave of relief that his cranky behavior is simply because the little guy is completely sleepy. The butler steps forward with a gentle smile, warmly suggesting that they practice a little toddling walk all the way to the warm bath. Adlen carefully holds baby Shed by both his hands, guiding his clumsy footsteps across the wooden floor, while sweetly counting his tiny steps to encourage him. The little prince takes 2 wobbling steps forward, toddling through the open doorway as Adlen beams with pride over his adorable progress. Watching the heartwarming scene, the lieutenant chuckles softly, noting that the royal baby is quite a handful and admitting the nanny maid must have her hands completely full. The butler wipes a brow, confessing that without Adlen's endless patience, none of them would have survived a single day with the energetic prince. Sigilrion silently watches her walk away, low, thoughtful voice, his icy gaze softening just a fraction as he digests the butler's genuine praise. The scene shifts to late evening as the mantel clock ticks away. Baby Shed lies fast asleep under a soft blanket, looking like a peaceful little angel now that his chaotic energy is finally spent. Adlen leans over the crib, letting out a long, trembling breath as she watches over the sleeping toddler. A hilarious cartoon soul literally floats out of her mouth, capturing her total physical depletion after spending over an entire hour trying to soothe the cranky prince to sleep. Suddenly, Sigillion's deep voice breaks the silence, coldly asking her if she truly remembers that the child resting before her is the crown prince of an enemy nation. Adlen flinches slightly, turning her head back with a look of quiet surprise. The Grand Commander sits gracefully in his luxurious armchair, resting his chin against his hand while bathed in the soft glow of the room's evening light. He crosses his long legs, staring at her with unreadable eyes before bluntly questioning why she shows such overwhelming devotion to an enemy royal. Adlen blinks in utter confusion, meekly asking him to pardon his statement. Sigilrion looks down at her sternly, instructing her that she should only be doing the absolute bare minimum required to keep the hostage alive. Adlen remains completely silent, her eyes wide as she tries to process his cold, calculating logic. She nervously wrings her bandaged hands together, nervously timidly insisting that she's already doing just the bare minimum as it is. Sigillarion raises a sharp eyebrow, calling out her lie instantly. He firmly asks how running her body into the ground to soothe bedtime tantrums, food meltdowns, and endless crying fits could possibly be considered doing just enough. Wow, he really notices every single detail about her hard work. Talk about a tsundere commander who acts distant but watches her like a hawk. Adlin looks him straight in the eye, softly explaining that despite the geopolitical war between their nations, she simply doesn't have the heart to mistreat a helpless toddler on purpose. She turns her gaze toward the sleeping crib, tenderly pointing out that he isn't a grown enemy soldier. He's just an innocent baby who understands nothing about war or politics. Sigillarion holds out his hand with rigid military authority, sternly reminding her that no matter how innocent he looks, he remains the crown prince of Morn and their single most valuable political hostage. Sigillion's icy stance remains unyielding as he coldly reiterates his ultimatum, demanding that Adlin never forget her place or the infant's political reality. Adlin stands rigid in her maid uniform, her eyes wide with unsettled anxiety as his harsh reminder hangs heavy in the ambient room. Inside her mind, a comical chibi version of Adlin panics with spinning question marks. She frantically questions on Earth how one is even supposed to treat a baby hostage. Should she just leave the toddler wailing in a corner and feed him bland, miserable slop? Dark, gloomy clouds hover over her inner thoughts as she admits to herself that even entertaining such cruel ideas fills her with overwhelming guilt. Back in reality, Adlin keeps her head bowed while Sigillarion sits relaxed across the room, watching her visible inner turmoil with a cool, collected expression. Talk about an absolute emotional contrast. She's having a full-blown moral crisis while he's just sitting there like a Victorian fashion model. Sigillarion casually raises a hand, coolly pointing out that setting aside how the crown prince is treated, sacrificing her own well-being brings her zero personal benefit. Adlin softens her posture, looking down as she softly argues that caring gently for the little master doesn't really cost her anything extra in the long run. Sigillarion leans forward with his fingers tightly laced, shutting down her logic instantly as he brutally points out what she's already losing, her own physical health. Man naturally notices every single strain she puts on her body, even if he delivers it like a stern drill sergeant. Adlin blinks in quiet astonishment, letting out a soft gasp as his blunt observation lands squarely on her conscience. Sigillarion turns his sharp side profile away, his deep blue gaze darkening as the mood turns melancholic. Standing her ground, Adlin timidly explains that as long as the child remains under this roof, she simply wants him to be happy and safe. Sigillarion scoffingly retorts that thanks to her bleeding heart, the toddler is already enjoying luxury he technically doesn't deserve. Sigillarion turns his attention toward the peaceful crib, revealing the dark history of the child's past. He explains that back in Morn, the young prince was cared for by a devoted wet nurse. Yet the second the border defense is shattered, that nurse was the very first person to abandon the infant and flee for her life. Adlin gasps aloud, clutching her face in utter horror as she struggles to absorb the harsh betrayal. Sigillarion confirms the bleak reality, explaining that the nurse dismissed the guards under the pretense of putting the baby to sleep, only to slip away to save her own skin. He dryly notes that her self-preservation was simply a normal, ordinary person's sense of duty when faced with total destruction. Adlin bows her head, her heart aching as she contemplates whether running away in danger is truly what society considers normal. Her mind drifts to sweet memories of spoon-feeding little Shed on the carpet, remembering his happy little giggles as she praised him. She reflects on how society preaches that a job is just work for pay, yet cradling a helpless child in your arms feels like something far deeper than a mere paycheck. She secretly acknowledges her own deep-seated longing for a warm, loving family, though she can't help wondering if her intimidating master is just being way too cynical about human nature. Classic manhwa dynamic. The warm-hearted heroine meets the ultra-pessimistic duke. Seeking clarification, Adlin nervously steps forward, asking him what his own wet nurse was like back when he was a boy. She naively guesses that given the noble atmosphere of the house, his nurse must have had a grand sense of loyalty. Sigillarion raises an eyebrow, dryly asking why on earth his nurse would ever run away, causing Adlin's eyes to light up with foolish hope. He instantly crushes her ideal fantasy, deadpanning that with his massive royal ransom value, his wet nurse would have handed him over to enemies in a heartbeat to cash in. He adds that she was remarkably sharp when it came to her own self-interest. Adlin's face instantly turns pale with complete dismay. Adlin timidly asks about his childhood tutors, only for Sigillarion to casually share that his tutor was a ruthless tyrant who brutally used corporal punishment because his paycheck literally increased whenever Sigillarion got higher marks. Adlin tightly clasps her hands together, practically sweating through her apron as she despairs over whether a single decent human being existed in his entire childhood environment. Sigillarion casually gestures with his hand, completely unbothered as he asserts that everyone simply performed the job they were paid for, slightly sarcastic questioning, asking her if that isn't more than enough. Adlin stares at him with wide, solemn eyes, absorbing the profound coldness of his upbringing. A powerful, haunting visual reveals Sigillarion from behind, his bare, muscular back heavily covered in brutal battle scars from years of grueling warfare. A painful reminder that beneath his glorious military honors lie endless unhealed wounds. Adlin tightly wrings her bandaged hands together, her voice trembling as she softly asks if growing up like that was painful for him. Sigillarion remains silent in profile, his expression unreadable against the moonlight filtering through the tall study window. Lowering her voice with deep empathy, Adlin admits that while it's presumptuous for a humble maid to pry, she genuinely wants to understand the childhood that shaped him into the man he is today. Sigillarion lowers his gaze, quiet hesitation settling over his prominent jawline. He rests his chin against his fingers, coolly explaining that he simply accepted the harshness as a necessary routine, just like eating, sleeping, or training. He compares his past endurance to how Adlin currently sacrifices her sleep to care for the Crown Prince. Adlin listens intently, her expression filled with quiet reverence for his quiet resilience. Sigillion's piercing blue gaze locks onto her with absolute intensity. She reflects internally that if he hadn't survived those brutal demands as a child, neither he nor his grand achievements would be standing here today. An exterior view of the magnificent sunlit estate stands peaceful, echoing her quiet acceptance of his grand duty. Sitting back in his velvet armchair, Sigillarion firmly states that he simply lived the life required by his noble status. He looks directly into her eyes, ordering her not to waste her pity on the enemy Crown Prince or carry an unnecessary burden of guilt, commanding her to simply live her own life. Adlin softly nods her head, meekly bowing her head in obedience. Sigillarion emphasizes his final rule, sternly instructing her to perform her nanny duties without overworking herself, and above all else, to never get attached to the child. Adlin looks down with a troubled gaze, softly admitting that while she understands his command, she genuinely doubts whether emotional attachment is something a human heart can truly control. Sigillarion leans in, his sharp eyes dead serious as he tells her that she has no choice but to try. Cut to the sofa, where little Shed lies blissfully fast asleep under his cozy blanket. Adlin gazes down at his chubby cheeks, thinking to herself that while she normally excels at trying her best, this assignment might be totally impossible. Kneeling beside the resting toddler, Adlin softly rests her hands on the edge of the couch, mentally confessing that, for some strange reason, she doesn't even want to resist getting attached. She looks down at the adorable sleeping face, internally melting over how overwhelmingly cute the little prince is. Yep, the boss gave strict orders to stay distant, but this nanny was already 100% attached from day one. A hyper-adorable close-up of baby Shed reveals his rosy flushed cheeks and tiny hands tucked cozy under the sheet. Look at those squishy cheeks. No human on Earth could resist that cute energy. A dramatic spotlight comic panel contrasts Sigillarion grandly commanding her from his throne, mockingly serious, not to overwork or get attached, while chibi Adlin lies deflated on the floor promising to obey. Yet, the text hilariously points out that despite her sweet promises, her actions went in the complete opposite direction. The scene transitions to a sunlit morning as Adlin's cheerful voice echoes through the ground playroom. Swoosh! She playfully swoops a spoon through the air, announcing the grand arrival of the incoming Eagle Spoon. A dynamic anime action sequence shows 3 identical hands swooping golden soup spoons across the screen with magical sparkling trails. Talk about taking baby feeding time to an absolute theatrical level. Baby Shed opens his tiny mouth wide and takes a massive chomp directly off the spoon, his cheeks puffing out in pure culinary joy. Adeline beams with radiant joy, giggled sweetly as she praises his impressive spoon-catching skills, asking if he's ready for the pigeon spoon to fly in next. Little Shed munches happily on his meal, completely immersed in her adorable feeding game. Suddenly, a dramatic close-up panel reveals a hand tightly clenching onto that wooden table desk, radiating intense sudden tension. A bold, colorful visual burst lands with a comedic punch as a playful text bubble pops on screen. Uh-oh, did someone just get caught red-handed breaking the master's rules again? Raising his chubby little arms straight into the air, Baby Shed blurts out a burst of adorable baby chatter with absolute enthusiasm. Adeline gasps aloud, clutching both hands over her mouth as her eyes sparkle with pure emotional overwhelmed bliss. Forming a big heart over her head with her arms, Adeline dramatically vows her unconditional affection to the little master while celebrating his sheer brilliance. Seriously, didn't her cold-hearted boss literally give strict orders not to show devotion 5 minutes ago? Talk about totally disregarding the house rules. Baby Shed lets out a soft, happy giggle, tossing his tiny head back in total contentment. Adeline chuckles warmly, completely captivated by how irresistibly sweet the little prince looks when he's happy. Watching the tender scene unfold from across the room, Sigildrion narrows his deep blue eyes, his sharp side profile betraying his subtle annoyance. Sitting at his massive mahogany desk, Sigildrion internally fumes over how hilariously she misinterpreted his explicit instructions. Below his desk view, Adeline gives Little Shed a cozy piggyback ride across the carpet, happily playing horseback riding without a single care in the world. An angered tick mark pops onto Sigillion's head as he grimly realizes that instead of staying distant, her emotional bonding has somehow gotten even worse. Sighing, leaning back in his velvet armchair, Sigildrion lets out a weary breath, reflecting that actual birth parents wouldn't put this much intense energy into raising a child. He vividly recalls her dramatic mercy begging from earlier, dryly shaking his head over how she literally pleaded for her life on her knees, yet ignored every single order he gave her. Mawa male leads really have zero authority once a wholesome heroine decides to ignore them. He remembers how the infant woke up crying in the middle of the night yesterday, and how Adeline spent grueling hours soothing him back to sleep. Resting his chin against his laced fingers, Sigildrion frowns with genuine concern, worrying that at this rate, she's going to wreck her own physical health. A striking close-up highlights Adeline's radiant amber eyes shining with pure dedication and unwavering resolve. Sigildrion pushes himself up from his chair, prompting Adeline to sweat nervously as she senses his heavy gaze, mentally complaining about how uncomfortable it feels to be under 24-hour boss surveillance. Sigildrion pauses beside his desk, his analytical gaze assessing her posture, as he suddenly realizes he hasn't seen her eat a single meal all day. He glances down at his own palm, remembering how insanely delicate her wrists felt in his grip, literally no thicker than his thumb, wondering if a little bit of force would snap him. Stepping firmly toward the doorway, Sigildrion makes a silent decision to immediately instruct the butler to serve her heavy, hearty portions of meat. He turns his broad back, preparing to step out to handle household matters. Suddenly, Adeline calls out to him from behind, making Sigildrion glance back over his shoulder with a quiet look of surprise. Adeline kneels excitedly on the carpet while lifting Baby Shed toward him, beaming as she asks her master if he'd just heard the unbelievable miracle that occurred. Sigildrion simply stares down at her with a blank, unreadable expression, silently waiting for her to elaborate. Adeline gushes at full speed, announcing that the little master literally spoke his very first real word by calling out her name. She promises to make him repeat it so the Duke can hear it with his own ears. Look at his completely unfazed face. She's treating this like a national holiday while he's just staring in complete deadpan. Sigildrion turns his head away, deadpanning to himself that he couldn't possibly care less about a toddler's random speech progress. He mentally insists that he isn't curious at all, striving to maintain his stoic detachment. Kneeling right in front of the baby, Adeline wiggles her finger encouragingly, softly coaxing Little Shed to say her name one more time, while Sigildrion hovers awkwardly in the background. Baby Shed opens his tiny mouth, cute baby babble stumbling out, prompting Adeline to celebrate in triumph, while Sigildrion internally scoffs, disappointed that her miracle was just ordinary baby noise. Adlin pulls little Shed into a warm hug, praising his rapid growth while softly sighing that a child his age should really be learning mama first. Sigillion's forehead twitches in annoyance as her bleeding heart surfaces again. So Sigillarion begins walking out of the study, completely dumbfounded and speechless by the sheer chaotic energy of his household. He casts a final side glance over his shoulder, comforting himself with the thought that at least this maid won't abandon the child or sell him off to foreign enemies for quick gold. Talk about setting the absolute lowest standard for employee reliability. Transitioning to nightfall, a decorative table lamp glows with soft, warm illumination inside the quiet mansion. The elderly head butler Shend enters carrying a fresh dinner tray for the baby, noting that the Duke has already headed down to the grand dining room. Adeline immediately bursts into excited chatter, eagerly sharing the grand news that the little master remembered her name after hearing the butler say it. Chuckling, Shend beams with delightful pride. Adeline cheerfully suggests that if they practice enough, the baby could easily learn the butler's name too. Shen's face instantly turns beet red with excitement as he leans in to try. Kneeling down directly on the carpet, Butler Shen points to his own chest with maximum dramatic focus, whispers slowly repeating his name over and over for the toddler. Close-up of baby Shed looking up with round, sparkling eyes, his chubby little cheeks flushed in complete confusion. Shend holds his breath, his heart racing with intense anticipation as he waits for the magical response. Instead of saying the butler's name, baby Shed loudly blurts out Adlin's name once again, sending poor Shen slumping onto the floor in total comic despair. The elderly butler literally had his heart broken by a 1-year-old. A detailed shot displays the appetizing meal tray, filled with warm soup, sliced fresh fruit, and soft-baked bread. Sweating profusely, Butler Shen frantically instructs Adlin to stop calling him Butler in front of the young master and use his real name instead. Meanwhile, baby Shed blissfully munches on his food, completely oblivious to the dramatic crisis. Adlin chuckles merrily, giving a sweet nod as she readily agrees to help him with this little naming mission. An exterior shot captures the majestic Duke's estate shimmering under the starry blue night sky. Soft candlelight illuminates the tall arched window as Adlin's gentle voice echoes softly from inside, patiently teaching simple, everyday words to the child. Sitting together on the comfortable sofa, Adlin points her finger encouragingly, slowly pronouncing the little master's true noble name, Havel. She crosses her index fingers, visually contrasting her own name with his real name so he can distinguish the difference. With incredible patience, Adlin repeats both names in a rhythmic pattern, totally unaware that Sigildrian is sitting right across the room, quietly sipping his evening tea. Sigildrian takes a quiet sip from his porcelain teacup, wondering to himself if this girl ever gets exhausted after conducting non-stop language lessons all day long. Watching her relentless dedication, Sigildrian reflects that if she were born a man, he would have instantly recruited and trained her into his elite knight order, on how her sheer persistence rivals the strongest warriors in the realm. Breaking his deep train of thought, Adlin timidly speaks up, calling out to her master with a polite tone. Sigillion glances sideways over the rim of his teacup. Sitting gracefully on the sofa while holding the tea set, Sigillarion listens as Adlin asks what official name or title the young prince should use when referring to him. Sigilsterion turns his piercing blue gaze away, his voice dropping to a cool, detached tone as he coldly asks why on earth the enemy crown prince would ever need to call him anything at all. Holding the toddler close in her lap, Adlin softly explains to her master that even though little Shed is currently a hostage, he's still a crown prince of an entire empire. She points out that she can't exactly train a royal heir to address the Duke as master the way she does, nor can she recklessly encourage him to call a high nobleman by his first name. Setting down his porcelain teacup onto the saucer with a quiet, deliberate click, Sigillion barely blinks at her logical reasoning. Turning his sharp-side profile toward her, Sigillarion utters a crisp, commanding order instructing her to simply not teach the toddler any names at all. Adeline recoils with a nervous sweat drop trickling down her cheek, completely caught off guard by how effortlessly her strict boss dismissed her whole educational dilemma. Crossing his arms nonchalantly while sitting across the table, Siglarion coldly reasons that as soon as a baby learns to speak, he'll naturally start shouting at everything in sight. He dryly asks what benefit the child would gain from knowing his captor's name, teasingly questioning if Adlin plans to make the boy memorize it so he can seek vengeance when he grows up. Manhwa male leads really love treating toddler development like a high-stakes political threat, don't they? Adlin slaps a hand over her mouth in sudden realization, mentally screaming in panic as she remembers that her master and this baby are literally sworn political enemies. Meanwhile, little Shed blissfully babbles random baby syllables beside her, completely unaware that he's being viewed as a future rival. Hugging the infant tightly, Adlin quickly reassures the little prince that his devoted nanny is right here with him, while baby Shed cheerfully repeats his adorable babbling sounds back to her. Out of nowhere, baby Shed raises both of his chubby little index fingers, aiming them with deadly accuracy right at Sigillian sitting across the room. Pointing his tiny finger directly at the Grand Duke, baby Shed opens his mouth and loudly blurts out his very next vocabulary word, "Hey!" Adlin stammers in confusion, asking if she heard him right, only for the baby to repeat the word "hey" with absolute authority. Adlin's soul instantly leaves her body in utter visual horror. Imagine a literal infant addressing a feared war hero Duke like a rowdy frat bro at a bar. An anger mark pops onto Siglorian's forehead as he growls out a tense reaction, while baby Shed flashes a suspiciously smug, mischievous smirk right in his face. Talk about an iconic baby power move. Sweating bullets, Adlin whimpers in desperation, begging the young master to stop, but the toddler relentlessly points his chubby finger again, repeating, "Hey," with unyielding defiance. Sigilarian stares back with shadowy deadpan eyes, internally fuming over how this tiny imp refuses to quit shouting at him. Adlin frantically waves her hands, desperately pleading with the baby to hush before the Duke decides to send both of them to the execution block. Quick-thinking Adlin lifts the baby into the air, trying to cover up the disaster by pretending it's just a silly game. She cheerfully sings out, "Hey, hey, hey," while bouncing him around, desperately praying her boss buys the frantic cover-up. Adlin's inner voice screams in pure panic, terrified that the Duke is going to assume she personally tutored the prince to talk down to him. Hugging the child close, Adlin abruptly announces that his hands are filthy and spins around to flee, screaming toward the Duke that she swears on her life she never taught the child such disrespect. Adlin dashes toward the study exit as fast as her legs can carry her, clinging to the baby who lets out a cute little grunt of confusion. Sighs. Left behind in the quiet room, Sigildrion rubs his throbbing temples, dryly remarking to himself that the little brat truly doesn't know when to give up. Transitioning to the next morning, brilliant sunlight bathes the majestic imperial estate under a vibrant blue sky. Inside the luxurious bedchamber, Adlin and little Shed are curled up together on the plush velvet sofa, fast asleep under a fluffy white blanket. A firm, polished boot enters the frame as Sigilrion's deep voice echoes through the room, coolly asking if she intends to sleep the entire morning away. Adlin rubs her groggy eyes, drowsily sitting up while answering that she's awake, before suddenly realizing who is standing right in front of her. Blinking away her sleepiness, she glances up timidly, asking if something urgent happened. A breathtaking visual reveal showcases Sigilrion standing fully dressed in a magnificent, gold-trimmed royal military uniform, complete with white gloves and dazzling chest medals. Talk about effortless male lead visual flex. Adlin stares in absolute awe, her eyes wide as Sigilrion coldly instructs her to get herself ready immediately. Sitting up on the edge of the sofa, Adlin tilts her head in utter confusion, asking what on earth she's supposed to get ready for. Sigilrion looks down her with an unreadable expression, calmly announcing that she needs to prepare to enter the royal palace. Adlin freezes in place, blinking blankly as her brain struggles to process his unexpected words. She repeats his statement in disbelief, asking if she really heard the word palace. Shrieking in comic panic, Adlin stammers out why a simple servant like her would ever be dragged to the royal palace. Meanwhile, little Shed sleeps peacefully on the couch pillows, letting out a cute, tiny snore without a single care in the world. Sigillion glances sideways at the sleeping toddler, dryly asking if she seriously expected him to carry an infant around the royal court all by himself. Adlin's mouth drops open in sudden comprehension as the realization hits her. Sigillion points his gloved finger toward the dressing quarters, ordering her to go change right away since she obviously can't enter the royal palace wearing a humble maid uniform. Butler Shend enthusiastically pops into the room, excitedly urging Adlin to hurry up before the young master wakes up, reminding her that they cannot keep His Majesty waiting. Adlin spins around in a frenzy, agreeing to get ready, but anxiously admitting that she doesn't own a single fancy dress suited for high society. Butler Shemd dramatically presents his gloved palm with a flourish, proudly declaring that he has already taken care of everything. A secondary maid steps forward holding up an exquisite pink and white noble gown lined with intricate floral embroidery and luxurious ribbons. Adlin's amber eyes widen to the size of saucers, completely stunned by the breathtaking sheer elegance of the dress. Butler Shend apologetically explains that he inspected her wardrobe and found only one plain dress that was somehow even lower quality than her working uniform. Gasp! Left with no other choice, he consulted the master and retrieved a preserved gown belonging to the late Countess Madam. A delicate flashback panel depicts the late Countess Madam looking ethereal and gorgeous while sitting gracefully in that exact pink dress. Adlin frantically waves her hands in absolute terror, stuttering how a lowly maid could ever dare wear the deceased mistress's sacred clothes, terrified that she might accidentally ruin it. Butler Shen casually waves off her concerns, reassuring her that the dress currently has no owner anyway, so it's perfectly fine. Sigillarian continues reviewing his official papers nearby, completely unbothered. Gasp! While Adlin looks over in severe anxiety, still protesting the sheer craziness of wearing such an irreplaceable heirloom. Slouching her shoulders in pure desperation, Adlin tries to bargain, asking if she could just borrow a simple dress from one of the other maidservants instead. Shend firmly shuts her down, stating it's an absolute master's order and ordering her straight into the dressing room. Inside the fitting room, the friendly maid holds up the dress with a big smile, telling Adlin to take off her nightwear so they can slip it on. Adlin stands frozen like a stone statue in utter silent despair. Adlin's face pales and she internally screams that this ridiculously expensive noble dress is literally the scariest object she has ever encountered in her life. Collapsing onto her knees in full comic dramatic despair, Adlin clutches her face, weeping that even if she worked 100 years as a maid, she couldn't pay for a single thread. She mentally begs her master to spare her life before she accidentally steps on the hem and tears it. Her survival instincts are entirely focused on avoiding a financial debt trap. Unfazed by her dramatic breakdown, the determined maid grabs Adlin by the wrist and drags her across the floor toward the gown, while poor Adlin cries out in hilarious resistance that she doesn't want to do it. The changing room curtain swishes open as the maid's surprised gasp echoes from inside, gasping at how dramatically Adlin's appearance transformed. Clapping her hands with delight, the enthusiastic maid gushes that Adlin looks like an entirely different person, cheerfully quoting that fine clothes really do make the bird. Adlin stands frozen with shadowy dark lines over her pale face, mentally whimpering if these fancy silk sleeves are meant to guide her straight into an early grave. Step by step, the dressing room curtain pulls back completely as the maid proudly announces to the master that Adlin is finally ready. Exquisite white lace shoes with tiny pink bows click against the polished wooden floor as Adlin timidly takes her very first step out into the room. Sigillarian stands tall in his majestic navy and gold military uniform alongside Butler Shend, who gently holds baby Shed in his arms. A breathtaking visual reveal showcases Adlin standing in the late Countess's floor-length pink and white gown, looking radiant as delicate flower petals drift through the air around her. Butler Shen's jaw practically drops to the floor as he exclaims that he barely recognized her, marveling that the dress fits so perfectly it looks custom-made. Meanwhile, baby Shed tilts his chubby head with a curious baby babble. Sigillarian glares toward her with an unreadable, intense gaze, his blue eyes silently locking onto her without uttering a single word. Adlin fidgets nervously with the delicate ruffled ribbon cuffs of her sleeves, sweat dripping down as she frantically wonders why her intimidating boss is staring at her in dead silence. Trying to break the heavy silence, Adlin nervously asks if this modest dress will truly be acceptable for entering the royal imperial palace. Sigillarian's voice cuts through the tension like a blade as he turns to his butler, coolly asking if that garment really belonged to his late mother. Shen quickly confirms that it is indeed the deceased madam's dress, anxiously offering to change her into another outfit if it displeases him. Poor Adlin internally panics, convinced her boss is secretly furious. Sigillarian folds his arms nonchalantly, dryly commenting that his mother must have had extravagant taste since that dress looks fancy enough for a royal ball. But Shend immediately corrects him, explaining that such a modest design could be worn by a well-off commoner, and that his late mother was actually very plain. Adlin's sweat drops in sheer visual horror, her eyes wide as she mentally begs the butler to stop arguing before the Grand Duke loses his temper. When the house butler becomes a fashion critic right in front of a deadly war hero, you know you're in peak manhwa territory. Butler Shend mentally face palms over his master's absolute fashion blindness, worrying that a duke who only knows battlefields might think any person wearing a skirt is a gorgeous lady. Sigilrion strokes his chin thoughtfully, admitting that looking closely, it isn't extravagant at all. Shend bursts into hearty laughter, teasingly warning his lord that if he considers this plain gown fancy, he'll literally faint at a real palace ball. Sigillion keeps his hand resting against his chin, his dark blue eye narrowing in intense focus as he dryly admits to himself that the dress isn't what catches his eye. She's just naturally pretty. In a hilarious side panel, Shend nearly drops Baby Shed in utter shock as the infant suddenly blurts out another rowdy, "Hey!" right at his Grand Duke. Adlin's amber eye widens in delicate surprise as she senses the mood in the room abruptly shift. With a deadpan expression, Sigilrion bluntly announces aloud that the dress only looked extravagant because the girl wearing it is remarkably pretty. Butler Shend and Baby Shed instantly shriek in full comedic chaos behind him. A massive dramatic text screen boldly proclaims his unapologetic inner thought. It was simply Adlin who made the outfit look breathtaking. Leave it to an overly blunt manhwa male lead to drop a romantic bombshell with the emotional tone of a military report. Adlin's cheeks burst into a flaming red blush as her brain completely short-circuits from the unexpected compliment. A close-up reveal captures Adlin's stunned, blushing face framed by her golden hair as she stands frozen in pure disbelief. The secondary maid clutches her cheeks, screaming in shock that their icy master actually said something so romantic, while Shend and Baby Shed scream in background hysterics. Sigilrion calmly folds his arms without even a hint of shame, coolly muttering to himself that he merely stated the objective truth, leaving Adlin staring at him in utter silence. Transitioning to the journey, a magnificent golden royal carriage rolls smoothly down the dirt road as Sigillion and Adlin sit across from each other inside. Sigilrion gazes out the window with his usual icy composure, while Adlin sits quietly across from him, holding Baby Shed securely wrapped in a soft green blanket. Flashing back to his words inside her mind, Sigillrion's deep voice echoes again, repeating that she was the reason the dress looked so stunning. Adlin's face turns beet red all over again as the memory sends a fresh wave of embarrassment straight to her heart. Inner text bubbles scream in comedic panic, begging her brain to stop replaying his voice over and over. Adlin frantically shakes her head back and forth in a frantic motion, desperately trying to flush out the romantic thoughts while holding the sleeping infant tight. Staring down at Baby Shed's peaceful sleeping face, Adlin bites her lip, her heart still beating out of her chest. A dreamy, blossom-filled visual illustration depicts Adlin cradling the baby like a delicate treasure surrounded by glowing floral petals and golden light. Talk about top-tier manhwa shoujo art aesthetics. A panicked internal scream bursts across the frame, crying out that her fluttery heart refuses to calm down no matter how hard she tries. Adlin glances at her soft red reflection in the carriage glass window, trying to gather her scattered composure. A quick flashback memory reminds her of standing before the dressing mirror while the maid praised how gorgeous she looked in the noble gown. Shaking off her vanity, Adlin mentally reassures herself that anyone would look pretty wearing such a fine dress, and that she shouldn't get ahead of herself. Shaking her head rapidly again, Adlin reminds herself of the severe reality that a single etiquette mistake in front of the emperor could get her executed for treason. Sigillion's sharp blue eye quietly shifts sideways, realization hitting, noticing her intense internal anxiety from across the carriage seat. Leaning back against the plush velvet cushion, Sigilrion calmly instructs her that there's no reason to be terrified, telling her she only needs to stand next to him and carry the baby. Adlin timidly nods her head, stammering a hesitant agreement while clutching the infant closer. Imagining a barrage of sweet desserts and disaster scenarios in her head, Adlin frantically stammers what would happen if she suddenly sneezed during the royal audience, only for Sigilrion to dryly reply that she should just sneeze. Adlin shrieks in comic panic, asking how she could possibly sneeze right in front of his imperial majesty and asking what would happen if spit accidentally flew onto the monarch. Sigilrion nonchalantly responds that the emperor will simply wipe it off, dismissively reassuring her that the ruler isn't petty enough to throw a tantrum over a simple sneeze. Adlin turns toward the window with a nervous sweat drop trickling down her neck, completely stunned by how casually her master views royal protocol. Looking at her with a deadpan expression, Sigillian bluntly clarifies that, strictly speaking, she isn't visiting the palace as an official guest. She's essentially just attending as a human cradle to carry the baby. Adeline's mind freezes on the word cradle, while silly side notes poke fun at her turning into a literal baby furniture piece until the toddler cries. A hilarious chibi visual depicts Adeline literally morphing into an ornate wheeled baby crib while holding baby Shed in her pink dress. You gotta love how manhwa heroines mentally turn into household furniture whenever their MLs give dry explanations. Sitting in the carriage with a hollow, deadpan smile, Adeline dryly concludes to herself that she was worrying over absolutely nothing after all. Adeline sits across from Sigillian inside the moving carriage, staring blankly at his cold, unreadable expression. She mentally mutters whether she should be grateful that she isn't expected to follow rigid royal rules, or depressed that she's literally being classified as a piece of baby furniture. A close-up frames Adeline's golden eyes filled with quiet resignation as she reflects on her bizarre new role in this noble household. Sigillian breaks the quiet, calmly reassuring her that maids enter the palace with their masters all the time, so no one will force strict noble etiquette onto her. Adeline sighs with a nervous sweat drop, murmuring that it's a huge relief. Sigillian turns his head back toward the carriage window, maintaining his cool, detached composure as they draw nearer to the imperial grounds. Sitting quietly in her seat, Adeline cradles sleeping baby Shed in her arms, looking thoughtful as she watches the Grand Duke across from her. Adeline gently gazes down at the sleeping toddler, mentally acknowledging that, while it's natural for a head of household to protect his people, she sincerely appreciates his unspoken kindness. Softly, she murmurs a quiet thank you to her stoic master. A breathtaking wide visual showcases the towering, majestic imperial palace of Duplan Kingdom gleaming under the bright afternoon sun, where the ruling monarch awaits their arrival. Stepping into the opulent gilded corridors, Sigillian strides forward with Adeline following nervously behind, holding baby Shed as an attendant guides them into the inner sanctuary. Adeline's mind spins with disbelief that she's actually walking inside the royal palace. Adeline violently shakes in comic panic right behind her master, her face turning ghostly pale as the reality of meeting his imperial majesty hits her like a freight train. Sweat drips down Adeline's forehead as her heart beats uncontrollably, panting, frantically repeating her mental mantra over and over that she is nothing more than a human cradle. Entering the lavish reception hall, they find the monarch sprawling lazily across a velvet lounge sofa. Wearing a half-unbuttoned silk shirt with a glass of red wine in hand, the king sloths out like a total playboy, casually greeting them without even sitting up. A close-up spotlight reveals the king's long dark hair cascading over his bare chest as he casually swirls his wine glass, looking entirely unbothered by Grand Duke Sigillian's presence. Talk about absolute peak manhwa royal sloth energy. You'd think the ruler of an entire empire would dress up, but this guy treats imperial audiences like a lazy Sunday morning. Adeline's eyes widen in sheer visual shock as she stares at the lounging monarch, inwardly screaming in confusion if this unbuttoned heartthrob is genuinely the king of Duplan Kingdom. Sigillian formally bows his head, respectful tone, respectfully greeting his majesty and asking if the ruler has been keeping well. Swirl in his wine glass, the king lazily cuts off Sigillian's greeting, telling him to skip the formal pleasantries and asking if that bundle in the maid's arms is what he thinks it is. Standing erect with absolute military composure, Sigillian crisply confirms that it is indeed the young crown prince, while poor Adeline stands frozen like a statue holding the baby beside him. Sitting up slightly on his plush sofa, the king gestures toward the seating area, instructing Sigillian and his companion to sit down so they can discuss business comfortably. Adeline timidly steps toward the sofa while cradling baby Sheed, staring at the monarch in complete bewilderment as she realizes how drastically he differs from her expectations. Flashing back to the day she first encountered Grand Duke Sigillian on the battlefield, Adeline remembers him clad in full heavy war armor, right? Radiating the undeniable aura of a legendary military general. In stark contrast, Adeline gapes at the king's slender, pale frame as he unhurriedly adjusts his ruffled cuff. A hilarious chibi Adeline whimpers in the corner, panicking over how sickly and drained the monarch looks, like he might physically pass out from sheer boredom at any given second. In a dramatic internal fantasy panel, Adeline envisions what a true king ought to look like. A shadowy ruler sitting regally upon a golden throne, holding a glittering imperial scepter, surrounded by majestic crimson roses. Reality snapping back, Adeline gulps nervously, resolving to tread with extreme caution around this delicate, unpredictable ruler while clutching the toddler close. Looking down at her lap, Adeline notices baby Shed waking up after sleeping through the entire ride, tugging gently on her dress ruffle. She inwardly sighs in relief, praising the little master for being on his absolute best behavior today. Adeline smiles warmly at the calm toddler, wondering to herself if the cute little prince somehow senses the overwhelming gravity of being presented before an emperor. From a high-angle perspective, the king reclines on his throne-like couch, while Sigillion and Adeline sit across the ornate coffee table loaded with tea and fresh pastries. The monarch praises Sigillion's success, admitting how shocked he was to hear they brought back the target, while Sigillion explains how the sudden tragic deaths of Morn's king from tetanus and queen from a riding accident created the perfect opening. Resting his chin on his manicured hand, the king thoughtfully agrees, remarking how wretchedly unlucky it was for Morn's royal couple to perish simultaneously during wartime. Then his amber eyes narrow as his tone shifts toward a new topic. Pointing a long, slender finger directly toward Adeline, the king dryly inquires if that young girl is the wet nurse brought along from the fallen kingdom of Morn. Sigillion and Adeline both turn their heads in surprise, caught completely off guard by the monarch's sudden direct question. Sweat drops profusely from Adeline's cheek as her brain short-circuits, squeaking out in absolute shock if he just called her a wet nurse. A dramatic close-up frames the king's strikingly handsome face as his sharp eyes inspect Adeline from head to toe with an amused, analytical gaze. Honestly, the artist went all out on this king's visual design. He looks like he stepped straight out of an otome game. Sigillion flatly interjects, setting the record straight that Adeline is merely a maid in his estate, while a sweat-dropping Adeline mentally screams in background hysterics that she isn't even a regular maid. She's just a glorified infant crib. Turning his gaze back toward Sigillion, the king curiously tilts his head, questioning why Sigillion would bring such a young-looking maid to act as the child's primary caregiver. Sigillion maintains his deadpan composure, starting to reveal the bizarre, chaotic truth behind why Adeline was chosen for this grand task. Right on cue, baby Shed throws his chubby arms high into the air, shouting a loud baby babble, "A Buddha!" while Sigillion dryly explains that this particular royal infant is unique. Light glints dazzlingly off the grand crystal chandelier above the Golden Hall, highlighting the surreal atmosphere of this imperial audience. The king throws his head back and erupts into roaring, uncontrollable laughter. He slaps his knees, shouting how hilarious Sigillion's babysitting struggles are, while Sigillion sits deadpan across from him, muttering that if His Majesty went through it himself, he wouldn't be laughing. Meanwhile, Adeline sweat drops in horror, thinking that the baby chaos is far from over. Lifting his teacup with practiced aristocratic elegance, the king shifts to serious state matters, asking Sigillion about the current raid situation and assassin movements. Sigillion folds his hands tightly, reporting that there haven't been any recent raid attempts or movements from Morn's loyalists, wondering if they've completely given up on rescuing their young crown prince. Sipping his tea, the king gravely analyzes that political chaos inside Morn is escalating rapidly. He reveals that Morn's nobility is fiercely divided, suspecting that the prince's maternal clan, Lucantu, is secretly scheming to seize absolute power under the guise of protecting a potentially dead heir. A shadowy illustration reveals the treacherous Lucantu clan looming like puppet masters over the innocent toddler prince. The king explains that if the crown prince is confirmed dead, Lucantu loses all royal clout, but if he reclaims the throne, they would rule as regents, a prospect the opposing nobles despise. Sigillion sternly acknowledges that the analysis makes perfect sense. Adeline looks down at the sweet infant resting against her collarbone, her heart aching as the brutal reality of royal power struggles sinks in. Dread washes over Adeline's face, whispered, weeping over how cruel the world is to this innocent child who was supposed to live happily once he returned to his homeland. Feeling her grip tighten, baby Shed looks up into Adeline's eyes with a tiny, precious coo, calling out her name with an adorable baby Adu. Emotionally overwhelmed, Adeline pulls the little prince into a fierce, protective embrace, resting her cheek against his soft brown hair as tears prick her eyes. Dramatic spike text burst screams her heartbreaking internal vow. Her poor, helpless little master deserves all the protection in the world. The king's voiceover continues from across the room, noting that from Deplon's geopolitical perspective, a new ruling dynasty rising in Morn would cause severe long-term trouble. Sunlight bathes the magnificent, sprawling facade of the imperial palace, calmly contrasting the serene exterior with the heavy political calculations taking place within. Leaning forward with a sharp, calculating gaze, the king explains that if a new dynasty takes over Morn, they will inevitably wage war against Deplin Kingdom to unite their people and prove their legitimacy. As Adlin gasps in terror, realizing another bloody war could erupt, the king calls out Sigillion's official name, Recult. With a ruthless, brilliant smirk, the king unveils his grand scheme. He plans to make Morn's toddler crown prince debut grandly in Deplon's high society for the entire world to see. That way, Morn's rebels have zero justification to claim their heir is dead and start a new dynasty, making capturing the infant the ultimate political trump card. Adlin stares at the smiling monarch in complete, terrifying shock, her eyes wide as she realizes baby Shed is being used as a pawn in a high-stakes war game between entire empires. Pointing a long-ringed finger toward them, the king nonchalantly announces that his royal birthday is in 3 months, asking if Singarillion can teach the toddler a simple congratulatory greeting by then. A hilarious chibi Adlin screams in background hysterics, flabbergasted by the insane request. Narrowing his sharp eyes with a deadpan stare, the lazy monarch dryly asks if the kid is completely mute or if his tongue is just too short to talk. Seriously, leave it to this guy to interrogate an infant like a political prisoner. Adlin's brain completely short-circuits as she inwardly stammers how a baby could possibly master full human speech in 90 days. But before she can faint, Sigillorion calmly steps in, noting that the toddler's speech development has actually opened up recently. Sigillorion politely assures the ruler that he will have the child diligently practice a formal congratulatory greeting. Adlin stares at her master in absolute horror, wondering if he's lost his mind. The king instantly cuts him off with a flat, merciless no, glaring at the duo with zero tolerance for generic answers. Reclining back onto his plush sofa, the king lowers his tone, deadpan dryly asking if Sigillion is actually going to pull this off or just make excuses. Adlin clutches baby Shed tight against her chest, desperately praying to decline, while the king's analytical amber gaze locks onto her shivering frame. Panicking under imperial pressure, Adlin stammers out that she'll try her absolute best, while Sigillorion deadpans that his majesty shouldn't worry. A hilarious side caption points out that Sigillorion genuinely believes every single baby problem magically resolves itself the moment Adlin handles it. Chibi Adlin weeps ocean tears in the corner. How is she supposed to teach a toddler who can barely pronounce her name to speak in full courtly sentences? A side note reveals her desperate internal plea. Can't you just do a handstand and sing happy birthday instead? Honestly, artist visual comedy is peak manhwa art here. Shifting back to political calculation, Sigillorion inquires how His Majesty plans to handle the Crown Prince after his high society debut. Low, sinister, the king cold-bloodedly explains that they will raise him in Deplon until he becomes a loyal puppet king who will never turn against their empire. Munching on an apple, baby Shed coos out a tiny "ah," while Sigillion thoughtfully suggests that it might be safer to house the young prince directly inside the imperial royal palace. Sigildrian points out that the royal household already has dedicated wet nurses and nanny maids. Adlen's eyes sparkle with pure hope, wondering how her usually stiff master suddenly came up with such a brilliant life-saving idea. The king dramatically flips his hair back, huffing that those palace nurses are elite staff reserved for his own future successor. Sigillorion bluntly retorts that Her Majesty the Queen isn't even pregnant right now. Pointing his slender finger, the king dramatically complains that no one knows when a royal heir might happen, whining that he's been working so hard lately he's physically lost weight. Flashing a dramatic romantic sigh, the king swoons over missing his sweet honey darling queen. Flustered, embarrassed, Adlin panics in background sweat drops, screaming internally over what inappropriate nonsense he's babbling in front of a baby, while Sigillrion deadpans for the ruler to hang in there. Getting serious again, the king asks if Sigillrion brought backup staff to block out eyes, suggesting that the toddler should stay in the palace. Sigillrion blinks in mild confusion, asking what he means. The king forcefully leans forward, passionately shouting how he could ever trust random palace riffraff with such a high-value child. Clenching his manicured fist, the monarch firmly states he wouldn't trust anyone, while Adlin holds baby Shed as he utters a cute little Oh, do A? Staring directly into Sigillerin's eyes with absolute seriousness, the king heavily declares that in this entire empire, he trusts no one but Ricault. Chibi Adlin swoons in utter shock. She knew her master enjoyed his majesty's Adlin internally cheers, resolving to dedicate her entire life to the Sigillerian household since they clearly have ultimate political backing. Side caption reveals her shipping prayer. May you two have a lovely romance. Adlin's cheerful delusion instantly freezes as her eyes widen in sudden realization. Looking over at Sigillion's terrifyingly dark and annoyed expression, Adlin's sweat drops nervously, sensing that something is terribly wrong. Adlin smiles timidly while Baby Shed coos against her neck, politely introducing herself as Adlin to the lounging ruler. Then the king just casually asks if she has any family or relatives or any personal connections back in Morn. Sighs softly, to which Adlin quietly confirms she has none. Pointing directly at her, the king casually seals her fate. Since she has no ties and no marriage plans, she will personally raise Morn's crown prince from now on. Adlin screams in total horror. "Excuse me?" Sweat pouring down her pale face, Adlin stammers in internal panic that her nanny job was strictly temporary. It was definitely supposed to be temporary. Heavy, dramatic aura slams down onto the room. The king sternly decrees that since Ricault trusts her, he trusts her too, making this an official royal decree directly from the monarch. Unaware of the massive political weight, tiny Baby Shed adorably reaches out his chubby little hand. Despair washes over Adlin's soul, whispers, inwardly weeping that she is 100% doomed, while little Shed looks up innocently asking, "Idea way?" Turning her desperate eyes toward her master, Adlin mentally begs Sigillion to intervene and save her from this imperial life sentence. Adlin screams out in background denial, screams, "No it's not," while Sigillerion sits deadpan beside her as Baby Shed squiggles around. Talk about peak workplace suffering. Suddenly, the heavy gilded doors of the reception hall click open with a smooth aristocratic rattle. A majestic, glowing figure steps through the grand entrance. A sweet feminine voice echoes through the hall, remarking that Count Sigillerion wasn't the only guest today. Baby Shed tilts his head in cute curiosity with an "ooh" as the regal lady playfully asks if the king summoned her just to ask her to raise Morn's crown prince. Adlin's eyes widen in sheer visual bewilderment. A breathtaking full-body panel reveals Her Majesty the Queen, dressed in a sparkling golden ball gown adorned with delicate white lace ribbons and soft red jewels, surrounded by blooming pink roses. The camera zooms across her immaculate embroidered dress and bow detailing, bathed in ethereal heavenly light. Adlin gapes with her mouth open, breathlessly wondering who this otherworldly beauty is. Framing the queen's warm, angelic smile, Adlin's mind completely shatters, screaming inwardly if she's looking at an actual, literal angel. In a hilarious chibi panel, Baby Shed gnaws on Adlin's cheek like she's a piece of fresh toast while Adlin swoons over the queen's godly beauty. The queen gracefully takes a seat at the ornate tea table, noting she wondered why the king summoned her so early until she realized Lord Ricault had arrived. Sigillerion respectfully bows his head, apologizing if their sudden arrival caused Her Majesty any inconvenience. Smiling warmly, the queen chuckles that it was entirely the king's doing, asking why Lord Ricault should apologize, while the king sweats nervously in the corner. Adlin takes a timid sip of her tea, marveling at how exquisite and fragrant royal imperial tea tastes. The queen playfully chides the king, asking if he can't just let things slide out of appreciation for Ricault's hard work. The king's sweat drops, whining that Ricault was staying quiet, so why's she calling him out? Looking down from above at the lavish tea spread, the queen tells Sigillion to put in some effort, to which Sigillion dutifully nods that he will try. Watching her master, Adlin inwardly muses that since Sigillerion spent his entire life on bloody battlefields, she assumed he didn't know any high society ladies. Yet here he is conversing with an absolute angel. Turning her gentle amber eyes directly toward Adlin, the queen curiously asks Sigillion who that pretty young lady sitting beside him is. Adlin freezes mid-sip, her cheeks flushing bright red as the queen's compliment echoes in her head. A pretty young lady beside Master? Beside Master? Talk about an instant ego boost. Flushed red to her ears, Adeline takes a hasty gulp of tea, completely overwhelmed by the royal presence standing before her. Sweat drops slide down Adeline's neck as she sits awkwardly between her stone-faced master and the radiant queen, silently begging for the ground to swallow her whole. Sinking into her seat, Adeline timidly nods that she is indeed the maid, while internally lamenting that she's basically serving as a human cradle for the baby. The queen tilts her head with a soft chuckle, wondering aloud why Lord Ricault dressed up a mere housemaid in such luxurious aristocratic attire. Meanwhile, tiny baby Shed couldn't care less about adult politics, happily chomping away on a fresh red apple with hilarious toddler enthusiasm. Adeline gasps as she rushes over to stop the child from choking, pleading with the little master to let her cut the apple into safe pieces first. Talk about zero chill in front of royalty. Watching Adeline gently handle the baby, the queen rests a delicate finger on her chin, her analytical gaze sharpening with newfound curiosity. Sitting gracefully with a cloth in hand, Adeline tries her best to look composed, completely unaware of the romantic matchmaking game brewing right above her head. Reclining lazily on his sofa, the king smirks that he wouldn't know about other women, flippantly declaring his queen is the undisputed prettiest in the realm. Adeline deadpans in background hysterics, amazed by his shameless simp energy. Seeking Sigillarian's opinion, the queen asks for his thoughts, to which the icy count flatly explains that Adeline merely borrowed his late mother's dress due to their rushed palace visit, apologizing if her outfit offended royalty. The queen's face darkens with immediate irritation. Banging her cup, she screams internally at how utterly dense both men are, demands to know why neither of them can take a simple hint. Adeline clutches baby Shed tight against her chest as he lets out a confused "Adieu?" praying internally for everyone to stop talking about her before she faints from sheer embarrassment. Furious at their emotional obliteration, the queen gestures passionately, practically shouting into Sigillarian's face that she's trying to compliment how stunningly pretty his maid actually is. Pointing a stern finger, Her Majesty makes herself crystal clear. She's calling Adeline gorgeous. Yet Sigillarian just sits there with a deadpan blank expression like a total stone wall. The king takes a quiet sip of tea, narrowing his golden eyes with a puzzled frown, genuinely wondering what crazy nonsense his wife is babbling about now. Honestly, these two men deserve a gold medal in romance blindness. Internal tears pour down Adeline's cheeks as she watches the queen sing her praises. Why does high society drama always drag innocent bystanders into the splash zone? Kneeling on the polished floor, Adeline buries her face in utter despair, while baby Shed innocently pats her hair, sweetly asking if it's dark down there. Desperately hiding her crimson face in front of the ruler and her master, Adeline inwardly weeps that she wants to crawl into a dark hole and stay there forever. Inwardly screaming at the universe, Adeline pleads for everyone to stop staring at her. Seriously, she's just a baby cradle. Leave her out of this. Suddenly, Adeline's eyes snap wide open as a wildly unexpected turn of phrase hits the tea table conversation. Sigillarian maintains his unreadable stoic posture while the king quirks an eyebrow in mild confusion. Turning toward the monarch, the queen firmly points out that Lord Ricault already acknowledged Adeline's beauty. The king dryly retorts that he heard, but asks why that even matters. Smirking slyly, the queen argues that if she's pretty in Ricault's eyes, then marriage arrangements shouldn't be forced on him, bluntly asking why the king is pushing ancient arranged marriages in this day and age. Adeline's jaw completely drops. Did she just hear the word marriage paired with her stoic master? The king hilariously fumes in chibi rage, barking that she's just making up lame excuses to avoid her own royal matchmaking obligations. As the king and queen bicker back and forth over respecting Ricault's romantic choices, Adeline sits frozen in shock, realizing this breathtaking queen is actually a prospective bride candidate for her master. Loudly interrupting the chaos, the king slams his fist down, thud, demanding to know if Ricault actually has someone he likes. With zero hesitation, Sigillarian drops a flat, ice-cold, "No, I do not," completely shutting down the idea with brutal efficiency. The king smugly claps his hands together, gleefully telling the queen that since Ricault is single, they should start dating right away so feelings can develop. Adlin gasps softly, her golden eyes sparkling as she watches the explosive dynamic unfolding between the royal couple and her master. Refusing to yield, the queen passionately snaps back that His Majesty himself disobeyed the late king's arranged marriage orders, calling out his hilarious hypocritical double standards. Adlin swoons in background awed, her fiery spirit. The king whines that she's insulting his precious recalled, but the queen sharply retorts that his ridiculous forced setups feel like a direct insult to her own intelligence. Floating in a sea of imaginary pink romance hearts, Adlin mentally roots for the queen. Such beauty, fierce eloquence, and unwavering spine, she is 100 the ultimate mistress of the house for Master Sigilrion. A quiet moment settles over the tea table as porcelain cups clink softly against the saucer, with Sigilrion quietly addressing the monarch. Leaning back, the king dismissively sighs that since the current bride candidate, Lady Meltina, is a lost cause, Recult should at least try to whip her into shape, prompting the queen to scream in total disbelief. Unfazed by the screaming royal couple, Sigilgorion sits upright like a majestic dark knight, completely immune to the surrounding chaos. Adlin clutches baby Shed tight, sweating nervously as she marvels at her master's terrifying, unwavering level of stoic loyalty. Watching Sigildrion's unbothered posture, Adlin inwardly muses that while people call her a servant to her core, her master operates on a whole different level of absolute emotional steel. Glaring at Silgerian, the queen inwardly groans that he's the biggest headache of all, wishing he and Lady Meltina would just get married and end this royal headache. Letting out a long, exhausted breath, Adlin tries to process the sheer weight of high society drama dropping onto her shoulders. The king holds his throbbing head in dramatic agony, complaining about how stubborn women are, while Adlin secretly vows in her mind that she fully supports this marriage scheme. Imagining the queen holding miniature doll versions of Sigillion and his potential bride, Adlin resolves to do whatever it takes to help Her Majesty's matchmaking mission succeed. Flashback tint sweeps across the frame as Adlin remembers the king decreeing she must raise Morn's crown prince permanently. Just a moment ago, she hated His Majesty with every fiber of her soul. Recalling the king joking that Adlin will end up an old maid if she stays a servant forever, her internal resentment completely vanishes. Visualizing the queen proudly boasting that she has no shortage of handsome men and might date forever, Adlin marvels at the king's hidden genius, gasping, "His imperial grace is truly boundless." Adlin pumps her tiny chibi fists in absolute determination, cheering that serving a badass independent lady of the house would be her ultimate dream workplace scenario. Scene shifts to golden autumn sunlight filtering through lush forest foliage as leaves gently rustle in the warm breeze. The royal carriage rattles smoothly along the dirt road, carrying Sigilrion, Adlin, and baby Shed back toward the Deplin Duchy estate. Sitting across from her master, Adlin nervously breaks the silence, timidly asking if she really has to take care of the toddler prince permanently from now on. Turning his sharp blue eyes toward the window, Sigorian deadpans a cold, realistic truth. Probably. Talk about the ultimate non-answer. Clutching baby Shed nervously against her chest, Adlin pleads with her master, asking if he couldn't try requesting a reevaluation from His Majesty just once more. After all, she's merely in a temporary position with zero idea what her future holds. Turning his sharp blue gaze toward the passing trees outside, Sigillion flatly cuts her off, reminding her that an imperial decree isn't something one simply argues against. Sweating bullets as her master shuts her down, Adlin deadpans in background defeat. She inwardly groans that he has a face practically screaming how convenient it is for him to just pass the baby duty on to her. Trying a completely different angle, Adlin timidly asks about Lady Meltina, the gorgeous ducal lady the king wanted him to marry. She praises her incredible beauty and fortitude, naively suggesting that if Master actually won her heart and married her, it would solve everything. Seriously? Adlin playing romantic advisor while holding a toddler is peak accidental matchmaker behavior. Sigillion just sits across from her in heavy silence, locking eyes with her in an unreadable ice-cold stare. Internal panic bubbles up as red flushes across Adlin's cheeks. She inwardly frets, wondering if she stepped way out of line and angered a powerful count with her silly maid chatter. Recalling past noble rumors, she remembers people mentioning Lady Meltina comes from a grand prestigious ducal house, and forming a political bond with them would elevate his family tremendously. A ducal house? Adlin gasps out loud, her eyes widening in pure shock, while baby Shed innocently pats her cheek with a cute little adieu. Sweat drops slide down her face as she remembers the old butler throwing an absolute rage fit earlier, screaming about how dare anyone try to pair their noble master with a fallen house. Wait, check out the butler's wild hypocrisy here. Bro literally flipped his story faster than a pancake. Visualizing the Grand Duplin Kingdom, Adlin realizes Lady Maltina is regarded as the ultimate beauty of the realm, a bride who could genuinely lift Sigillrian's standing to legendary heights. Even the king himself acknowledged her unrivaled grace and noble stature, making her the perfect match on paper. Noticing a subtle, tiny smirk forming on Solarian's lips, Adlin catches him musing internally about whether he should actually give courting a try. Spotting that fleeting smile, Adlin's eyes sparkle with imaginary romance hearts. She enthusiastically cheers, insisting he write Lady Maltina a passionate love letter right away. Sigillrian freezes in utter baffle, staring back at her like she just spoke ancient gibberish. Right? A what? Fully hyperventilating with romantic excitement, Adlin gushes that he must express his deepest feelings. She even offers to prepare cute stationery, dried flower petals to enclose, and a whole book of romantic phrases. Hold on. Adlin really wants to send flower petals and a poetry book for a giant, terrifying duke? Imagine his reaction. Sweat drips down the back of Sigillion's head as he visualizes Adlin giggling uncontrollably. He inwardly cringes at the embarrassing thought of sending flower petals at his mature age. Imagining the terrifying outcome, he visualizes Lady Maltina bursting into the royal palace with the letter, screaming at the king that Lord Ricault has completely lost his mind or been replaced by an imposter. Unable to contain the ridiculous mental image, Sigillrian rests his jaw on his gloved hand, smirking quietly to himself as a rare laugh breaks through his stoic exterior. Clearing his throat with a subtle cough, Sigillrian dismisses her wild idea, politely stating he'll handle his own personal affairs, leaving Adlin awkwardly nodding in compliance. Closing his eyes with a soft exhale, he chuckles under his breath, genuinely amused by her endless imagination. Look at that rare, handsome smile. The artist definitely cooked with this lighting. Adlin blinks softly, completely mesmerized as she catches a glimpse of her master's gentle, rare laughter. Chibi Adlin playfully bops her own head, playfully scolding herself for being so silly and intrusive when she should know when to hold her tongue. Even so, she silently swears with burning determination that she will do whatever it takes to ensure Master gets happily married. A few days pass smoothly back at the magnificent Duplin Duchy estate as warm sunlight bathes the lush gardens. Standing politely inside the study in her standard maid uniform, Adlin approaches her master at his desk, curiously asking how they should prepare for the upcoming party. Sigillrian looks up from his paperwork, pausing with a blank, confused frown. What? Adlin clarifies that she's asking about His Majesty the King's upcoming birthday banquet, prompting Sigillrian to let out a delayed, Adlin deadpans in background exhaustion, realizing her master completely forgot about the royal party. She internally laments that she's been practicing speech with little Shed until her voice went raspy, while he didn't even keep track of the date. Classic anime male lead moment. He completely wiped his memory of the king's birthday. Watching tiny baby Shed sit cutely in a giant armchair, Adlin explains she's been teaching him basic greetings, but has zero idea what clothes a prince should wear or what royal etiquette entails. Dipping his quill feather gently into the glass inkwell, Sigillrian murmurs aloud, processing the concept of high society etiquette. Adlin earnestly adds that all eyes will be on the little master, and a single mistake could tarnish the Sigillrian family name, offering to learn from Master so she can train the child. Sigillrian nods in agreement, praising her commendable attitude and admitting he hadn't considered the social ramifications, before trailing off awkwardly. With his unbuttoned shirt dramatically exposing his broad chest, Sigillrian looks her straight in the eye and flatly confesses, "I don't know either." Wait, unbuttoned shirt reveal out of nowhere? Sir, you are supposed to be discussing etiquette, not flexing. Adlin stands completely frozen, her brain short-circuiting as she gets cartoonishly rendered onto a blank milk carton. Staring with wide, unblinking eyes, she processes the absurd revelation in complete silence. What did you say? Adlin screams internally in absolute comical terror. Completely unbothered, Sigillian repeats himself with a calm deadpan, casually restating that he knows zero basic royal etiquette himself. Sitting up straight, he casually suggests they learn together and tells her to fetch the head butler, a military war hero who literally knows zero party etiquette. This count's household is pure chaos. Soul floating out of her body, Adlin internally prays to the king, weeping that her master is completely hopeless and pleading for someone to save poor baby Shed. Sitting alone at his grand desk, Sigillarian lightly, rhythmically taps his fingers against the polished wood, lost in thought. Flashback memories surface as he remembers attending parties as a child where no one cared about protocol, followed by years on brutal battlefields where swordplay was the only etiquette that mattered. Standing tall in full polished steel armor like a dark knight, gasp! His entire youth was spent clad in iron rather than silk ballroom attire. On the rare occasions he attended royal galas, snobbish nobles gossiped behind fans, but no one dared question a fierce war hero about dance moves or cutlery order. Leaning back in his chair, Sigillarian casually muses that as long as he doesn't step on anyone's feet while dancing, it should be fine, though he mildly worries he might actually crush a toe since it's been years. His only dance strategy is don't stomp on their toes? I bet he's gonna break someone's foot. The heavy wooden door creaks open as Adlin announces she has brought the head butler inside. Sigillarian stands up from his desk to greet Butler Shed, stating he has a favor to ask. But the elderly butler mentions he already caught the gist from Adlum. Sigillarian relievedly asks him to begin teaching them starting today, but Butler Shed pauses awkwardly, clearing his throat with hesitation. Suddenly, Butler Shed's face twitches with overwhelming anxiety while Adlin buries her crimson face in her hands behind him. The butler sweat drops profusely, confessing he has only ever organized military logistics for war rather than lavish ballrooms. Adlin internally despairs, worrying if little Shed will survive a house full of battle-obsessed warriors. Wait, giggles, even the butler only knows how to prep for war? This entire house is a fortress, not a salon. Standing timidly before both men, Adlin nervously asks if royal party preparations are really that complicated, to which the head butler nervously admits he has no clue about ball etiquette either. Butler Shed sweat drops heavily as he urgently reminds them that this isn't just some ordinary backyard tea party, but His Majesty the King's birthday gala hosted by the royal court. He nervously lists off all the missing preparations, asking if there wouldn't be strict dress codes, essential items to bring, and complex royal greeting protocols to follow. A grand vista of the shining royal palace appears in Adlin's mind as she ponders the situation. She internally acknowledges that the head butler is totally right. There is no way anyone currently residing in this militaristic estate possesses the slightest clue about high society protocol. She continues stressing to herself that not a single soul in this entire household has ever stepped foot near the royal palace, let alone stood face to face with the ruler of the realm. Tapping her chin thoughtfully, Adlin timidly proposes a logical workaround, suggesting that they simply seek out an expert who actually knows aristocratic etiquette and learn directly from them. Suddenly, a dazzling mental image of Lady Maltina flashes across her mind. Remembering the aristocratic beauty, Adlin gasps out loud as an instant breakthrough hits her. Turning to her master with glowing eyes, Adlin enthusiastically suggests asking Lady Maltina for help. Both Sigillarian and the old butler pause in utter confusion, repeating the ducal lady's name like they're hearing a completely foreign language. Adlin earnestly explains her bulletproof logic. Since Lady Maltina is the daughter of a grand ducal house, her royal court etiquette must be absolute perfection. Visualizing a wild romantic scenario in her head, Adlin imagines the king lounging on a gold couch, arrogantly preaching that forcing a man and woman into close quarters naturally kindles romantic passion. Hold on. Check out the tiny disclaimer note at the bottom. The artist literally had to clarify that His Majesty never said this, and it's 100% Adlin's delusional romantic fan fiction. Leanings in close to Butler Shed with a sneaky wink, Adlin proudly whispers that Lady Maltina is the Duke's daughter and will soon become the proud mistress of House Sigillarian. Pumping her fists in absolute triumph, Adlin cheers with burning determination that this brilliant strategy will solve all their social problems and save both master and herself. Sigillarion stands awkward with his shirt front unbuttoned, sweating slightly as he reluctantly nods in agreement, stating he will try sending her an invitation letter. Gloating proudly with hands on her cheeks, Adlin asks the butler if hiring her wasn't a stroke of pure genius. Meanwhile, Butler sheds sweat drops with a strained smile, secretly keeping it to himself that she was literally the only person who applied for the job. Bro is protecting her ego for dear life. Night falls quietly over the estate, where a humble tray with a bottle, cup, apple, bowl, and bread sits neatly on the wooden table. Standing tall inside his spacious bedchamber, Sigillarion gazes out through the grand glass balcony doors into the moonlit gardens, lost in silent reflection. Nearby, Adlin gently uses a cloth to wipe Baby Shed's messy mouth, cooing softly that he needs to stay clean after his late-night meal. Looking back toward the glass, Sigillarion remembers warning her to stay away from windows late at night due to the potential threat of enemy ambushes. Yet she remains right there beside him. Observing his solemn profile, Adlin notes internally that even when her master appears to be standing completely still, his mind is always consumed with dangerous, heavy burdens. Turning his head slightly toward him, Sigillarion notices her gaze and asks calmly what she wants. Adlin looks up timidly, clearing her throat to state that there is something important she would like to request, prompting him to tell her to proceed. Standing respectfully under the soft room lighting, Adlin politely asks if she may finally move back to her own maid quarters. She points out that previously there was an active threat of raids, so he kept her locked in his room due to lack of trust, but the situation has settled down. Holding her hands tightly over her white apron, she timidly argues that there really isn't any legitimate reason for her to continue sleeping in the master's private bedroom anymore. Close up on Adlin's wide brown eyes as Sigillarion's voice cuts in with a sharp counter question, asking if the Morn Bandit Syndicate gave a sworn promise never to launch another raid? Looming over her with his unbuttoned shirt dramatically framing his broad chest, Sigillarion presses further, sarcastically asking if General Kia signed a legally binding contract promising never to step foot near him again. Talk about a high-stakes interrogation over a room request. This man is pulling out military tribunal tactics just to keep his maid in his room. Adlin stammers out a flustered no, while Sigillarion glares down at her, sternly asking what on earth makes her so dangerously confident then. Sigillarion locks eyes with her in an unreadable, intense blue-eyed gaze. Glancing back at little Baby Shed playing innocently on the carpet, Adlin tries another angle, whispering, pointing out that the little master now sleeps soundly through the night without crying or waking up. She eagerly suggests that she could simply retreat to her own quarters once the baby falls asleep and return before sunrise. Meanwhile, in the background, Chibi Shed looks hilariously exhausted while clutching his pillow like a tiny stressed adult. Resting his chin on his gloved fingers, Sigillarion analyzes her reaction in deep suspicion, wondering why she is so ridiculously desperate to return to her room no matter what. An annoyed vein twitches sharply on his cheek as an unexpected wave of petty irritation flares up inside his chest. Looking through the balcony glass frame, Sigillarion flatly demands to know why she is so eager to leave. Adlin blushes awkwardly, giggling, mumbling that it's uncomfortable and that the potential rumors are genuinely terrifying. Narrowing his sharp blue eyes, Sigillarion frowns with genuine confusion, asking what rumors she could possibly be talking about. Looking down in deep anxiety, Adlin explains that while rumors haven't spread yet, she is terrified they will start, specifically gossip about a young maid sharing a private bedroom with her male master. Sigillarion waves his hand with total detachment, casually stating that as long as nothing improper actually happens, it's fine. And since the gossip isn't true, she should just ignore it entirely. Snapping back with fiery indignation, Adlin shouts that she cannot just ignore it. She passionately reminds him that he is a powerful count and a man, so trivial gossip won't harm his reputation. But for a lowly maid like her, her entire life will be completely destroyed. Gesturing frantically, Adlin vents that whether true or not, if society finds out she raised a baby in the master's bedroom, her future chances of dating or finding a husband are completely ruined forever. Suddenly, Sigillarion reaches out and firmly grabs her shoulder, shutting her down with a cold, absolute declaration. No, Adlin, that will never happen. Adlin freezes in complete shock, blushing bright crimson as she stammers, never? While staring up at his handsome face in total confusion. The camera cuts down to a close-up of their shoes standing mere inches apart on the polished wooden floor. Realizing how intense he sounded, Sigillarion sweat drops in subtle awkwardness, backtracking with a quiet, Probably, right? Well, Adlin deadpans at him in disbelief. Look at his instant backtracking. Bro panicked so fast when he realized how dramatic he sounded. Instantly shifting to a serious tone to regain control, Sigillian reminds her that she is currently fulfilling an explicit royal order from His Majesty, meaning the fate and peace of the Deplan kingdom rests directly on her shoulders. He dramatically adds that enemy forces could easily kidnap her to lure out the crown prince or blackmail the duchy, whispering meaning leaving her unmonitored is far too dangerous. Giggle. Note caption. Pretending to worry while blatantly scaring her. Sigillian concludes with absolute authority that remaining right by his side is the only safe option, before exasperatedly asking who else could possibly manage that crying, bratty little monster anyway. Adlin's eyes fill up with teary defeat while visualizing little baby Shed as a bottle-chugging terror in the corner. Extreme close-up on Adlin's glossy brown eyes, showing her total emotional surrender as she realizes she has lost the debate completely. Extreme close-up on Silgerian's sharp blue eyes, sweating nervously as he watches her reaction to see if his shameless guilt trip actually worked. Adlin's feet take a slow step backward on the floor, accepting her defeat. Bowing her head in total submission, Adlin quietly whispers that she understands and will continue staying in his bedroom as commanded. Sigillian lets out a soft, hidden exhale of relief, wiping a sweat drop as he approvingly tells her she made the right choice. Bowing politely to excuse herself, Adlin mentions she will go put the little master to bed, while Sigillian casually tells her to get some rest afterward. As Adlin slumps away with dark gloom clouds hanging over her head, Sigillian watches her leave, while a tiny chibi version of him sweats profusely in guilty panic. He knows he completely manipulated her with fake political threats just to keep his nanny close. As the quiet evening settles over the master suite, Sigillian stares down with a cool, unreadable gaze, lost in his own private thoughts. Gently extending his hand toward the carpet, his attention shifts to the tiny toddler playing right beside him, as Adlin calls out softly for the little master. With a sweet giggle, baby Shed stretches his tiny arms wide open into the air, chirping out his adorable babble with total delight. Smiling down at him with pure affection, Adlin tenderly asks if it's time for them to wash up and get ready for a cozy night's sleep. Yet behind this tranquil atmosphere lies an unspoken shift in the room's dynamic, a subtle bond forming that neither of them can deny. Talk about dramatic text placement. The webtoon artist is pulling out full romance novel title cards just for a bedtime routine. Sunlight streams brilliantly through the grand windows of the estate the next morning, illuminating the lavish interior. Sitting on the floor right beside baby Shed, Adlin warmly praises his impressive progress as he balances on his hands and knees while playing with a bright purple ball. The little master locks his big brown eyes on the toy with fiery determination, crouching over the soft carpet as he prepares to give it a massive push. The instant the ball rolls straight ahead, Chibi Adlin pumps her fist in the air, holding a giant pencil, declaring a perfect bullseye while baby Shed giggles in victory. When the ball swerves around and rolls in the opposite direction, Adlin claps her hands together with joy, cheering him on as baby Shed toddles after it with tiny steps. Bending low over the carpet, Adlin looks around in confusion, wonderingly asking where on earth the little toy ended up rolling to this time. Meanwhile, baby Shed keeps wobbling across the room on his tiny legs, babbling random baby syllables as he follows his bouncy target. Scanning near the floor, Adlin starts asking where the ball went, right when the purple toy gently bumps into a dark leather boot. Trailing her gaze upward, her sentence trails off in shock as she meets the towering silhouette of her master standing directly above her. Bro literally teleported into the room like a shadowy, brooding Batman just to intercept a toddler's toy ball. Fluttering up to her feet, Adlin immediately bows respectfully to welcome him back, while little Shed babbles happily near his feet. Sigillian silently gazes down at the pair, his expression entirely unreadable as Adlin encourages the baby to properly greet his master too. Gently placing her hands over her stomach, Adlin demonstrates a polite belly button bow, prompting baby Shed to bend forward in a hilariously cute attempt. Sigillian continues observing them with a quiet, stern gaze, his sharp blue eyes tracking every single movement between the nanny and his nephew. Looking at her now, Sigillian remembers how he used to view the estate's servants, treating them like mere background furniture or wallpaper that barely warranted a second glance. He recalls how Adlin used to freeze an absolute terror whenever he entered his office, cowering into corners and constantly walking on eggshells around his imposing presence. She used to bow her head in silent submission, completely intimidated by his authority. Yet somewhere along the way, that fear gradually vanished. Now, watching her casually lead the baby away while talking about bedtime, Sigilrion realizes just how drastically things have changed between them. An irritated vein twitches on his temple as he bitterly realizes that he is the one who feels like invisible wallpaper now, since all she gives him is a bland, formal greeting. Look at this grand military count pouting internally. He's literally throwing a quiet tantrum because his maid isn't giving him enough attention anymore. A short while later, baby Shed slumbers peacefully under a soft blanket, resting undisturbed on the couch as daylight fills the grand room. Watching over the little master with dedicated care, Adlin sits quietly nearby, keeping a silent vigil over his midday nap. Over at his desk, Sigilrion holds his paperwork in hand, yet his attention remains completely fixed on the maid sitting across the room. Peeking over the edge of his document, he notes internally that the baby has finally fallen sound asleep after his bedtime tantrum. Glancing at the nearby dining table, he notices the lavish tray of hot soup and fresh bread brought earlier. Gasp! Completely untouched by the nanny. She spent so much energy pacifying the crying child that she didn't even get a chance to eat a single bite of her lunch. A frown deepens across his brow as he worries internally, wondering why she isn't eating when she's already so slender and needs all her energy to care for a toddler. Sitting stiffly on the wooden chair near the sunlit window, Adlin remains completely still, staring out into the garden with a distant, gloomy expression. Her amber eyes look noticeably somber, weighed down by the burden of being forced to reside in the master's private quarters against her will. Observing her gloomy profile from across the room, Sigillion feels an uncomfortable tug of guilt tightening inside his chest. Grumbling furiously in his head, he mentally commands her to stop staring out the window like a tragic heroine and just go eat her food already. Crumpling the official document in his tight grip, Sigilrion twitches in sheer annoyance, unable to stand watching her look so miserable. Suddenly, the massive double doors of the master chamber fly wide open with a thundering bang. Startled out of her melancholy trance, Adlin turns around in utter shock, wondering what on earth is happening. Storming out into the grand hallway like a man on a mission, Sigilrion bellows at the top of his lungs for Butler Shed to report immediately. Butler Shed and a young attendant freeze in utter horror, sweat dropping profusely as they wonder what emergency has struck the estate. Bro yelled so loud the entire mansion thought an enemy army was breaching the front gates. With absolute urgency in his voice, Sigilrion demands that something critical must be handled right this second and commands the butler to enter his room immediately. Looming over the hallway with his chest exposed through his loose shirt collar, his intense blue eyes burn with unyielding determination. Fuming, with steam practically erupting from his ears, Sigillion storms back inside, while Butler Shed follows behind in complete sweat-dropping confusion. Pointing over to the sofa where baby Shed slumbers under his tiny pink blanket, Sigillion begins declaring his urgent issue. Gathering everyone around the tea table, the Count delivers his grand military decree, announcing with total gravity that they urgently require a complete room renovation. Butler Shed blinks in total stunned disbelief, timidly asking what kind of sudden room overhaul the master could possibly be talking about. Crossing his legs on the couch, Sigilrion matter-of-factly explains that since they are raising the prince long-term, the room layout must be transformed, and that Adlin's opinion as the primary caregiver is the only one that matters. Hearing that he gets permission to remodel, Butler Shed's eyes sparkle with absolute euphoria as he vows to decorate the chamber together with Adlin in magnificent splendor. Sigillion casually crosses his arms, flatly stating that since she's the one raising the child, she holds full authority to customize the bedroom however she pleases. Butler Shed practically floats on cloud nine, gushing endlessly about buying new curtains, teacups, and furniture, while Adlin sits frozen in pure disbelief. Look at her face! She asked to move out, and this man literally gave her free rein to redesign his entire master bedroom instead. Talk about elite male manipulation. Adlin quickly cuts in, politely explaining that a grand room overhaul really isn't necessary. She mentions that since baby Shed is growing bigger, sleeping on the couch has gotten cramped, so getting a simple bed for him or one they can share is all they truly need. Butler Shed's soul practically shatters as he begs her to reconsider. Weeping, he tearfully pleads pleads with her to let him indulge in a massive shopping spree since the Count gave them a blank check. Flatly, but Adeline firmly shuts him down with a polite refusal. Seeing Butler Shed sulking in complete disappointment, Sigillarion steps in and instructs him to order a suitable bed without delay, prompting the butler to defeatedly ask what specific style he should look for. Turning his head back toward the nanny, Butler Shed quietly seeks her input on what kind of bed she prefers. Caught off guard by everyone suddenly staring at her for final approval, Adeline stammers in surprise as she tries to process that she actually gets the final say. Staring down awkwardly, Adeline softly stammers that anything simple works for her, hesitantly asking if a full-size bed is too costly and offering to just take a small crib for the baby instead. Bro really dropped the buy-the-whole catalog card without skipping a beat. Sigillarion casually orders the butler to purchase multiple beds, warm winter blankets, plush sheets, and every luxury item available without worrying about the cost. Resting his chin on his hand with a brooding expression, Sigillarion thoughtfully ponders what other essentials might be missing to make her stay comfortable. He reflects on baby Shed's official status as a royal hostage, realizing that as the toddler grows up under public scrutiny, they must provide him with high-quality outfits, boots, and toys fitting his noble rank. Listening quietly as her stern master speaks so attentively about the baby's needs, Adeline gazes at him with a soft, astonished look in her eyes. And let's not overlook how he's casually delivering this serious lecture with his shirt wide open. Adeline tries her absolute best to stay composed, but she can't help feeling flustered by his ridiculously intense chest exposure. Nodding along to his own logic, Sigillarion agrees that proper wardrobe updates for the prince are an absolute necessity. He gives Butler Shed direct instructions to assemble a grand collection of refined children's clothing, sending the enthusiastic butler bowing with joy. Glancing sideways with a cool, sharp gaze, Sigillarion covertly monitors Adeline's reaction out of the corner of his eye. Sitting properly on the edge of the sofa with her hands folded, Adeline gazes back at him, feeling the heavy gloom over her mind slowly starting to dissipate.